Hey guys! Part 3 of What If Naruto Unlocked His True Potential. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 15, The Forest from Hell. It is now time! The second part of the Chunin exam starts now. Kurenai's voice boomed throughout the area. The gates surrounding Training Ground 44 were opened. All Genin teams rushed into the forest quickly. Team 3 went in and kept moving until they reached a good distance away from the entrance. They stopped in front of one of the multiple large trees in the forest, and Shikamaru sat down and took out a few scrolls. Alright, this shouldn't take too long. I'm just going to make 2 or 3 false scrolls that we lose if we needed to, only they'll be loaded with explosive tags. Shikamaru stated with a smirk. Take your time! Hinata stated as she activated her Byakugan to keep track of any teams that could come in and ambush them. She then turned to her crush. Naruto-kun? Right. Naruto nodded in understanding before making a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 10 clones appeared from in front of the Genin. Alright guys, search the forest and find a team with a Heaven Scroll. When you find one, report back to us and we'll hunt them down. The Uzumaki ordered. Databeo! The clones chorused in unison before heading out in different directions. Guess the exam is on. Shikamaru mumbled as he studied the outside of the Earth Scroll, trying to figure out he was going to recreate it. 30 minutes had passed since the exam began. In a clearing near on the gates, 2 teams had already found each other. Han's Genin were standing next to each other, ready for battle. Across from them was a team from Amigekure. They were an all-male team. One member of the team, a tall guy with steel umbrellas on his back, stepped forward towards the IWA team. You guys didn't even try to hide. You were waiting for us. He noted. We figured we didn't need to hide. Why waste the time looking for someone when you can just wait? Some team was going to find us and try and attack. Kuratsuchi explained, a grin on her face. I see. Makes sense. Guess it was just bad luck that we were the ones to find you all. The AIM Genin said with a smirk as he held his hand out. Why don't you guys hand over your scroll? We won't have to hurt you all this way. Humph. Get a load of this guy. Risho snickered to himself. We're being threatened by a Genin from a minor village that's been going through civil war for years. This is rich. A Konoha team would actually be more threatening than you. What? The AIM Genin hissed. Shigeru, kick his ass. One of his teammates shouted. The other teammate nodded in agreement. The guy, Shigeru, nodded before he took an umbrella off from his back. You know, we almost went after a team from Suna instead, but I'm glad we went for you all. I'm going to enjoy taking that scroll from your corpse. He hissed before tossing the umbrella into the air and making a hand sign. Ninja art, Saban shower. Senban rained down from the umbrella towards the IWA Genin. Risho stepped forward for his team and raised his right hand. The Senban stopped in place. The hell? One of the AIM Genin gasped. My chakra controls those. What the fuck did you do? Shigeru hissed as he tried to force the Senban to keep moving. His attempt failed and the Senban stayed in place. Risho continued to snicker before raising his left hand. The Senban immediately changed directions, causing Shigeru and his teammates to sweat. Kuratsuchi, Roto, I'll handle this trash myself. Risho informed his team as he made a pushing motion with his hands. This is what happens when you try to attack an IWA shinobi. Kurenai was sitting down near the entrance to the Forest of Death reading a book when she heard a loud scream from the forest. She looked towards the training ground for a moment before chuckling quietly to herself. Looks like a team just lost their scroll. She noted. The exam proctor immediately turned back to her book and continued to read. I'll finish this chapter, then I'll head to the tower. Some of the faster teams will be there relatively soon. She thought as she turned to the next page. Now, where was I? The Tenkage picked up his staff and headed out into his village. He could sense the intruder in the marketplace. He needed to act quick before the intruder caused any harm. The Tenkage intended on showing the world that no enemy shinobi could enter Tengaku no Sato and escape with their life. He arrived dash. Kurenai-san! A voice called. Kurenai sighed as she put her book away as she faced the Chunin that called her. At first, she was annoyed that she was being interrupted, but then she noticed the serious and upset look to the Chunin in front of her. Something happened. What's going on? She asked, getting up from her seat. We have a problem. You need to see this, the Chunin informed her before running off. Kurenai followed right behind. Team 7 marched forwards through the forest of death at a rapid pace. Kiba and Akamaru led the team. The Inuzuka and his dog were silent. They were focused since the beginning of the exam. Eventually, though, Kiba spoke up. All right, guys, I found someone, he exclaimed. Just a little bit to our east. Good job, Kiba, Sakura said happily. This part of the exam will be a piece of cake thanks to you. Lead the way, dog boy, Sasuke stated. Just see if you can keep up your prick. Kiba muttered under his breath. I hate it when he calls me that. The team started to move in the direction of the scent when Kiba stopped. He started to pick up another scent. A frown appeared on his face. I smell a snake, he mumbled to himself. His eyes then widened. Oh shit, the smell's getting strong dash. The Inuzuka didn't get to finish his sentence. A large snake came crashing towards them. It destroyed multiple trees and sent the 3 genin back. Naruto's clones moved quickly throughout the forest in their search to find information about the other teams. One of the clones was approaching a clearing near a river when he heard a loud noise. An excited look appeared on his face. That's gotta be a team. Boss will want to know what scroll they have, the clone told himself before running off in the direction of the noise. Naruto's clone reached a clearing and hid behind a bush. He saw a giant ball of sand in the sky. Sand was slowly falling back to the ground. The clone noticed that it was stained in blood. What the? He gasped. He looked downward and saw 5 people. The team from Suna that Naruto had met earlier was there. Gaara was standing in front of Kankuro and Temari. They were all facing 2 Kusa shinobi, both of whom seemed terrified and near hysterics. Please spare us, one of the Kusa ninjas mumbled as she pulled out an earth scroll and tossed it forwards. Temari caught the scroll. Just take the scrolls and let us live. Your teammate was weak, Gaara mumbled quietly. I'm not satisfied. There needs to be more blood. The redhead genin raised his hands and more sand covered the Kusa genin. Both shinobi screamed in panic. Tears were rolling down their eyes as the sand that covered them was lifted into the sky. Sand burial, Gaara said, closing his hands. The sand crushed the 2 Kusa genin, killing them instantly. Their blood rained down throughout the clearing. Most of the blood landed on Gaara's body, causing him to grin maniacally. He killed them. Naruto's clone made a noise, holding back the urge to throw up. The Suna team heard him. Who is there? Kankuro asked. Damn it! The clone cursed to himself as it prepared to run. Die! Gaara shouted as he moved his hands toward the bush, causing sand to rush towards it. Naruto's clone attempted to run away, but the sand was too fast. The sand stuck him on his back and pinned him to the ground. The force of the sand proved too much, and the clone dispelled. The original Naruto's eyes widened. He fell to the ground on his knees, which alarmed his teammates. Naruto-kun! Hinata ran over to him. Are you okay? Why yeah, I think, the blonde replied as he pulled himself up with Hinata's help. I felt like I was dying for a second. Dying? The Hyuga was started to get very nervous for him. Why? How? What happened? I don't know. Something flashed by in my head, kinda like a memory or something. All of a sudden, I saw Gaara in front of me. I saw him kill 2 genin from Kusa. I then saw him attack me and sand was hitting me hard. And then my memory stopped. Naruto mumbled. I know that never happened, but I don't know how I could have imagined that. And the thing that really bothers me was that it felt so real. Hinata seemed confused, but didn't seem any less concerned. Has anything like that happened before? Shikamaru asked. A hypothesis was started to develop in his head. Not really. I think I've had some flashes when I'm fighting or sparring, but nothing like that. They all usually relate to the battle or the spar, Naruto answered. I think you saw the memory of one of your shadow clones, the Nara stated. What? Naruto looked at his friend in surprise. Hinata turned to face him as well. My dad mentioned once a long time ago that shadow clones were perfect for information gathering. I think I know how now, Shikamaru stated. If I'm right, when your clones dispel, you get their memories back. You see and feel what they did. Really? Naruto seemingly forgot the feelings of his memory, and was now simply excited at the news. That's so cool! That just makes this jutsu more awesome, Databayo. I can't believe I never noticed that before. You only make clones really for battles, and even then, you make hundreds of them. The chaos of the fights probably doesn't give you the time to analyze any memories you may gain. The lazy boy replied. I see. So cool though. The QB Jinchuriki exclaimed. His excitement soon faded though, and his face turned serious. But in all seriousness, I saw Gaara kill a team quickly, and it was one of the bloodiest things I've ever seen. And I felt him attack me. He's more dangerous than I thought. We have to try and avoid him and his team at all costs, and if we do have to fight him, we'll have to be beyond careful. Both Hinata and Shikamaru nodded in understanding. It was rare when Naruto was completely serious. They knew that he meant every word he said and that they would have to be extremely cautious around that Suna team. Yuhi Kurenai was a very calm and collected person. Very few things were able to surprise and unnerve her. Seeing the bodies of 3 Kyuzugaku shinobi was enough to surprise her. Seeing the state of these bodies was enough to unnerve her. What happened to their faces? She asked. We don't know. We're still trying to figure that out. The Chunin answered with a frown. Kurenai frowned as well. She looked at the profiles of the Kusa shinobi. She remembered them. She remembered giving this team an earth scroll before the second exam started. If they were dead, then who did she give the scroll to? Who was in the forest? An idea entered her head. She immediately turned towards the Chunin. Alert the Hokage of this and request Umbu assistance. I believe their murderer is in the forest, and I'm going to go after him. Kurenai ordered. Yes, ma'am. The Chunin nodded before disappearing in a shunshin. Kurenai rushed into the forest and began her search to find the murderer. A pale-faced man stood on a tree branch and stared at Team 7. Kiba was knocked unconscious. Akamaru was trying to help his comrade in any way he could. Sasuke was screaming in pain as he held on to his neck. Sakura was staring at the Uchiha with multiple different emotions: fear, distress, anguish, rage. What did you to Sasuke? She asked the man. I just gave Sasuke-kun a little gift. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. The man chuckled, his voice sending a shiver down Sakura's spine. My name is Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun has experienced a taste of my power, and soon he'll come to me to get more. With those words, Orochimaru ran off, leaving Sakura and Akamaru alone with 2 unconscious genin. Their assailant was now moving quickly through the forest with a grin on his face. Sasuke-kun was impressive. And he will only get stronger as time passes. He will make a perfect host, Orochimaru noted. Now I have some spare time before my presence is known. Looks like I will have the time to see Anko-chan's little brats after all. The man continued to move quickly through the forest. As he moved, he bit his thumb and proceeded to make hand signs. All right, I'm done. Shikamaru stated with a groan. That took way longer than I thought it would. Naruto and Hinata went over to their friend and checked his work. The Nara had created 3 additional scrolls that looked similar to their Earth scroll. Inside these fake scrolls, however, were exploding tags. Altogether, they now had 4 scrolls, 1 real and 3 they could lose if they needed to. Great job, Shikamaru. Hopefully we won't have to really use them, but it's good to have them just in case. Naruto said excitedly. You're telling me. Can't hurt to be too careful. Shikamaru replied with a smirk on his face. So are we just going to wait for one of the clones to come back? It's probably for the best. Hinata noted. If they take too long, then we can just go out and look on our own. Yeah? That's what I was thinking. The Uzumaki agreed. Of course you were Naruto. Shikamaru said with an eye roll. Shut up. Naruto snapped at Shikamaru's sarcasm. I didn't say anything bad. I was agreeing with you. The Nara noted with a smirk on his face. Hinata giggled as the 2 boys continued to argue about Shikamaru's sarcasm. Her giggling stopped when she noticed something in the distance with her Byakugan. She focused on it and noticed that it was heading towards them. Guys! Something's coming! She said loudly. Her 2 teammates immediately shut up and turned to her. What is it? Are we getting ambushed? Naruto asked as he prepared for combat. I don't think so. It's not human. It's Dash. Hinata wasn't able to finish her sentence. A giant snake appeared from a few trees in front of them and charged at them. The three genin jumped out of the way just in time and jumped to a high branch of a tree. The snake turned towards them, hissed, and charged again. "That snake looks like one of Anko-sensei's summons," Naruto said in surprise. "Great. So giant snakes like that live in this forest," Shikamaru grumbled. "Let's get this over with." The snake charged upwards at them, this time moving faster. Team 3 jumped out of the way again, but the snake predicted this and swung its tail at them. The tail made contact and knocked all three genin back, causing them to hit three separate tree trunks hard. The snake then charged again, this time at Shikamaru. The Nara pulled himself up just as the snake opened its mouth in an attempt to devour him. "Shit! Got to act fast and stop this thing for a sec." Shikamaru's brain was working at full speed as he pulled out of one of the fake scrolls and tossed it into the snake's mouth. He immediately triggered the tags inside it, causing it to explode just before the snake could reach him. The giant snake writhed in pain. Shikamaru took this time to jump over to his teammates. "That should stun it for a little bit. Want to try that trick we thought of?" the lazy genius asked. Naruto and Hinata knew exactly what their friend was referring to, a combination attack he suggested during group training. "Of course! Let's do it, Databayo!" Naruto exclaimed as he made the hand signs. His teammates joined him. "Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Water style, Gunshot." The three friends released their jutsus at the same time and combined into one elemental blast. Naruto's wind jutsu surrounded Shikamaru's fireballs, increasing their size. Hinata's water bullets surrounded the wind. The attack took the form of an elemental tornado, which struck the snake hard. It hissed loudly in pain for a few seconds before it disappeared. "Was that a summon?" Hinata asked nervously. Before her teammates could answer, a noise sounded throughout the area, a clapping noise. The three turned around to see a pale-faced man standing on a tree branch clapping in applause. Hinata's Byakugan eyes were open wide in pure shock. "I didn't even see him get this close to us. And that chakra, this couldn't even be a simple jonin. Who is this? I must say, I'm very impressed. To defeat any summoned snake so quickly is impressive." The man spoke with an amused grin. "But I wonder how you would do against a more dangerous snake? You summoned that snake? How?" Naruto questioned in surprise. "Who are you? You don't know me? How upsetting," the man said with fake disappointment in his voice. "I assumed Anko-chan would talk to her students about her sensei." "Anko's sensei?" Naruto's eyes widened. She never spoke of her time as a genin. This man was... Shikamaru was piecing information together faster than his teammates. He remembered through studying at the academy that there was only one other known snake summoner, an infamous traitor. His eyes opened wide and a terrified look appeared in them. "Naruto! Hinata! We have to get out of here!" Shikamaru shouted. "That's Orochimaru of the Sannin. We don't stand a chance against him." Both genin's eyes widened. Both, even Naruto, recognized the name of Konoha's most infamous missing ninja. "So you do recognize me?" Orochimaru's grin grew wider and more sadistic. "I was interested when I heard Anko-chan took up a genin team. I've been very curious about what you three can do. Care to show me?" The Sannin gave them no time to respond. He released a large fireball from his mouth and fired it towards them. Team 3 had barely enough time to avoid the attack. Orochimaru then rushed to them and delivered to Shikamaru's chest. The Nara was knocked backward into a tree trunk, hitting it hard. The snake summoner then kicked Naruto and Hinata towards the Nara, causing the members of Team 3 to collide. They all groaned in pain. "We have to get out of here," Shikamaru told his teammates as he pulled himself up. "We're way out of our league here. There's no way we can win without help. He said he's trying to hunt and test us. There's no way we can escape if that's the case. He'll just keep chasing us." Naruto realized as he got up. He then got into a fighting position. "But maybe he won't chase all of us. You guys make a break for it, and I'll hold him off." "Huh!" Shikamaru turned to Naruto in shock. "What? No!" Hinata nearly shouted as she pulled herself up as well. "You can't face him alone." "I know that, but I can hold him back for a bit. The fox can be some help for once," the blonde retorted. "You're right that we can't escape. Damn. I hate not being able to run away." Shikamaru started. Determination could be heard in voice, a trait usually not present in it. But if even one of us has to fight, then we all fight. You're not going against him alone. Shikamaru-kun's right. We're friends. We're a team. We stick together. Hinata added with the same conviction. Hinata, Shikamaru. Naruto could feel himself slightly tear up. How touching! I guess you all will just die together! Orochimaru exclaimed before jumping towards them. Shikamaru immediately used his shadow possession jutsu to try and stop Orochimaru from moving. The Sannin jumped away from the shadow and delivered another kick towards the Nara. Naruto jumped in the way and attempted to block the kick, but ultimately failed. The two genin were sent flying together again. Hinata then charged at the Sannin, aiming for his tenketsu. He avoided all of her strikes easily before he delivered a punch to her face, knocking her straight down to the ground. Is this really all Anko-chan's students can do? I'm disappointed, he noted. He's just fending us off with taijutsu. He's way too strong, I was right. I'm going to have to use the fox. Naruto noted before he made a hand sign and recalled Han's advice. Calm yourself, Naruto. Keep emotions in check and take only what you can. Red chakra surrounded the Uzumaki. The blonde's features became more feral and his eyes picked up a red tint. He took in a deep breath. This is all I can control. Hope this is enough. Naruto charged at Orochimaru. His movement and strength increased as he was able to keep up with the Sannin and block his attacks. Orochimaru noted the improved taijutsu skills with a grin on his face. I was unaware Anko was given the Kyuubi brat as a student. Very interesting, Orochimaru thought. He seems to have some control over the fox, but right now, he's still too weak. After a minute of straight taijutsu combat, Orochimaru backed away from Naruto and raised his right hand. Snake shot out from it and grabbed onto Naruto. The blonde was pulled in. The Sannin was about to land a punch directly at Naruto's face when Shikamaru tossed shuriken at the man. Orochimaru noticed and then pulled Naruto's body towards the shuriken and used it as a shield. Upon impact, Naruto was replaced with a log. A substitution with no seals, and while in pain as well. The snake summoner noted. Orochimaru turned his attention towards Shikamaru and charged. The Nara responded by charging as well. Just before the Sannin could strike, Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu at their close range to paralyze him. Naruto! Hinata! Now! The Nara shouted immediately. His two teammates quickly made their hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, gunshot. The two elemental jutsu headed towards the two ninja. Shikamaru released jutsu at the last moment to get away. The wind and the water bullets collided with the Sannin. Shikamaru then tossed a kunai with an explosive tag at him, causing a loud explosion. A moment passed as the smoke cleared. The three genin did not see the body of Orochimaru, they only saw a brown husk of mud in his place. A clone? Substitution? Shikamaru cursed. Orochimaru appeared again behind the genin. He delivered a hard punch downward to the back of Hinata's head. The Hyuga hit the ground hard and fell unconscious upon impact. Hinata! Naruto shouted as he ran over to her with Shikamaru right behind. Orochimaru then released more snakes from his hands and grabbed Naruto by his neck. These snakes injected small doses of poison into him, causing him to choke. Orochimaru then, through his snakes, raised Naruto up into the air before slamming him into the ground. The blonde, too, was knocked unconscious. Naruto! Shikamaru screamed. You all have some good teamwork. You defeated one of my snakes and even destroyed a clone of mine. Perhaps you would have been marvelous shinobi if you were given the time. Orochimaru stated tauntingly. It's almost a shame to extinguish such potential before it develops. But I'm sure I can live with that. Shit. I can't let him kill us. I can't let him kill them. Shikamaru's brain was desperately trying to calculate some plan that would save him and his teammates. Orochimaru was about to approach, but stopped when he noticed something. He then made a hand sign. He could now see that multiple shuriken were flying towards him. The snake summoner proceeded to dodge them. Kurenai jumped into the area, a kunai in her hand. She stood between Shikamaru and the Sannin. Ah, Yuhi Kurenai, Konoha's genjutsu mistress. Orochimaru recognized the woman in front of him. For a second, I didn't even notice the genjutsu you placed to hide your shuriken. You certainly deserve that title you've been given. Kurenai glared at the man in front of her, but spoke to Shikamaru. Get your team and leave. This man is out of your league, she ordered. Shikamaru acted immediately. He ran over to his unconscious teammates, picked them up over his shoulders, and hurried off as fast as he could. Orochimaru watched the Nara leave. He knew he could stop and catch him, but he already had his amusement with them. For the time being, he would let them live. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Kurenai demanded of him. My. I figured you were more polite than that. The Sannin answered. I have no desire to share pleasantries with you. She hissed. So you thought it was fun to just sneak into the village you betrayed and attack random genin teams during an exam? I just had some spare time on my hands, wanted to see the team my student was training. You know her, right? I believe you two were friends. Orochimaru grinned when he saw the woman hiss again. But that wasn't my main objective here. I already accomplished that. And that was? Kurenai asked. You'll know in due time. The man chuckled. By the way, did you really think I wouldn't notice the genjutsu you placed since the beginning of this conversation? Kurenai's eyes widened. Her genjutsu had finished working and the Orochimaru in front of her seemed to be pain, only to turn to mud. The Sannin then appeared right behind her and released the snake from his arm. Kurenai could not avoid the bite. She fell to the knees and could feel poison going through her veins. Kurenai cursed inwardly. I have to get out of here, let the Hokage know about him. Your genjutsu is good. However, I've faced someone who was much better with it than you. Orochimaru stated. A trace of bitterness was evident in his tone of voice as he remembered the person he was talking about, but it went almost immediately. You know, I could kill you right now, but I'll let you live. Just deliver this message to your Hokage. Tell him that if this exam is cancelled, I'll destroy Konoha and burn it to the ground. With those words, Orochimaru left Kurenai and retreated. He accomplished his mission and had his fun. Now he had to wait. Kurenai struggled to get herself up. The poison was affecting her body. She knew she wouldn't be able to chase after Orochimaru. Even if she could, she doubted that she could do anything. No shinobi has ever shut down her genjutsu before like that. I just got to get out of here and warn the Hokage. We have to deal with Orochimaru before it's too late. Kurenai told herself as she started to walk slowly away. Guys, I found a team. A voice spoke. Two Takigakure shinobi turned in the direction of the voice. One of the shinobi was a tall, lanky boy with long black hair. He had on a blue jacket and black shorts and had multiple water canteens attached to his jacket. His forehead protector was around his neck. The other shinobi was a tall, muscular boy with brown hair. He wore a skin-tight brown shirt with the Taki village symbol on it, and wore camouflage pants. He was also carrying a large axe on his back. Both shinobi were staring at Kariudo Asuna, the red-headed kunoichi they called teammate. Asuna, are you sure? 'Cause that's what you said 20 minutes ago, and we ended up finding no team. The lanky boy grumbled. Hey, shut up, Ray. There was a team there. They just left before we got there. Asuna shouted, crossing her arms over her chest. Gosh, you're so loud. The boy, Ray, continued to grumble. That got you in trouble with the proctor at the beginning of the exam. And it's going to get us in trouble here. Some tiger probably heard that. Or worse, an enemy team. We're going to get ambushed thanks to you. Ray, quit your bitching and shut up. Asuna hissed at him. She then turned to her other teammate. What do you think, Takudo? The muscular boy Takudo remained quiet for a minute before speaking in a monotone, deep voice. What village? Konoha. And this is the best part, 2 of the team members are down. It was a blonde guy and blue-haired girl. The only one up is some brown-haired guy and he looks exhausted. It'll be cake to beat him and take their scroll. She cheered. If that's the case, they probably lost their scroll. We'll just be wasting our time. Ray sighed. Ray! Asuna hissed. Both of you, quiet! Takudo spoke up. Both of his teammates were quiet. We'll go check this team. If they have a scroll, we'll take it. Now let's move before we lose the opportunity. Ray nodded in slight annoyance. Asuna, however, was excited. Her hand immediately moved to the side on her back. Time to get our Earth Scroll and get out of this forest, she stated excitedly. The Takigakure shinobi proceeded to leave, heading in the direction of the Konoha team. Chapter 16, Scrolls of Heaven and Earth. Alright, finally finished. Shikamaru sighed in relief. 10 hours had passed since Orochimaru's attack on Team 3. Shikamaru's teammates were still knocked out. The Nara had spent the time getting them to a clearing, taking care of them, and rigging the surrounding area with traps for any possible threat. After 3 hours of design and work, Shikamaru had set up enough traps to feel satisfied and remotely safe. He proceeded to walk to a tree. His teammates were lying down underneath it with 2 of Naruto's clones watching over them. Thank God you created all of those clones at the beginning of the exam, Naruto. The Nara noted. The 2 clones had found him to give information on a team with a heaven scroll, but they were able to help with watching over and taking care of his teammates. Oi, Shikamaru! You finished all the traps and stuff? One of the clones asked. Yup. They'll keep animals and some weak teams away. And if something strong actually comes our way, they'll notify us that they are nearby. He answered with a yawn. You're tired, aren't you? You should get some sleep. The other clone suggested. Shikamaru shook his head. Sorry, but if something happened to you guys and you dispelled, then no one would be able to protect Naruto and Hinata. I'm going to stay up at least until one of them wakes up. The clone shrugged in response. They turned their attention back to Naruto and Hinata, making sure they were still okay. Shikamaru walked over to them and sat down by his unconscious teammates. How hard did Orochimaru hit you guys? Seriously. I'm surprised you both are still knocked out. Shikamaru wondered before he shook his head. I shouldn't complain. We're lucky we got out of that situation alive. Shikamaru stayed by his friends' sides, watching over them with the clones. His eyes were slowly shutting, but the Nara would open them wide the second he realized what was happening. Time passed by slowly. Around an hour later, a loud explosion occurred, alerting Shikamaru and the clones. The lazy genius left the cover of the tree and headed out into the clearing. He listened carefully for any more sounds. Damn, someone's coming. I can hear movement. And I can't hear any more traps, so they're avoiding the rest of my traps. This is bad. Shikamaru noted. He then turned to the clones, who had just walked out of the cover of the tree. Guys, do me a favor and get Naruto and Hinata out of here. Take them somewhere with some kind of cover like another tree like this or a cave if you can find one. I'll catch up with you guys there. What about you? One of the clones asked. If someone's coming, then you're going to need help. You can't take on a team by yourself. I have no intention of taking them on. Just stall them for a little bit. I got a plan, he answered. Shikamaru then turned his attention back to the clearing. Seconds later, a team from Takigakure jumped down into the clearing. They stood across from him. Shikamaru actually recognized the team. Aren't you the girl who told the proctor that she wasn't afraid of the forest? He asked. Humph. What of it? Asuna grumbled in response. She's definitely a hothead. If I egg her on, I'll definitely distract her and her team and keep them from noticing the clones getting away. Shikamaru realized. A smirk developed on his face. So what kind of monsters did you see in the forest? 'Cause I know you saw a couple in that genjutsu and I was curious if there are any more? He asked. Go fuck yourself. She hissed. Look, Asuna. He's not even taking us seriously thanks to you. As usual. Ray sighed. Fuck you too, Ray. The redhead snapped at her teammate. Oh god, this'll be too easy. The Nara was getting more confident. Takuto ignored his 2 bickering teammates and walked forward. Konoha Genin, we are after your scroll. I'd suggest you hand it over to avoid any conflict. He said, sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have one. My team was attacked. Both my teammates are knocked out and we lost our scroll. Shikamaru grumbled. This was such a waste of time. Ray sighed. Takuto glared at his lanky teammate, causing him to stop complaining. The muscular Genin then turned to face Shikamaru again. Then you wouldn't mind if I check your belongings myself? I won't mess it up, just going to check to make sure you aren't lying. He stated. Oh come on, nearly all of our stuff was ruined when we were attacked. Don't mess it up anymore. Shikamaru complained. I'll be delicate. The muscular Taki Genin responded. This guy is much more intelligent and calm than his teammates. I won't be able to convince him of any bullshit. Shikamaru cursed. He took a second to look back. The clones were nowhere in sight, meaning they were able to get away without anyone noticing. He had to hide his smirk. But I guess it doesn't matter. I stalled enough. Well, I guess I can't convince you otherwise. Fine, here's the scroll. He sighed in frustration as he took out an earth scroll, one of the fake scrolls he designed. All eyes were on the scroll. Ray was the most surprised, but his eyes narrowed in suspicion soon after the initial shock. That's it. After lying about not having it, you're just going to give it up like that? Just because we continued to ask? He questioned. Shikamaru glared at him. I wasn't kidding when I said my team was attacked. They are knocked out and are in no condition to fight. I'm not going to risk their lives in a fight just to pass this exam. Makes sense. That makes you a good teammate to have, Asuna said. She seemed to be looking at the Nara with respect. The value of your comrades is more important than this exam, indeed. You will make a good Chunin one day, Konoha Genin. Just not now. My apologies. Takuto apologized before holding out his hand. We will take the Earth Scroll and leave you and your team be. Shikamaru tossed over the scroll to the muscular Genin. The Taki Genin studied it for a second. He noticed something about it that felt off. Something looks wrong about this, he noted to himself. The Nara started to back off and made a hand sign. The scroll lit up, about to explode. Shit! Takuto cursed before dropping the scroll and making a hand sign. Earth release armor. Takuto's body was covered in stones just in time before the explosion. Shikamaru proceeded to make more hand signs before running away. Wait, he's getting away, Asuna stated. She was about to chase him, but a loud noise from the tree above caused her to stop. Ah! The entire clearing was filled with explosions. Trees were blowing up, causing different branches and limbs to hit the ground. The ground was sinking and dust was covering the entire area. Takuto made another hand sign, causing his teammates to be covered in the same armor he was wearing. The armor protected them from the dangers of the explosions, but caused them to become immobile. They waited until all of the explosions stopped, leaving them alone in the destroyed clearing. Holy shit, how did he do that? Ray gasped. He rigged this whole entire area with explosives. Takuto deadpanned, looking annoyed. I'm disappointed that none of us didn't notice any of this. Asuna was fuming. She gripped the scythe on her back tightly. We are hunting him down. He is going to pay for that. The red-headed Taki Kunoichi hurried off into the forest in the direction Shikamaru had went. Her two teammates followed behind. At first, Shikamaru had ran into the forest in a random direction to get away from the clearing and the Taki Genin. After a few minutes of running, however, he ran into one of the Naruto clones. Shikamaru! This way! He shouted before heading off. The Nara followed the clone to an unusually large tree, even for this forest. At the base of the tree was a hole. Shikamaru and the clone entered the hole. The other Naruto clone and Shikamaru's unconscious teammates were there. You guys got out quickly and without being noticed. Good job, he told the clones. The boss is stealthy, so naturally we are as well, one of the clones exclaimed, puffing out his chest. So, what did you do to get away? I blew up the clearing, Shikamaru answered. The clones gaped, causing the Nara to sigh. I said I was putting up traps throughout the area. What did you think I meant by that? Shikamaru, you're scary, the clones stated in unison. Heh. Really? Shikamaru smirked. I'll make sure Naruto knows that his clones think I'm scary when he wakes up. Conversation stopped as Shikamaru and the clones turned their attention to the unconscious teammates. They remained still for 30 minutes until the clones dispelled, alerting Shikamaru. What? He exclaimed as I looked around the area, trying to discover what happened to the clones. Minutes passed by before he calmed down, realizing that no one was in the area. He then realized what happened to the clones, causing him to sigh. I guess the clones ran out of chakra. They've been around for a while, I guess, so it makes sense they'd dispel at some point. Shikamaru focused all of his attention on his teammates. His eyes never moved from either of their bodies as he sat by their side and did everything he could to help them. Another hour had passed before he saw movement. Hinata's eyes were starting to open. Ugh! She groaned as she tried to pull herself up. Shikamaru immediately went to her side and helped her stand up. Looks like you decided to finally wake up, he said teasingly. A smile was on his face. It took a few seconds before Hinata was fully aware of where she was. Her eyes opened and looked around the area. Shikamaru-kun! What happened? Where are we? She asked almost frantically. Whoa, calm down, Hinata, Shikamaru responded. The Nara took the time to fill in the girl about what happened. He reminded her of Orochimaru's attack on their team, and told her that the Sannin was able to knock out both her and Naruto. He then told her that he and 2 of Naruto's clones had been taking care of them while they were unconscious. Shikamaru also mentioned the team from Takigakyo that attacked and how he and the clones were able to get away from them. How long was I knocked out? Hinata asked after hearing Shikamaru's explanation. I don't really know. Maybe 10, 11, 12 hours? Somewhere around there, he answered with a shrug. I see. I'm sorry for being a burden to you, she said, looking down to the ground. Burden? Please. Shikamaru shook his head. We went up against a Sannin. It's a miracle we even lived. Don't be sorry about what happened. But I've been out for so long. It must have been hard being on your own for so long and having to take care of us. You must be tired. Hinata responded, still not looking up. Nah, I'm not. Not anymore, at least. I'm kind of running on pure adrenaline right now, so I doubt I'll be able to sleep until we get out of this damned forest, Shikamaru said with a sigh. But besides, it doesn't matter in the end. The Nara interrupted Hinata before she could say anything else, slightly self-deprecating. We all made it out okay and alive. All that's left is for Naruto to get up and we're all right. Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes wandered over to her unconscious crush. Don't worry about him. He'll probably be up in a little bit himself. Your boyfriend will be all right, Shikamaru said teasingly, trying to get his teammate to stop being upset. His plan worked. A red blush covered her face. We aren't dating yet, she answered. The key word in that sentence was yet, Shikamaru retorted. The Hyuga's blush somehow got worse. Anyway, do you mind activating your Byakugan and keeping an eye on the area around of us? That way we know if anyone's coming our way. Hinata nodded and immediately activated her Byakugan. Oh, Hinata, Shikamaru spoke up. The Hyuga turned to face him. I was starting to get worried about you guys, so I'm glad you are okay. The Nara, for a second, expected another self-deprecating remark from the Hyuga. Instead, he received a bright smile from her, a smile that he returned with one of his own. Thank you for watching over us. I'll be able to help look after Naruto-kun, Hinata stated before she focused her attention on the surrounding environment, looking for any possible approaching threats. Where am I? Naruto continued to ask himself that question. The last thing he remembered was he and his friends were being attacked by Orochimaru. Now, though, he was in a place that reminded him of a sewer. The Uzumaki had no idea how he got here and had no idea how to get it. I need to get out of here and find Shikamaru and Hinata. I wonder if they are here somewhere, he wondered. The blonde continued to wander aimlessly until he came across something in the sewer, a large cage. Naruto felt himself drawn to the cage for some reason. He proceeded to walk towards it. So, my jailer decides to finally pay me a visit, a voice called out from the cage. Naruto stopped walking and looked around in confusion. Who is there? He asked. A figure appeared near the bars of the cage. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. He was standing in front of the Kyubi no Kitsune. Kyubi! Naruto mumbled in shock. But how? You're supposed to be locked in me. How are you out of me? Idiot. The Kyubi rolled his eyes. This is your mind. This is the damp prison I've been in for the last 12 years. This is my mind? Naruto took another look at the sewer around. But this place is a dump. Fitting, isn't it? The fox remarked dryly. The blonde scowled. He seemingly lost his fear about being in the presence of the fox. He was now simply irritated and angry. You're right. It is fitting, a fitting prison for a demon that killed so many innocent lives in Konoha, he shouted. Humph, impudent brat. You have some nerve to speak to me with that tone. I should eat you for that, Kyubi commented. Too bad you can't, 'cause you're locked up, the Uzumaki taunted, eliciting a snarl from the fox. So, Kyubi, how did I get here? The Kyubi gave an annoyed grunt before speaking. You've been using more of my chakra. You have, in the process, strengthened the connection between us. Your meditations have also helped increase this connection. Our minds are slowly becoming linked, and we become connected whenever you use my chakra. When you were knocked out using my chakra, our minds were still connected. Therefore, although your body is knocked out, your mind is not. So here you are, within your mind and with me. I see. Naruto nodded in understanding. The blonde now seemed to be interested. So does that mean the other Jinchuriki and their Biju are connected like this? Are Hanni and the Gobi connected like this? Humph, it would depend on how often the Jinchuriki uses their Biju as chakra. I would assume that the armored Jinchuriki has a similar connection to Koko. The Kyuubi answered. Koko? Naruto gave a look. You know him as the Gobi. The fox answered. Wait, you guys have names? The blonde questioned. Then what's yours? You're an annoying brat. You keep me locked up inside of you for the past 12 years. You come in and start shouting me. You ask me stupid questions, and you have the nerve to ask me for my name. Curse your yondaime. I would tear you apart and feast on your limbs. The fox growled. Naruto didn't respond. He didn't know how you respond to such a proclamation. He remained quiet, just staring at the fox. There's more to the fox than I realized. Naruto inwardly noted. He had always associated the fox as some mindless, evil demon that terrorized Konoha one day. Now, though, he can see there is a lot more depth to the fox. He can tell from the fox's words, voice, and overall attitude that he doesn't understand the fox at all. The Kyuubi, both annoyed and bored, laid down his head in an attempt to go to sleep. Naruto's mind was quiet. The Taki Genin had been moving through the forest of death, trying to find Shikamaru and his team. Asuna led her team. The redhead was studying the area around her intently. We're getting closer. I can feel it, Asuna declared as she continued to move. That's what you've been saying forever. Seriously, the dude got away. Ray grumbled. Ray, I swear to God, can you go 1 minute without complaining? The kunoichi snapped. I'm serious. I can feel him nearby this time. Look, I know you can sense other people's chakras. Doesn't change the fact that you're not good at it. You're just not a good sensor at the moment. If you were, we would have found him when we first started to hunt him. The lanky Taki Genin informed her. Shut up! Asuna hissed. I'm serious. I can feel it. I can feel his chakra nearby. Ray was about to make another comment, but Takuto spoke up first. How close? Very. He's in a hole by a nearby tree. I think one of his teammates is up, 'cause I sense another chakra right by him, but whatever. We'll take them on as well. Just follow me, she informed them as she hurried off. That stupid girl's wasting our time again, Ray grumbled. Ray, be quiet, Takuto ordered. You know how prideful she is. The fact that the Nara tricked us and got away so easily has hurt her pride badly. Mine too, actually. I would love to take him down. So quit your bitching and follow us. Takuto hurried after his kunoichi teammate. Ray gave an exasperated sigh before following his team further into the forest. Shikamaru, I see people coming our way, Hinata informed the Nara. Of course. Of frickin' course, he cursed. How close are they? And can you tell who they are? They're probably a minute away. And they are from Taki, she answered. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Could they be the same team from earlier? A smirk then developed on his face. Based on their reaction to the Earth Scroll, I bet they got a Heaven Scroll. And I think Hinata and I can take them. Remember that team I got away from? I think it might be them. And I think they got a Heaven Scroll we can get. Just be careful, Shikamaru advised. The Hyuga gave him a nod before the two teammates walked out of the hole. They got into a fighting position. Shortly after, the Taki Genin arrived. You! We finally found you! Asuna hissed as she reached for her scythe. Were you hunting me this whole time? Really? Shikamaru asked. Naturally. You hurt her pride after. Ray mumbled with an eye roll. Asuna didn't even take the time to respond to her teammate, or the Nara. She simply charged, gripping her scythe tightly. She moved quickly and swung her scythe aggressively, but Shikamaru was able to avoid. He tossed kunai in her direction, which she deflected with her scythe. Takuto charged at Hinata, holding on to his axe. The Hyuga avoided his first strike. The muscular genin then swung again. She avoided the second strike and packed away, putting distance between her and the Taki genin. Shikamaru-kun, what did you say you did to these guys to get them so mad? Hinata asked, noticing the Taki genin's aggression. I'll tell you later. Shikamaru responded as he made hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Shikamaru released a series of fireballs from his mouth. Ray finally moved forward, making hand signs of his own. Water came out of the canteens he was carrying. The water formed a wall that blocked the fireballs. Of course, one of them uses waster-style ninjutsu. It's just one of those days. Shikamaru groaned. Rei made a hand gesture, causing the water to come together and fling at the Nara in the form of a whip. Shikamaru was knocked back, taking the breath out of him. Takuto and Asuna both charged at him. Hinata took out her bow and launched arrows at the approaching Takigenin. Takuto got away in time, but Asuna could not, and an arrow punctured her shoulder. Shit! That hurt! She groaned before she turned to Hinata. She struggled to ignore the pain as she charged at her. Hinata responded by jumping onto one of the branches of the tall tree. She then proceeded to fire more arrows from the top. Asuna was able to avoid these, but Hinata kept firing. Get off of there! Asuna shouted as she swung her scythe in Hinata's direction. Wind style, air cutter! Asuna's scythe was able to cut through the air, releasing wind that flew towards Hinata in the form of circular blades. Hinata moved through different branches of the tree, avoiding each of the wind blades. Asuna continued to reuse her jutsu, trying to land a good hit on the Hyuga. Stand still, will ya? She mumbled as she tried to swing again. She then noticed that she couldn't. Her body was frozen. What the shadow possession was a success, Shikamaru noted. The redhead Kunoichi realized what had happened. The Nara had connected their shadows and had paralyzed her. I'll let go of me, she shouted. Not yet, Shikamaru stated with a smirk. He made a throwing gesture, which Asuna mimicked. She ended up throwing her scythe away from the battlefield completely. The redhead realized what he was doing. That scythe is very important to me, she hissed. Yeah, my life, the lives of my teammates, and my scroll is also very important to me, Shikamaru remarked dryly. At that moment, Takuto charged at the Nara. Shikamaru tried to dodge the strike but then realized the muscular genin never tried to strike. He was trying to fake him out. Takuto then made a real swing this time. Shikamaru was forced to use the substitution jutsu. The use of the jutsu separated his shadow from Asuna's, freeing her from his jutsu. Shikamaru appeared right next to Hinata on the same branch of the tree. Hinata started to make hand signs before releasing her water-style gunshot. She released her water bullets towards the Takigenin. Rei walked forward again and raised his right hand. The water bullets immediately changed directions. Hinata and Shikamaru, who were not expecting this, were hit hard and knocked off the tree. Damn! That guy's got a really strong water affinity, Shikamaru noted as he was falling. An idea immediately came into his mind. Wait, I know how to turn this situation to an advantage. Good thing I have one more left. When Shikamaru and Hinata hit the ground, a scroll fell out of one Shikamaru's pockets and rolled to the middle of the clearing. The three Takigenin noticed this instantly. So this is the real one, Rei noted smugly as he went over to grab it. Heh. Nope. Naruto actually has the real one, Shikamaru noted inwardly as he made a hand sign. The scroll in Rei's hand lit up and exploded. The explosion knocked Rei back and caused him to hit another nearby tree hard head first. The lanky Takigenin was knocked out immediately. Rei! Asuna gasped before turning her attention to the Nara. Holy shit! How many explosives do you got? That's actually a good question. Hinata wondered to herself. Asuna, we have to take this seriously. End this now, Takuto informed his teammate as he slammed his axe into the ground. The Takigenin started to make hand signs. His red-headed teammate started to make hand signs of her own. Earth style, rising boulder. Wind style, great breakthrough. Multiple stones rose from the ground and remained in air in front of the Takigenin. Asuna then released a blast of wind that sent the boulders flying towards Hinata and Shikamaru at rapid, different speeds. Hinata and Shikamaru struggled to avoid them all. This is getting annoying, Shikamaru groaned as he tried his best to avoid the stones. Although he could avoid the large ones, the little ones would almost always hit him. He was starting to get injured in nearly every part of this body. Hinata didn't say anything. Being more flexible than Shikamaru, she was able to avoid the stones with little problem. She was, however, tiring herself out in the process. Let's keep this up, Asuna. They are getting tired, so it won't be long, Takuto noted as he made the hand signs again. Right. Asuna agreed as she made her hand signs, ready to redo the collaborative jutsu. In Naruto's mind, the blonde and the Kyuubi no Kitsune were still facing each other, not speaking. The Uzumaki wanted to say something, but he didn't really know what to say nor how to say it. The fox seemingly did not want to speak to him at all. After spending plenty of time in thought, the blonde finally had a question. Hey Kyubi? Naruto started. Why did you attack Konoha? The Kyubi opened his eyes and stared at him in almost amusement. And why do you want to know? He asked out of annoyance. Well, you wouldn't wonder why someone attacked your home? Naruto asked. Humph. The Kyubi closed his eyes again. I don't need to answer. Now just leave me. I want to sleep. No, seriously. Just answer. Naruto requested. Look, I just did a lot of thinking over here. Like it or not, we're stuck with each other. So if we have to be together, I think we need to get along with each other. So, just let me know why. So that way I can understand. Understand? The fox scoffed. Humans fail to understand many things. The human comment only added more fire to Naruto's drive to figure out. Naruto started to compare the Kyubi to Han, who also hated humanity. I'm being serious. Please. Just, let me try and understand. Naruto asked. The Kyubi opened his eyes again and stared at Naruto. He studied him for what felt like hours to the blonde. Finally, the Kyubi finally spoke. Believe me when I say this, I did not want to attack your village. It is beneath me to attack humans, he stated. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto seemed confused. Does that mean someone forced you? Humph. We'll continue this conversation some other day. But for now, you really should be getting back to your world. Your friends may need some assistance after all. The fox noted. The comment about Naruto's friends caused the blonde's eyes to widen. But how? How can I? Naruto asked. Your body has had enough time to recover. The only reason you haven't woken up is because your mind is here. Simply will yourself to leave. The Kyubi informed him. Now get out of here. Naruto nodded in understanding. Before he left though, he spoke up one more time. Hey Kyubi, or whatever your name is, we're going to be together for some time. Let's try and work together from now on, okay? You can have your secrets if you want, but just trust me and I'll trust you. We're stuck with each other after all, so let's try and be friends. Naruto gave the Kyubi a thumbs up before disappearing from his mind. The Kyubi was left alone. Friend? The Kyubi scoffed before laying his head down on the ground. The brat is more interesting than I thought. We can't get in close. Not without taking too many hits. Hinata noted as she and Shikamaru continued to try and avoid the assault from Takuto and Asuna's collaboration jutsu. This is getting very troublesome. We need to get these two to stop. We have to hit them from range. But how? Both of our long-range jutsus will just cancelled out by these stupid stones. Shikamaru's mind was working hard to figure out a way to end the jutsu. Just a little more, Asuna said excitedly. Right. Takuto agreed. The two Takigenin were about to restart the jutsu when the ground underneath them started to crack. They both take a second to look at it in confusion. Takuto wondered. A figure immediately popped out from underneath the ground. Naruto had jumped out from under the ground and delivered a strong punch to Takuto's jaw. The Takigenin coughed up blood. Naruto-kun! Hinata shouted in excitement from seeing that her crush was awake. And there's how we stop it, Shikamaru noted with a smirk. Naruto immediately made hand signs and delivered his wind style, great breakthrough at Takuto in close range. The muscular Takigenin had no time to react and was sent flying backwards into another tree nearby Rei. He, too, was knocked unconscious. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. But I'm here now, Naruto told his teammates with a grin on his face. Kariudo Asuna was staring in disbelief. In a matter of seconds, this blonde Konoha genin had appeared, interrupted their jutsu, and knocked Takuto out before she could even react. She didn't even sense that the boy had woken up. And now that he was in front of her, she could sense the massive chakra that he had. How did I not even notice him? Asuna asked herself before she shook her head. Damn it, never mind. I really do need a lot more training. Guess I'm not ready for Chunin. Peace, she stated, holding up her right hand. Her left hand was digging into a large pocket of her black pants. She pulled out the heaven scroll of her team. Consider this a surrender. So you're going to give us the scroll? Shikamaru asked. I'm not smart enough to pull off a 3-versus-1 fight. Besides, I may not be good friends with them, but I don't want my teammates getting injured in the crossfire, Asuna said with a sigh. The members of Team 3 nodded in understanding. Naruto took the heaven scroll Asuna offered him. The Taki Kunoichi proceeded to head over to her unconscious teammates and pick them up over her shoulder. She then headed off slowly in the direction Shikamaru had tossed her scythe in. Well, I didn't have to do much, but hey, we got ourselves a heaven scroll, Naruto informed his teammates with a chuckle. Hinata responded by rushing over to his side and asking questions. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? You're not hurt or anything? How long have you been awake for? Hinata, relax, he was just in the same position you were, Shikamaru said with a chuckle as he walked towards his teammates. Hey Naruto, you alright now after your sleep? Naruto gave a foxy grin in response. Of course I am Databeo, he answered. How did you get into the earth, by the way? I wasn't aware you dug any holes, the Nara questioned. Oh that? Heh, I guess you guys have never seen my earth-style headhunter jutsu, Naruto said with a grin. Oh, that jutsu Hansama gave you? Hinata asked. Yup. I was able to get underneath them and surprise them easily. The blonde nodded in affirmation. Now, what happened while I was knocked out, you guys? Let's just get out of this damn forest. I think I'm going to go insane if we stay in here for any longer, Shikamaru stated. I'll answer when we get out. Hey, yeah? I understand. Naruto laughed. Alright, so let's get out of here. The 3 members of Team 3 hurried off. Now that all 3 members were awake and that they had both scrolls, they could get out of the forest and complete their second exam. Hey guys. There's the tower, Naruto shouted. It didn't take long before Team 3 had found the tower at the center of the forest. Naruto and Hinata stared at the tower with excitement and relief. Shikamaru had similar feelings, but his adrenaline had officially stopped working at this point. Alright, let's go finish the exam now, Naruto noted excitedly. Thud. Shikamaru passed out on the floor and drifted off to sleep. Naruto and Hinata looked at their friend in surprise before laughing to themselves. Typical Shikamaru, Naruto noted between laughs. True, but he earned it. After taking care of us for so long, Hinata said with a smile. Yeah? I know. The blonde nodded in agreement before he picked up the sleeping Nara and placed him on his back. Let's get inside the tower and get him to a nice bed. The members of Team 3 continued from there, finishing their final short moments in the Forest of Death. For them, the second part of the Chunin exams was complete. Chapter 17, Second Exam. Complete. Iruka-sensei? Naruto mumbled in surprise. He and Hinata were both equally confused. After walking into the tower and realizing they needed to open both the Heaven and Earth scroll, their academy instructor, Yumino Iruka, appeared in front of them in a cloud of smoke. The man looked at his 2 former students, a proud smile on his face. It's been a while, hasn't it? He joked. I'm here to let you guys know that you all passed the second exam. Hell yeah! Naruto cheered as he jumped up and down. Shikamaru, who was still asleep on Naruto's back, was starting to mumble in his sleep about an earthquake. This caused Naruto to stop jumping and caused Hinata to giggle. Typical. I haven't seen him in months since you all graduated, and the first time I see him he is asleep. This feels nostalgic, Iruka said with a sigh. Shikamaru-kun hasn't changed much, Iruka-sensei. Hinata elaborated as she continued to giggle. I can see, the academy instructor said with another sigh. He then looked back at the awake members of Team 3 with a smile. I am proud of you all. I knew you would do great in your exam. Naruto and Hinata returned his smile with a large smile of their own. Both of their smiles were filled with pride and happiness. It was evident to Iruka, who merely chuckled. I'd love to keep chatting with you guys, but I think you all might want to get to a room and let Shikamaru sleep on a bed. All of you genin teams will be staying in rooms down that hallway while you wait for the time limit to end. You can take any bedroom that isn't already used, Iruka stated as he pointed to a hallway to the left of the shinobi. We all need to talk sometime soon. I'll treat you guys to ramen when the exam is over. Thank you. Hinata bowed to her former sensei. I'd love that, Databeo, Naruto stated excitedly. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Iruka watched as the 2 genin rushed off down the hallway. The Chunin chuckled to himself. They don't have to call me Iruka-sensei anymore. They aren't my students. And they'll probably be on my level soon too, he noted, still chuckling. We really do need to get ramen again. I missed you all, my precious students. The bedrooms were all plain, simple rooms. There were 3 beds, one for each member of a genin team, along with a table and floor mats to the side of it. There was also a mini kitchen in the corner of the room. The room was simple, but comfortable. Naruto laid Shikamaru on one of the beds in the room and covered him in a blanket. He and Hinata then walked out of the room. The two walked down the hallway in comfortable silence until they were interrupted by a loud, familiar voice. I was wondering when you guys would get here. The 2 genin turned around and saw Anko walking towards them. Their Jonin-sensei had a wide grin on her face. Anko-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked as he and Hinata walked up to her. All of the Jonin-senseis have been cooped up in this tower since the start of the second exam. We've been waiting for you brats to finish this exam already, she answered as her hands went towards her 2 students and ruffled their hair. An irritated groan came from Naruto's mouth and a gasp from Hinata's, which caused Anko to laugh. Good to have you guys here and see that you all passed. Where's Shikamaru? The 2 genin pulled themselves away from their sensei before Naruto answered. Asleep. We laid him on the bed in our room. Heh! Typical lazy ass. I'll harass him when he wakes up. Anko laughed. So spill the dirt. How was the exam? You guys did finish pretty early, you know? It's only the second day after all. Hinata was about to answer when she remembered something that happened early in the exam. Naruto remembered it as well. They needed to let their sensei know. Anko-sensei, we need to talk, Hinata said seriously. Okay? What's with all the doom and gloom? Anko asked with confusion. During the exam, we were attacked, Naruto answered. And? Anko asked, still confused about what was so serious. That's kind of what's supposed to happen, you know? Genin attacking genin and shit. None of you guys seem really injured or anything either. We weren't attacked by another genin. It was Orochimaru, Hinata clarified. All confusion left Anko's face. The Tokubetsu Jonin's mouth fell wide open as she openly gaped in front of her students. Her eyes were wide. The scene could have been enough to make anyone, especially her students, laugh. Then, excuse me? The shock on her face was converted to rage and anger. Her mouth turned to an angry scowl and her eyes were narrowed in rage. The snake summoner was also unconsciously releasing killing intent. The amount of rage projected from her was frightening to her students. He attacked us at the beginning of the exam. He knocked Hinata and me unconscious. The exam P-Proctor apparently came and confronted him. If she didn't, Shikamaru thinks we would have probably been killed. Naruto answered with a slight stutter due to his sensei's killing intent. The killing intent seemingly doubled along with Anko's rage. Her hands were clenched into fists. The tension in the room was nearly suffocating to the genin. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him. Anko screamed in her head. Her killing intent was still increasing. Come at me all you want, try and make my life worse, but don't you dare go after my students. You will regret this, you piece of shit traitor. You will fucking dash. Anko-sensei? Anko was snapped out of her thoughts. Her students were not used to seeing her like this, and therefore, were quite scared of her right now. The Tokubetsu Jonin frowned at the sight of them and did her best to calm down. After her rage had calmed, another thought entered her mind. Anko's eyes widened again, but this time in fear. He wouldn't, no. She immediately grabbed Naruto by the neck and pulled his jumpsuit's collar down slightly. All she saw was bare skin. Before he could say anything, she pushed him away and grabbed Hinata's neck. She studied it and saw only bare skin too. She released a sigh of relief. Thank God, they weren't marked, unless… Anko-sensei, what the dash? Does Shikamaru have a strange mark on his neck? Anko interrupted Naruto's sentence. The 2 genin stared at their sensei in confusion. At one moment, she was filled with rage and genuinely terrifying. Now, she looked frantic and scared. No. I didn't see anything. Hinata was the one to answer. She noticed Anko take another sigh of relief. Anko-sensei, are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine. I'm sorry about all of that. She apologized. I think we need to have a talk. All of us. Can you guys take me to Shikamaru? I'll wake him up. Both Naruto and Hinata nodded. The 3 shinobi walked down the hallway again in silence. Anko seemed in deep thought. Naruto and Hinata stared at their sensei. Although they were relieved to see her no longer enraged, they were still concerned. The three walked inside Team 3's room. Shikamaru was still asleep. Enko walked over to the Nara, put her hand on his shoulder, and shook him gently. Ugh, Mom, I've already graduated the academy. I don't need to wake up early for it. He grumbled in resistance. The snake summoner had a slight smile on her face, but she continued to push him. Not your mother. Sorry, but we need to talk. Around 10 minutes passed before Shikamaru got himself out of bed and was awake enough to carry a conversation. What is so important that we need to talk about now? Shikamaru asked with a yawn. Orochimaru. His sensei answered. Shikamaru's eyes widened and he made a conscious effort to wake himself up further. He knew he had to take this conversation seriously. Naruto told me you guys were attacked by him. The Tokubetsu Jonin started. I know that bastard loves to hear himself talk. What did he say to you all? Did he mention anything about me? He said that he was your sensei and that he wanted to see what your students could do in a fight. Shikamaru answered. I see. Well, he wasn't lying. Back before he betrayed Konoha, Orochimaru was my sensei. Enko stated with a sigh. Since that bastard has appeared again in my life and has now gone after you guys, I'd like to tell you my story with him. It'll probably explain a few things about myself and him. If anything, I'd like you guys to know why I may be a raging bitch in the next few days if anything happens involving him. A moment of silence passed. Enko looked uncomfortable, as if she didn't want to talk about this, but she felt that she needed to. Eventually, she finally found the strength to speak against her discomfort. Orochimaru taking a genin team was a big deal. The Sannin were considered the best trio of ninjas ever assembled, and they were only behind the Hokage in strength. Furthermore, the village just saw Jiraiya train a genin team that was becoming a legend of their own. So when it was announced that Orochimaru, who was considered the strongest of the Sannin, was going to be my sensei, I was fucking excited. I just knew I was going to become a legendary shinobi. My teammates thought so too. Enko started. Her eyes instinctively started to water when she mentioned her teammates, but she shook her head and continued. We started out like a normal team. Basic missions and training. All that normal shit that every team goes through. Then, my teammates disappeared. No trace. Enko released a deep sigh, trying to fight back her tears again. She did so by shaking her head once more. So, it was just me and Orochimaru. He took me up as his apprentice. This is when things really started to change. His teaching and his mannerisms became crueler. He was never the most emotional, warm-hearted person, but he was just getting downright cold. But I had built up so much respect for him and the legacy that he had created for himself that I didn't care about any of the changes. It made me blind to who he was becoming, and the things he was doing. This is when Orochimaru began doing the research and experiments he is infamous for. And I actually helped him do some of the research. Enko said, her voice now filled with shame. She couldn't hold back, tears were starting to come down her face. Not like I knew what he was really doing, but I still helped. I finally realized the true horror of his experiments when he started doing them on me. Enko pulled down the collar of her trench coat and showed off her neck. A black seal was noticeable to her genin students. Naruto noticed something. Was that what Enko-sensei was checking for earlier? If we had that thing? Naruto wondered. This is a curse seal, Orochimaru's curse seal of heaven. This seal provides those with it with extra chakra and power, but at a cost. The chakra given is Orochimaru's. His essence lives inside this damn seal. This essence taints the mind of those who have the seal, makes you more violent and power-hungry. And the survival rate of receiving this seal is low. Enko looked down as her crying seemingly worsened. Her students walked forward to her and hugged her. I was the first one to survive receiving this seal. Everyone else he tried on had died, including my genin teammates. Enko was now starting to shake, which only caused her students to tighten their hug. A few seconds of silence passed with the only noise being Enko's sobbing. Finally, she stopped shaking and crying long enough to continue. That piece of shit left Konoha soon after. The rest is history. She stated. That man has been hell in my life, and it seems he's returned and set his eyes on you. I'm sorry about getting you all involved with him. Sorry? Don't be sorry, Enko-sensei. Naruto answered. You didn't do anything at all. Orochimaru's a fucked up case, but that doesn't mean you are responsible for it. Naruto-kun's right. Don't feel responsible for us getting attacked. Hinata answered with determination. She, like her sensei, was also crying. Anko-sensei, I knew you were a strong ninja, but knowing that you've overcome Orochimaru, you are a role model. You are the strongest kunoichi I've ever met. But don't try and argue, Anko-sensei. Shikamaru interrupted. A sincere smile was on his face. We wouldn't lie about anything. Nothing is your fault. And you are one of the strongest ninjas Konoha has ever had. We've always thought that, and now we know that for sure. Naruto agreed. Orochimaru will pay for all this shit. We'll be there by your side to make sure you get the job. I'll make sure that bastard gets what he deserves for all that shit. Anko's emotions were running hectic. Tears were running down her face again. This time, however, they were tears of happiness. They were from the relief that her team was okay. They were from joy from hearing their kind words and praise. They were from feeling content, from belonging to a family, Team 3. Anko finally returned the group hug. The team stayed like this for a few more moments before Anko broke the hug as she rubbed away her tears. Okay, enough of this sappy, mushy stuff. I don't think my emotions can take any more of this. You guys are too much for me, I swear, she said jokingly. The happiness in her tone of voice was evident to anyone. Now, how about you all fill me on the rest of the exam? Like how you got your scroll? Conversation turned to normal again as Anko's genin informed her of the Taki genin and Shikamaru's work in looking after Naruto. The Tokubetsu Jonin was surprised and impressed with the Nara's strategies and the overall skill of her genin. Well, you guys did good. I'm very impressed with you all, Anko said when they finished. She started to walk towards the door. Anyway, I'll let you all relax now. Just wanted to catch up and see how you are all doing. If you want to find me, us Jonin instructors have our own hallway. The mention of other Jonin instructors reminded Naruto of something. Oh, that reminds me, Naruto said in realization. He then rushed over to the door and ran out. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to go pay someone a visit. The other members of Team 3 watched the blonde storm out. Does he even know where he's going? Hinata asked. Probably not. Shikamaru sighed. Heh. Hope the brat enjoys searching through this maze of a tower. Anko chuckled. Anko was right, the tower was a maze. Naruto ran through hallway after hallway, trying to find a certain person. After nearly 2 hours of searching and irritation, the Uzumaki finally found a large, open room that looked like an auditorium. Inside the room was the person Naruto was looking for, a familiar armored shinobi. The man had a pen in his hand and was staring intently at a piece of paper. He didn't notice the Uzumaki enter. "Han-ni!" Naruto shouted as he ran towards him. The armored shinobi finally looked up just in time to see the blonde run up to him and deliver a tackling hug to him. The man was shocked for a second before he returned the hug, a smile on his face. "Naruto. It's good to see you again. I see you passed the exam," Han stated. His voice had an unusual happy edge to it. "Of course I passed Databeo," the blonde answered proudly. He then let go of Han and gave him a wide smile. "I've been looking for you for the past 2 hours. I didn't know you were sending your team to the exam." It was a slightly last-minute decision. That Tsuchikage decided that he wanted to send a team or two to the exam this year, and I volunteered my team. Han answered. "Well, I'm glad you did. It's great to see you again," Naruto stated excitedly. "How've you been?" The Gobi Jinchuriki shrugged. "I can't complain. IWA is the same as always, but things have been relatively peaceful. Especially since I got to Konoha. I really like it here. It's very quiet and calm." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Konoha's great," he laughed. "What have you been doing here? You should have visited me. I haven't been here for too long, Naruto. Besides, I don't know where you live in the village," the IWA Jonin answered. "No excuses." Han actually chuckled a little when he saw the blonde pout. "What I have done so far is that I've been to your hot springs. And I've been working on a couple of illustrations." Han pointed to the paper in front of him. The paper had a depiction of a fight between two shinobi in a forest. It was a detailed drawing and looked very realistic. "Your village is very good for inspiration. You draw?" Naruto asked, still studying the paper. "This is great. It's only a small hobby, but thanks," Han responded nonchalantly. "That's enough about me, though. How have you been doing?" How's your training? The two Jinchuriki continued to discuss Naruto's training. The Uzumaki brought up his mastery of the headhunter jutsu to his ability to channel a portion of the Kyuubi's chakra. They then continued to catch up, discussing the events in their life. So, how much longer do you think it'll take before your team gets here? Naruto asked. They've been here, Han answered. What? They beat us? Naruto shouted, pouting slightly. The Gobi Jinchuriki chuckled at Naruto's facial expression. Correct. They've been here since the first day. I believe they were the first team to arrive. The second being a team from Suna and the third being your team. The Uzumaki grumbled to himself about getting beaten before he sighed and accepted it. He was happy to hear that Kuratsuchi and Roto had passed after all. You and your team should pay them a visit, by the way. I'm sure they would enjoy it, Han commented. Really? Naruto asked. Kuratsuchi and Roto would be. The Jonin amended. That sound about right. Risho's too much of a jackass to care about us. Naruto snickered. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure Hinata and Shikamaru would love to visit them. We'll go say hi to them now. With that notion in head, Naruto started to walk off. I'll talk to you later, Hani, the blonde stated before his walking turned to running. Han bid him farewell before turning back to his drawing. He had a smile on his face the rest of the time as he continued to work on it. Lazy ass! You and your team passed, Kuratsuchi stated excitedly. Shikamaru sighed in frustration. Naruto came running back to the room, interrupted his sleep, and dragged him and Hinata to the room a few doors down to hang out with the team from IWA. Normally this wouldn't that be much of an issue. Shikamaru, however, was running on very little sleep and he was extremely tired. He was very irritated and things were more troublesome than usual. Don't call me that, the Nara said with a groan. I call anyone whatever the hell I want to call them, Kuratsuchi retorted with a grin. You're lazy ass. Just like my Gramps' Gramps. It's a sign of affection. It's not a bad thing. She calls me dumbass sometimes and I don't get offended, Roto stated with a chuckle. He then turned to Hinata. A slight blush appeared on his face. I'm glad you passed, Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan? Naruto's eyes focused on Roto in a glare. Thank you. I'm glad you guys passed as well, Hinata said back. Humph. Risho groaned. The Kurigane got up from sitting down on his bed and left the room immediately, closing the door loudly. All eyes turned to it. The hell's up his butt? Naruto asked. I knew he doesn't like us, but I figured he'd just go to sleep or ignore us. He's been like that ever since he got to Konoha, more aggressive, more angry, and more of a dick than usual. And that says something, Roto said with a sigh. Anyway, you guys are just in time, Kuratsuchi stated as she reached into her weapons pouch on her pants. Instead of pulling out a weapon, she pulled out a deck of cards. We were going to play a game. But since Risho just bailed on us, we can play with you guys. I'm game, Naruto said excitedly. Sure, Hinata agreed. A card game? Nah. Sorry. I'm going back to our room and sleeping, Shikamaru said dismissively. What? The room chorused, Naruto and Kuratsuchi being the loudest. Come on, Shikamaru. Have a little fun, the Uzumaki encouraged with his traditional grin. We just want to have fun and talk a little. Catch up. Do what friends do, Kuratsuchi added, a grin of her own on her face. I'm going to sleep, Shikamaru said again as he walked to the door. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. You always sleep. Lazy ass. I haven't all day today. I'm getting sleep, he answered as he opened the door. Just play one game. Come on. If you don't, I'll get revenge on you somehow, the IWA Kunoichi threatened. Her voice was low and intimidating to the other genin in the room. The Nara responded by walking out of the door and closing it. The four shinobi in the room stared at the door for a second before groaning. I just wanted to play a little and see how he's doing, humph. Kuratsuchi scoffed in irritation. He's going to regret this. I'll get him back. The other three shinobi were staring at the IWA Kunoichi with a trace of fear in their eyes. What's she going to do? Hinata whispered to Roto, her stutter returning slightly. I don't know. Nothing lethal at least. But Kuratsuchi gets scary when she's irritated, so I don't want to be Shikamaru right now, he responded with a shudder. Well, screw him for now, Kuratsuchi spoke up, ending the conversation. She then proceeded to shuffle the cards. Well, let's forget about him. Who's ready for a game? The four genin proceeded to play a variety of card games. They chatted about various topics as they played, ranging from how they passed the second exam to things going on their village. Naruto and Hinata learned that Roto has a sister who just got married a week before the games. They also learned that Kuratsuchi helped teach a class at the Iwagakure Ninja Academy, and that she has a soft spot for kids. In turn, the two IWA shinobi learned things about Naruto and Hinata. The four ninja continued to play different card games and bond, having fun while doing it. Hours passed before Roto ended up getting tired. He headed over to his bed and fell asleep. Soon after, Hinata got tired and left the room to go get sleep of her own. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were alone, playing cards with each other. Conversation got less frequent, and a slight tension filled the room. Kuratsuchi finally broke the tension with a question she had been meaning to ask the blonde. Naruto, has anyone told you look like the Yellow Flash? She asked as she drew another card. Huh? Like the Yandame Hokage? Naruto asked in clarification as he put a card down on the table. No. No one has. Really? The IWA Kunoichi turned her attention away from the cards and towards Naruto. She studied his face before speaking again. Because you look like an identical copy of him. I swear, he has to be related to you somehow. Like your dad or your uncle or something. Naruto seemed to be in deep thought before he shook his head. Nah, I'm just an orphan. I'm sure I would have been told if I was related to the Yandame. Hell, someone would have probably adopted me if I was. He responded with a sigh. He got a dreamy look in his eyes. Would be kinda cool if I was though. He's been my idol for some time, so it would be kinda funny if he was my uncle or something like that. Huh, kinda cool, huh? Kuratsuchi's tone of voice became cold. A scowl developed on her face. Sure. Being related to a mass murderer would be kinda cool to some people, I guess. Naruto glared at her, a scowl developing on his face. Don't say that about him. The Yandame was a great guy and one of Konoha's greatest heroes. He was no mass murderer. He responded. Did you study the Third Shinobi World War at all? Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. Your great hero slaughtered hundreds of IWA shinobi. So many lives lost in a flash, that is no hero. I call it as it is, he's a murderer. He didn't kill anyone for no reason. Everything he did was to protect Konoha. The Uzumaki retorted angrily. If he didn't do what he did, then many Konoha ninjas would have died. Humph. The way you're talking makes it sound like IWA was some giant monster nation. Like as if we started the war. The IWA Kunoichi was getting angry as well. Well, Konoha didn't start the war. Naruto responded. And neither did IWA. Kuratsuchi hissed back. The two genin said nothing else. Tension filled the room. Naruto spent the entire team thinking. At first, he was angry at Kuratsuchi and IWA. Then, his thoughts turned deeper. Kuratsuchi was correct. The Yandame Hokage did kill hundreds of IWA shinobi during the war. But it was also true that he was killing for Konoha and to make sure that the village and its people were safe. He knew that Konoha did not cause nor want the war. IWA, however, didn't want or cause the war either. Neither side wanted it, and neither side wanted their people to die. Slowly, Naruto's anger turned to sadness. His rage-filled face turned to a frown, which soon turned to a neutral, thoughtful face. This is what war causes, huh? Naruto spoke up, alerting Kuratsuchi. It just causes many people to die. It causes suffering. It creates hate. It causes good people to do bad things. Kuratsuchi was staring at Naruto in surprise, wondering where this was coming from. He returned her stare, his eyes filled with determination. When I am Hokage, I will make sure there is no more war. That way no one has to suffer around the world. That is my promise, he stated with determination. Kuratsuchi was now gaping at the blonde. She had never heard such a declaration from someone. From her first impression of Naruto, she would have never expected something like this from him. You think that that's possible? She asked. It's only impossible if you don't try. I really think it is. If we try, if everyone tries, we can create a world of peace. Naruto affirmed his newfound belief. Something about his words appealed to Kuratsuchi. It made sense in her head. She agreed with his ideal for peace, and she entertained the idea that he could create such a world. If he thinks he can, then so can I, she told herself, a smile appearing on her face. Then, when I am Tsuchikage, I will help create this world without a war, a world filled with peace. The Iwa Kunoichi said. Naruto turned to Kuratsuchi. He grinned in response. It's a promise then, he stated as he held out his fist. A promise that'll become a reality, she agreed as the two bumped fists. The two genin were done with card games. After their conversation, they bid each other goodnight and headed off to bed. The two Kagetobi went to sleep with big ideals and plans for the future. Day 3 in the tower began early in the morning for Mitarashi Anko. A loud knock on the door in her room woke her up. The knocking continued, forcing her out of bed. The sleepy Tokubetsu Jonin walked towards the door at a sluggish pace. Who is it? She asked with a yawn as she opened the door and saw the second exam proctor. She then blinked. Kurenai? Anko, we need to talk, the red-eyed woman stated. The snake summoner led her friend into her room. The two Kunoichi sat down on Anko's bed. I've been busy with the Hokage recently, so I haven't gotten the chance to let you know. But you need to know this. Kurenai started. Orochimaru he's here and he attacked my team. I know already, she interrupted. It was Kurenai's turn to blink in surprise. You know? Yup, my brats got to the tower yesterday and told me. We had a long conversation about it. Anko noted. So your team is okay then? Kurenai asked, sighing in relief. Yup. They got here safely, thanks to you. If you didn't interfere, then that snake might have gotten the change to kill them, Anko stated. She gave her friend a smile and a hug before continuing. Guess I owe you one. Thank you so much for saving them, Kurenai. Kurenai returned the hug and gave a smile of her own. You don't owe me anything. I'm just glad that they're okay. The two broke the hug and sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Anko finally broke it with a sigh, her face becoming more serious. What did the Hokage say about any of this? Do we have any idea what the snake is here for? She questioned. The Genjutsu specialist shook her head. We don't know what he's after. It has something to do with the Chunin exams, though. He threatened me in the forest when I confronted him that if we cancelled them for any reason, he would destroy the village. Anko's eyes narrowed in suspicion. The Hokage isn't cancelling them. He's tightening the security in the village and any area associated with the exams. The ANBU are also scanning Konoha as we speak and will be continuing to do so until the exams are over. We're hoping to catch Orochimaru before he goes through with whatever he's planning. Naturally. Anko nodded in understanding. How are you doing with all of this? The red-eyed Jonin asked. Anko sighed. I mean, I'm okay, I guess. I'm just confused about why he's back now. Why now? What does that snake have planned? Her hand then clenched into a fist. And I am still pissed about him attacking my team. I highly doubt that was part of his plans to attack them. He just did it to fuck with me. And I'm not going to let him get away with that. We aren't. Kurenai corrected. I don't know what Orochimaru has planned, but coming to Konoha will prove to be a mistake. We are going to finally get rid of that traitor while he's here. He will be put to justice. Anko nodded in agreement. Anyway, while we wait for him to come out, let's enjoy ourselves, Kurenai said as she got off the bed and held out her hand. Come on. Let's go get ourselves a drink. Anko nearly choked as she took her friend's hand and got out of bed. You are going to invite me to get a drink? Are you finally gonna stop being a prude and actually drink? No. But I think you may need some sake, her friend informed her. You do as well. You're always so stiff and stuff. You need something to lighten you up a little, her friend pointed out to her with a playful smirk. Perhaps if you did, maybe you'll get lucky with a summa. Anko. The Tokubetsu Jonin laughed as she watched her normally calm, serious friend blush in embarrassment. The two friends soon walked out of the room and headed off to get something to drink. So this is day 3, right? Naruto asked his teammates. Not that much longer until the exam ends, huh? Not really. Just 2 more days, Shikamaru answered. I'm sure the team's still in the forest, and starting to get a little uneasy. They don't have too much time to get their scrolls. Probably. Hinata nodded in agreement. Good thing we don't have to worry about that though. Heh. Good thing indeed. Naruto gave his teammates a grin. Anyway, let's kill the day with Han's team again. Another set of card games? Count me out. Shikamaru yawned. You know, Kuratsuchi will probably do something to you if you refuse to play again. She was pissed that you left last night. The blonde informed him. What's the worst she could do? The Nara answered with a shrug. I think it'd be fun to go visit them again. It was fun last night, Hinata said, ignoring her lazy friend. 2 votes against 1. We win, Naruto said smugly before grabbing Shikamaru's hand and pulled him off the bed, causing him to groan. Now let's head on out. Naruto and Hinata then hurried out of the room, dragging Shikamaru with them. As they exited their room, they noticed another team of genin in the hallway. The team turned their attention to the members of Team 3. The team was another team from Konoha. The first and most apparent member of the team was a boy with very thick eyebrows wearing all green spandex with orange leg warmers. He wore a red forehead protector as a belt, and he had a bowl-cut styled hair. The second member of the team was a girl with brown hair that was put in 2 buns. She wore a pink sleeveless blouse, dark green pants, and blue sandals. The final member was a boy with long black hair that wore it in a ponytail. He wore a khaki shirt, dark brown shorts, blue sandals, and he had bandages over his right arm and right leg. We were not the first team from Konoha to pass. It seems we need more training. I'll make sure to do another 20 laps around the village in addition to my usual training, the boy wearing green spandex stated. He then rushed forward to Naruto, who was the closest member of Team 3 to him. It's a pleasure to meet you 3, my youthful competition. Eh? Naruto gave him a strange look out of confusion. Shikamaru emulated it. May I have your name? He asked, getting in Naruto's face. The blonde thought he could see fire coming out of his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto answered in confusion. Wait a second. You're Rock Lee, aren't you? You're that guy Sasuke wanted to know information about. Shikamaru remembered from before the first exam. The boy turned towards Shikamaru and nodded. Yes, my name is Rock Lee. And these are my youthful teammates, Tenten and Hyuga Niji. Hey. The girl, Tenten, greeted them with a wave. Hyuga? Naruto and Shikamaru recognized the name. Their eyes darted back and forth between Hinata and the other boy, Niji. Their teammate was staring at the ground while Niji was glaring at her. Hinata-sama, it seems you have passed the second exam, Niji said after a period of prolonged silence. Why yes, Niji-Nisan. Hinata answered, her stutter returning. Nisan? Naruto seemed confused. He knew Hinata had a younger sister, but she made no mention of an older brother. Humph. For your team to have finished the exam so fast, your teammates must be really something. Niji's eyes then turned to study Naruto and Shikamaru. He then focused his attention to Shikamaru. You're a Nara, aren't you? Yeah. The name's Nara Shikamaru. What of it? He asked. You must be a genius even amongst your clan to be able to drag these 2 failures here this fast. I must say, I can't wait to test my strength against you, the Hyuga stated, a smug grin on his face. Niji! Tenten spoke up in annoyance. She already could tell where this conversation was going. Hey! I am no failure and neither is Hinata-chan! Who the hell do you think you are? Naruto shouted at the boy loudly. No, the more appropriate question is who do you think you are? Niji returned Naruto's question. I recognize you. You are the boy that failed the graduation exam at the academy twice. Just because you finally passed the exam does not change who you are. Once a failure, always a failure. But that is just your opinion, Niji, Lee stated. Anything can be changed if you work hard enough. Any failure can become a genius of hard work if they put forth the right effort. Ugh. This is happening again. Tenten groaned, not wanting to hear the argument between her 2 teammates. This was clearly not something new to her. Try as hard as you may, we cannot change who we are. No one can change fate, Niji answered dismissively. Isn't that right, Hinata-sama? And no. Hinata shook her head. You may have been born in the main branch of the Hyuga clan, but you will always be the weak, stuttering girl you've always been. The older Hyuga continued to speak, ignoring her answer. Believe whatever the hell you want, but don't talk down to Hinata-chan. Or anyone for that matter. Naruto shouted at him. Fate doesn't exist, and if it does, then it can be changed if you put your mind to it. YOSH! Lee rushed back over to Naruto, his eyes seemingly gleaming with excitement. You are a genius of hard work as well? How very youthful! I hope we get the chance to spar at some point, Naruto-kun. Ahem. Tenten coughed loudly, causing everyone to stare at her. I'm sorry to break up this discussion on hard work and fate and stuff, but my team just finished the second exam and I feel like we should finally get a room and lay down. Niji nodded in agreement and, after giving one more glare to Hinata, walked down the hallway. Lee gave an elaborate bow to Team 3 before following behind his teammate. I'm sorry about them. They're eccentric and very firm in their beliefs. Tenten apologized to the members of Team 3. It was nice to meet you all. Congrats on passing as well. The kunoichi then ran back down the hallway, following her teammates. Team 3 was left alone again. So that happened. Shikamaru finally spoke up. Lee's cool. A little strange. Naruto shivered at the way Lee's eyes lit up and his enthusiasm for a second. He then grinned before he continued. But hey, the guy's cool. And he's right. With the right work, anyone can change. Hinata hummed to herself looking down. Hey Hinata, who was that guy? Shikamaru asked. Seems like a real jackass. That's my cousin, she answered. He wasn't always like that. Please don't hate him for that. He has his reasons for his behavior. I don't care what reasons he has, no one can be that rude to you. He better hope we don't have to fight, Naruto said with affirmation. Hinata looked down again. Come on. Let's go visit Han's team. Pass the time peacefully, Shikamaru offered. Naruto and Hinata took him on the offer. They went back to the room the team from IWA was staying and hanged out with the genin. In a little bit, Hinata was able to forget that encounter with her cousin. The team was able to enjoy themselves and their time in the tower. They only had a little bit more time left for relaxation and peace. Time went by faster. The 5-day time limit ended and all the genin teams were led to a large open room similar to an auditorium. Altogether, 8 teams had passed, 5 from Konoha, 1 from Suna, 1 from IWA, and 1 from Oto. 24 genin had passed. Looks like the teams that all stood out passed. Sasuke noted with a smirk as his eyes wandered from Rock Lee to Gaara to Kuratsuchi. All the rookie teams passed. Niji realized before his eyes focused on a glare towards Hinata. How the hell did those Oto guys still pass? We took their scroll in the forest when they attacked us. Kiba groaned as he looked at the team from Otogakure. Whatever. We can take them. Those guys and the IWA team are going down. On a raised platform, the Sandaime Hokage stood at a podium. The Jonin senseis of the 8 genin teams were standing by his side along with the Chunin exam proctors. All of them were staring at the genin intently. I never thought I'd see the day when 24 brats passed. Kurenai, you were soft during your exam, Ibiki inwardly noted. Or perhaps the candidates this year are even better than I thought. I never expected 8 teams to pass. I really thought it would be in the single digits. 4 teams tops. Kurenai was surprised. Her eyes then focused on Team 3 and she instinctively released a sigh of relief. Anko, your team looks fine. At least they got out of that thing alive. Kurenai stepped forward towards the edge of the raised platform and proceeded to speak. I must congratulate you all on passing the second exam, she informed them with a small smile on her face. This is my first year proctoring, so I am very impressed to see so many teams have passed. Damn right it's your first year. I would have never passed this many. Anko grumbled, still bitter about not being able to be a proctor. I must echo Kurenai-san's praise. You have all done well so far. Hiruzen spoke up. I will now explain the third exam, but before I do, I'd like to elaborate more on the purpose of this exam. Kurenai-san, if you may. The exam proctor nodded in understanding before walking back in line with the other spectators. The Sandaime Hokage proceeded to explain the purpose of the Chunin exams, a substitution for war. Many of the genins were shocked by this realization. War? These exams are like war? Naruto repeated the idea, feeling uncomfortable. Kuratsuchi had a similar uncomfortable feeling about the idea. War, huh? Risho mumbled, taking a second to look at the various Konoha genin around him. His hand instinctively went to his sword as a smirk developed on his face. Heh. Seems fitting. The Sandaime continued his lecture. He mentioned the politics involved with the exam and that many visitors will be watching, including daimyos and noblemen. Hiruzen stated how the exams were also a way to show them the power of each shinobi village. When his lecture was finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to explain what the third exam was when a man appeared on the floor of the auditorium. He was a sickly man with brown hair that was covered by a Konoha forehead protector that was worn like a bandana. He wore the traditional Konoha shinobi uniform, including the flak jacket. He also had katana strapped on his back. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama." The man spoke with a cough. "But, allow me, Gecko Hate, to continue from here." "Go ahead." The Sandaime permitted. The man, Hate, stood up and turned his attention to the genin teams. He raised his hands as he coughed again before he started to speak again. "As you have heard, my name is Gecko Hate. While, it is good that so many of you had passed, it also proposes a problem. Too many of you have passed." He told them, still coughing. "Therefore, we are going to hold a preliminary exam right now to determine who will participate in the third exam. Omake 3, Kuratsuchi's revenge the previous night, the night before the preliminaries. Good night, guys." Shikamaru told his teammates as he headed to bed early. The Nara was tired. Again. Every day since the beginning of the second exam, he has been exhausted. His body and his mind seemed to be angry about all the work he performed in the second exam and therefore were demanding plenty of sleep in compensation. Shikamaru was in no mood to reject this demand. He hopped into his bed, covered himself up, and prepared to fall asleep. He closed his eyes. Comfy? Shikamaru's eyes opened again and he scanned his room. There, standing by the bed, was Kuratsuchi. The Iwa Kunoichi had a devious grin on her face, but Shikamaru was too tired to really care. "Can I help you?" he answered as he closed his eyes. "You know, if you really wanted to help with something, you would probably need your eyes open," the Iwa Kunoichi pointed out. The Nara ignored her suggestion and kept his eyes closed. Kuratsuchi frowned and proceeded to make hand signs. Water style, water trumpet. A blast of water immediately hit Shikamaru's head. The blast was light so that it would not injure him. It had the desired effect though. Shikamaru was soaked, he got himself out of bed, and his eyes were wide open. What the hell? He shouted in surprise. Good. You're up! Kuratsuchi exclaimed, giggling to herself. Shikamaru glared at the giggling girl in front of him. "And why did you just attack me?" "'Cause you were going to fall asleep," she answered simply, still giggling. "And what's the problem with that?" he asked as he tried to lie back down again to go to sleep. He then tried to close his eyes again. Kuratsuchi frowned and proceeded to jump onto his bed. This caused him to gasp, keeping his eyes open. "Revenge. For what?" Shikamaru questioned. His mind worked to remember what she was talking about. It didn't take long for him to remember. He sighed. "Wait, are you seriously still mad about me not playing a silly card game?" "I told you I'd get revenge," she responded. "I was tired." He rolled his eyes before attempting to close his eyes again. "And I still am, you're always tired," she replied, jumping up on the bed again and causing his eyes to open again. "Ugh." The Nara shook his head in frustration. "Are you seriously going to keep my teammates up when they come to bed?" "Them? Of course not." Kuratsuchi's face turned into a grin. "I already told them about this. They're sleeping in different rooms for the night. It's just going to be you and me." "You have got to be kidding me." The Nara slammed his head against the headrest of his bed, hoping it would knock him out. It didn't. "You do realize that one card game would have been about 20 minutes. How does that equal a full night's sleep?" "It's not about the card game, it's about sending a message," she responded ominously. "Huh? What message?" "That you need to stop being an antisocial lazy ass." Shikamaru groaned. "This is going to be a long night, troublesome girl." The Nara's prediction was correct. Every time he was about to sleep, Kuratsuchi would do something to wake up. Whether it was jumping up on the bed, saying something in an overly loud voice, or splashing him with a water jutsu, the Iwa Kunoichi had a variety of ways to make sure Shikamaru wasn't going to sleep. 2 hours into the torture, revenge, Kuratsuchi started to yawn. "Getting tired yourself, huh? Why don't you get some sleep yourself?" Shikamaru nearly begged, hoping that if she fell asleep, he could sleep as well. "Nope. I took a long nap earlier in the day just so I could do this," she replied, trying to stifle another yawn. "Go to sleep, please," Shikamaru begged. "No," Kuratsuchi retorted. "Please. No. Please." Never! Please! No! The next day, Naruto walked over to his room with a grin on his face. The second exam was going to be over in a little more than an hour. He and the others were going to need to get prepared, so he had to go get Shikamaru. I wonder what kind of shape he's in. He's probably really tired and really pissed off. Naruto chuckled. Kuratsuchi's a genius. I'm going to have to do this to him someday the next time he pisses me off, Databeo. Naruto opened the door the second he got there. Hey Shikamaru. What's you dash? Naruto started but stopped when he saw the sight in front him. Shikamaru and Kuratsuchi were both asleep. Shikamaru was underneath the covers and Kuratsuchi was on top of them. Despite this, the two genin were cuddling. Naruto stared at the scene in front of him for a few seconds in shock before he started to grin again. His mind memorized the mental picture in front of him before he left the room, trying to find some way to record it. This is the perfect blackmail, was the only thought through his head. The loud noise the Uzumaki made ended up stirring the two sleeping genin. They woke up at the same time and noticed the position they were in. Kuratsuchi had jumped off the bed and Shikamaru had fallen off the bed on the other side. The two stared at each other for what felt like forever. They were both blushing. Seconds passed before this never happened. Got it? They spoke together in near unison. The two nodded in agreement. Kuratsuchi immediately left the room and Shikamaru proceeded to get ready for the day. Still, the two could not erase the blush on each of their faces. Chapter 18. Beginning the preliminaries. A preliminary exam? The hell? Kiba asked. Most of the 24 genin had similar concerns. They were all confused about what was happening. According to exam protocol, we are required to have a preliminary exam if the number of participants goes over a certain limit. Hate explained before he went into a coughing fit. He waited until he finished coughing before continuing to speak. Sorry about that. Anyway, as Hokage-sama said, many important guests and potential clients will be attending the exams, so we will do our best to ensure that they are fast-paced and intense. Therefore we will have a preliminary exam right now. What? Now? Ino shrieked. Yes. Now. The exam proctor affirmed. If this is an issue to anyone, you can walk away and leave the exam. From this point, the Chunin exams will be based on the individual, so a team will not be disqualified if one member has to leave. Naruto turned to his two teammates. The three friends gave each other a look. All three would stay and compete. Excuse me. I'll walk out then. All genin turned to face the voice. Yakushi Kabuto was rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Kabuto-san, you are leaving? Sakura asked with wide eyes. Yeah. I have some injuries from the forest that I need to get treated. He answered with a frustrated sigh. I don't think I could handle another exam right now. My health is more important. Guess I'll just have to try again next time. Yakushi Kabuto, of Konoha's Team 19? Hate questioned the silver-haired genin. The genin nodded in response. Very well then. You are free to go. Kabuto immediately broke formation and started to walk away. The genin in the room stared at him as he left. Some were staring in shock and others in disbelief that somebody would have to quit the Chunin exams after coming so far. A few, however, were looking at him with suspicion for that reason. So that's the 7th time that guy failed? Naruto wondered as he narrowed his eyes. I don't get. He just quit before even hearing what the preliminary exam was like. He could maybe have done it, no matter what injuries he has. Is he not even trying to pass? Shikamaru was wondering the same thing. His eyes turned to focus on one of the Oto genins, a black-haired boy that had his arms wrapped up in a sling. That guy is still competing with 2 broken arms. And Kabuto, who seems physically fine, quits and fails the exams. Again. He closes his eyes and thought. That guy, there's something going on with him. Silence filled the room as Hate waited to see if anyone else would quit. It soon became apparent that no one else would. If no one else is planning on leaving, then, I'll explain the rules of the preliminary exam. It will be series of 1 versus 1 fights. Hate explained as he pointed a finger upwards towards a large screen on the ceiling. That screen will display 2 names at random. When your name is shown, you will fight against the other person chosen. The winner will move on to the 3rd exam and the loser will fail. Hate's explanation was interrupted by another cough. There will be 12 matches in total. Since there is an odd number of you, The 12th match will be between the person who hasn't fought yet and one person chosen at random from the winners of the previous 11 matches. Wait, what? So that means that one of us will have to win 2 matches to pass the preliminaries? Sakura asked as some fear crept onto her face. That's a bunch of bull, Kiba shouted. That means one person is going to have an easy match against someone who is tired out. That's not even fair, Ino shouted. Call it whatever you like, but you're not going to change the system, Hate stated firmly. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed in frustration. For the love of God, please don't let me have to do 2 fights. The preliminary exam will begin now, Hate declared. The screen lit up and names started flashing on the screen. All the genin focused intently on the screen. A full minute passed by before the screen stopped on 2 names. Hyuga Niji vs. Abumi Zaku. This is the first match. You 2 will stay here. Will all the other combatants please move to the raised platform? The exam proctor stated as he gestured to the stairs in the room. The genin all nodded in response as they, excluding Niji and Zaku, headed to the stairs. So that jerk is going first, huh? Naruto noted as a smirk developed on his face. Heh, alright then. Let's see if you can back up any of your big talk. Niji and I-san, good luck. Hinata mentally wished her cousin good luck. The genin finally reached the upper platform and stood near the rails of the platform to watch the matches. The Jonin senseis walked over to meet up with their students. Yo guys! Enko called out as she walked behind her students. Gotta say, I don't remember seeing a preliminary ever. This is actually exciting to me. You all better not fuck up your fights. Do you honestly think we will? Naruto rolled his eyes at her question. Not really. She shrugged in response. She then turned to Hinata. So, one of those guys is a Hyuga. You know him? Yeah. Hinata answered quietly. Enko realized that Hinata didn't seem to want about the guy. She decided to comply to her student's desire. Well, the match I guess is about to start. The members of Team 3 stared down at the 2 genin. Niji chuckled to himself. Zaku noticed this and scowled. You have something to say? The Odo genin asked sharply. I'd advise you quit now, Niji advised. Zaku's eyes widened at the declaration before they narrowed into a glare. And why do you say that, punk? While I do not know much of Oto nor do I know your skills, I can see that you are crippled. You cannot hope to beat with that kind of a handicap, Niji answered, giving a condescending smirk. Fate has decided you will not pass. Just quit and save everyone the time. Zaku grit his teeth as he glared at the boy in front of him. You arrogant piece of... He growled before his mouth turned upward into a smirk. He got into a position to charge. He then wiggled his right arm a little. Well, look at that. Guess I can use this to beat your punk-ass face into the ground. Humph. Niji shook his head before he got into the stance of the gentle fist. You'll regret this. Hate looked back and forth between the 2 genin before he raised his hand. First match, begin, he stated. Zaku made the first move, charging towards Niji. He removed his right arm from his sling and tried to land a punch at Niji's face. The Hyuga only smirked as he used his hand to push Zaku's fist away. He then used his other hand to deliver a palm to Zaku's chest, knocking him backwards a few feet. Niji proceeded to make a hand sign. Byakugan, he shouted. Niji charged at the Odo genin. Zaku attempted to avoid the Hyuga's palms and fight back, but he couldn't. The Hyuga was moving too quick to avoid all of his attacks. Zaku also realized that each time he blocked, it still felt like he was getting hit. Zaku moved back and tried to land a kick at the Hyuga's stomach. Niji easily dodged it and hit Zaku's chest with another palm. The Odo genin was sent flying backwards. He hit the ground and coughed up blood. Just give up. You can't win, Niji advised again, the condescending smirk still on his face. Fuck you, Zaku hissed in response as he lifted the right hand. He pointed it at the Hyuga. Decapitating airwave. A blast of air was fired directly towards Niji. The Konoha genin avoided the attack and charged again. The Oto genin smirked as the Hyuga proceeded to get in close to him. He then pulled his left arm out of the sling and aimed at Niji. Zaku attempted to use another blast of air from his left hand. Niji, however, moved faster and landed a palm strike on Zaku's hand at a point where a hole was. Zaku's jutsu was not released through his hand. The air blast was released through his left arm. puncturing his skin and creating holes so it could be released. The Oto Genin screamed in pain as he fell to his knees. "H!" he moaned, trying to pull himself up. His effort failed and the boy fell face first to the ground. "What the fuck did you to me? My Byakugan allows me to see your chakra network. I saw how those tunnels in your arms since I activated, and I also saw how that air technique worked. You released the chakra through those holes in your hands. So I sealed off the tenketsu in your hand at the point where the hole was located," Niji answered. "Your chakra couldn't get released from the hole, but it needed to get released somehow. So, it released itself at the expense of your arm." The Hyuga proceeded to walk away, towards the stairs. "Proctor, call the match. It's over and he will not get up." Zaku could not retort this. The boy succumbed to the pain in his arm and chest and passed out. Hate signaled for medical service as he pointed to Niji. "Winner, Hyuga Niji." "Damn!" Naruto whistled. "I guess he can back up some of the stuff he says. Niji and I-san is considered a prodigy in the Hyuga clan," Hinata stated quietly with a smile. "Hinata-chan, I don't know why you are so happy he won. That guy was a jackass to you earlier," the Uzumaki commented. Hinata looked down. "It's complicated." Niji walked upstairs and headed to his team while Zaku was carried away by medics. Hei took the time to speak up. "The second match will begin now," he stated as the screen lit up. All eyes were focused on the screen again. Another minute passed before the screen stopped on another two names. Akimichi Choji versus Naro Shikamaru. Naruto's and Hinata's eyes went wide as they turned to face their teammate. Shikamaru's mouth dropped for a second before it twisted into a frown. "You have got to be kidding me." The Nara groaned as he shook his head. "Isn't that the Akimichi boy you guys hang out with sometimes?" Anko asked. "Yeah," Naruto answered. "Shikamaru-kun." Hinata frowned as she looked over at her teammate and friend. "Whatever. It's what was picked, so I guess it is happening." Shikamaru sighed as he walked towards the stairs. "Shikamaru's lazy. He won't want to do shit. You can totally kick his ass. Go Choji!" Ino shouted as she watched Choji walk down the stairs. Both Asuma and Shino sighed. The two of them were cheering for the Akimichi as well, but they felt like keeping their comments to themselves, unlike a certain blonde member of their team. Shikamaru and Choji finally reached the fighting ground. The two boys stared at each other, both frowning. Choji, himself, almost looked ill at the prospect of fighting his best friend. The two continued to stare for a few seconds before Shikamaru finally broke the silence with a sigh. "It can't be helped. Let's just get this over with at Choji," he commented as he got into a stance. "You really want to fight, Shikamaru?" Choji asked hesitantly. I don't think I can. I don't want to have to fight you." "Choji, you are way too gentle." Shikamaru shook his head before speaking. "I don't want either, but it is what it is. And after the hell I went through in the second exam, I'm not quitting, and I don't want to see you quit either. We just have to do this. So, let's just give it our best and see what happens. No regrets and all that." Choji still looked hesitant to fight. Shikamaru's eyes then widened as an idea entered his head. "Choji, let's turn this fight into a bet. If I win, you have to help me out with a few chores at my house. And if you win, I'll take you out for barbecue, my treat," he suggested. Shikamaru's plan worked. At the mention of barbecue, Choji's eyes brightened. His disposition changed entirely as he got into a fighting position. "You're going to regret that," begged Shikamaru. The Akimichi declared confidently, all traces of hesitation gone from his voice. "Now that barbecue is on the line, I can't lose." Typical Choji. The way to motivate him is through the stomach. Shikamaru chuckled to himself before speaking aloud. "Well, my mom has a few things she needs me to get done, and it's all going to be a pain in the ass, so I'm going to need your help with it." "I won't lose either." Hate raised his hand. "Second match, begin." Choji quickly made a hand sign and shouted, "Expansion Jutsu!" The boy's body expanded, causing him to look like a giant ball. "Human boulder!" Choji tucked in his limbs and then rolled towards Shikamaru at great speeds, resembling a moving boulder. The Nara jumped out of the way of his rolling friend. Choji responded by changing directions, aiming once again for Shikamaru. Shikamaru continued to dodge his rolling friend while Choji continued to try and run him over. "I can't do a damn thing to him with that expansion jutsu activated. I need to end that jutsu of his." Shikamaru mentally noted. The Nara pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. He then threw it onto the ground directly in front of Choji's rolling body. The Akimichi rolled over it almost immediately, and the tag went off. The explosion caused Choji's rolling body to fly into the air. The Nara smirked as he tossed another kunai with another explosive tag attached to it at Choji's body. To avoid the explosion, Choji cancelled his jutsu, making his body return to normal size. Choji was then able to avoid the kunai and land on the ground safely. There was a noticeable chunk of his shirt missing and the exposed skin on his stomach looked as if it was burned. Those explosive tags really hurt. Choji winced as he attempted to ignore the pain. He then made another hand sign. Partial expansion jutsu! He shouted as he made a punching gesture. The Akimichi's arm expanded in size. The enlarged fist zoomed across the arena. Shikamaru avoided a punch directly to the face. Choji then enlarged his other arm and made a pushing gesture. His hand was able to hit Shikamaru. The Nara was then pushed against the wall and held there from the waist down. Shikamaru immediately started coughing from pain. Ugh, this is new. Shikamaru spoke up with a slight cough. Yup. Dad taught to me about a week or two ago. Pretty cool, huh? Choji said, proud of his jutsu. I guess this is game, huh, Shikamaru? Barbecue is all mine. Not yet. The Nara responded as he lifted his hands and made a hand sign. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Choji immediately lost the ability to move his body. He felt himself letting go of Shikamaru. That was a good try, but next time you try and restrain me or anyone, make sure you also restrain the hands. Shikamaru noted, a smirk on his face. I thought I did. Choji sighed in frustration. And because my hands were still holding you in place, our shadows were connected. I set that up for you easily, didn't I? Yup. The Nara said as he raised his right hand and brought up to his face. Choji's enlarged right arm was also brought to his face as well. Choji, I'd suggest you forfeit, otherwise I will punch myself in the face. It'll hurt me a little bit, but considering that huge-ass hand of yours, it'll probably hurt you a lot more. Your jutsu only paralyzes my body, you know. Not my chakra. Choji commented as his arms decreased in size back to normal. A smirk developed on his face. Still want to punch yourself? Nah, I don't see the point anymore. But I do have something just as effective. Shikamaru commented as he pulled out another kunai with an explosive tag. I don't remember you ever having this many explosive tags. Choji laughed a little as he pulled out a kunai of his own. His, however, didn't have a tag on it. I was getting tired of all the comments about not being offensive. What is more offensive than big explosions? Shikamaru answered with a snicker. The two friends threw their kunais directly in front of the other. And that's game, Choji. All I need to do is activate the seal on the tag. Unless you surrender, of course. Shikamaru noted. Choji let out a deep sigh. You're right. I surrender. Winner, Nara Shikamaru. Hate called the match. Shikamaru immediately cancelled his jutsu, freeing Choji. He then walked over to his friend and extended his fist. Almost had me there. You did good, Choji. Shikamaru complimented, a smile on his face. Choji returned the smile with one of his own as he bumped fists with the Nara. You did good yourself. You'll make Chunin easily by the end of this. Hopefully. This exam has been too troublesome to not walk away from it without a promotion. Shikamaru claimed. The two best friends laughed as they headed up the stairs and walked back to their respective teammates. Got to say, lazy ass, you did a good job. Enko said to the Nara as he came up. Yeah, you and Choji really kicked ass. Naruto said as he raised his hand. Shikamaru responded by giving him a high five. We tried to. Shikamaru-kun. Hinata started as she dug into her weapons pouch. Instead of a weapon, however, she pulled out a small container. Here. It's a cream for your injuries. You made this? Shikamaru asked, impressed. He opened the container and started to rub the cream on some of the bruises he got from his fight. Hinata replied. I'll go give one to Choji-kun too. I hope that helps. Heh. The Nara gave the Hyuga heiress a smile in response. You're way too kind, Hinata. Hey! Shikamaru! The members of Team 3 turned their heads to see Kuratsuchi approaching them. Good job out there. Thought he almost had you, but you reacted quickly and effectively. She complimented before a playful smirk appeared on her face. Heh, looks like you can actually do things besides lying down and sleeping. Anko and Naruto laughed loudly, Hinata giggled, and Shikamaru rolled his eyes in response. Thanks, I guess. The Nara said with a shrug. No, seriously, I meant it. Good job, Kuratsuchi said seriously, giving him a pat on the back. Shikamaru was about to respond back to her, but was cut off as the screen started to brighten up. All attention was focused on it as it went through the various names. Inuzuka Kiba vs. Kurigane Risho. Kiba is going to fight Risho? The guy who hates IWA more than anyone here versus the guy who hates Konoha more than anyone here? Shikamaru commented. Kiba hates IWA? Naruto asked. It didn't surprise him too much, considering he had an issue with IWA at first before meeting Han's team, but it was still news to him. Oh yeah? Shikamaru sighed. He was being really troublesome about it. I almost feel bad for the dog boy, Kuratsuchi said with a frown on her face. All eyes turned to her. Why's that? Hinata asked her. Roto mentioned it once before last night. Risho's been pretty antsy ever since we got to Konoha. Kuratsuchi sighed in response. I'd hate to fight him right now when he's like that. I don't think he's going to be gentle with the Inuzuka. And neither will Kiba. This match isn't going to end pretty for the loser. Shikamaru shook his head. Kiba and Risho stood across from each other in the arena. The two of them were glaring at each other. It's only fitting I get an IWA scum to fight, Kiba said, a feral grin on his face. Akamaru barked in agreement. Humph. And why's that, Konoha trash? Risho asked back with a scowl. Kiba's grin turned into a scowl as he started to clench his fists. You know of another Inuzuka Kiba? The Konoha genin asked with a growl. That was the name of my mom's older brother. He died in the last war at the hands of you stupid scum. You all killed him and his partner. Kiba's voice was now getting louder. You all killed him and so many Inuzuka shinobi. It's only fitting that I, named after my uncle who you killed, rip you apart. Who the fuck cares about your damn uncle? Risho shouted back. Obviously not you, you damn murderer. Kiba growled in response. Akamaru growled back with equal passion. Fuck you. He pointed a finger at the Inuzuka. Your uncle, the rest of your filthy clan, and your village killed IWA shinobi too. Do you have an idea how many Kurigane shinobi died in the war? Risho then clenched his fists. Over a third of Iwa's casualties came from my clan alone. A fucking third. And a lot of them were genin. They weren't experienced killers. They were just kids thrown into war that were focused in fights first because of our Kekkei Genkai. Don't you dare talk to me about deaths in the war. As Kiba and Risho continued to curse each other out, the people observing the fight were getting more and more uncomfortable. Otsum, your son is so full of hate. Sarutobi lamented, a large frown on his face. This is what war really causes. It only sows more hate. Kuratsuchi, is all of that true? Naruto asked the IWA girl. Yup. Team 3 turned their heads to see Roto and Han approach the group. Roto, being the one who answered, continued to speak. The Kurigane clan is one of the 3 most important clans in Iwagakure. Their Kekkei Genkai is infamous throughout the shinobi nations. So yeah, the Kurigane members were focused whenever one of them was in a battle. The clan was devastated in the war. There aren't too many left either. Roto explained. There are around 15 to 20 Kurigane clan members left. Han clarified. Originally, they had a population similar to that of your Hyuga clan with both branches. Hinata nearly gagged at the mental image of her clan losing that many members. That's horrible. It is. Anko nodded, a frown on her face. But it's what happens in war. So many people just end up dead. Naruto and Kuratsuchi looked at each other. Both of them could see the determination in the other as they remembered their conversation a few nights ago. We have to make sure that never happens again. We have to end all wars. Naruto told himself. Kuratsuchi was having similar thoughts. The 2 genin in the arena stopped arguing and instead got into position to fight. Hate took this time to raise his hand. Match 3, begin! He stated. Kiba immediately made a hand sign and shouted. Ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. The Inuzuka positioned his body with his hands on the ground as chakra coursed through his body. He became more feral as his teeth and nails grew sharper and his eyes developed slits. He then charged forward at Risho like a wild animal. Risho smirked as he drew his sword. Kiba swung his claws at him. The Iwa Genin blocked the claws with his blade. He then attempted to slice Kiba, but the Inuzuka jumped out of the way. Risho proceeded to charge after him, gripping his sword tightly. Kiba avoided another of Risho's attacks and proceeded to strike again with his claws. Risho was able to block the claws with his sword's blade again. The Kurigane then used his force to push Kiba backwards. The Inuzuka, as he was sent flying backwards, grabbed a smoke ball from his weapon's pouch and dropped it on the ground. The smoke soon covered the arena. Akamaru, at the sight of the smoke, charged into it. The white dog moved its way through the smoke until it reached the Kurigane. It immediately jumped towards the boy in attempt to bite him. Risho, however, was able to see Akamaru's attack and he intercepted Akamaru by giving the dog a kick. Akamaru was sent flying backwards into the ground. It whined at impact before pulling himself up and growling in anger. The dog then rejoined his partner. I have a teammate who specializes on stealth. Don't you dare even try that bullshit on me. Risho taunted as he pointed his sword at Kiba. Humph. Kiba scoffed before turning to Akamaru. Come on Akamaru, let's kick some ass. You ready? Akamaru barked in agreement. Kiba bent over and Akamaru jumped on his back. Man-beast clone! Akamaru transformed into a near-perfect clone of Kiba. He jumped off his partner's back. They then got on all fours and charged towards Risho. Kiba reached Risho first and swung his claws again at him. The Kurigane moved backwards to avoid the strike. Akamaru then jumped in and tried to elbow him. Risho blocked it with the hilt of his sword. Akamaru then responded by trying to claw him. Risho was forced to put distance between him and the two partners. Kiba and Akamaru charged again. Risho gripped his sword tightly. Kurigane Kenjutsu style, intercepting blade. As Kiba and Akamaru attacked Risho, he spun around in a circular fashion. He moved his sword at a rapid speed. The hilt intercepted the claws of his attackers. Upon intercepting, Risho would turn his sword around to make a tiny cut onto Kiba and Akamaru. He blocked all strikes and successfully retaliated with plentiful cuts. Kiba and Akamaru eventually ended their attack and made distance. They were breathing hard and covered in cuts. Some blood was leaking and stained their clothes. Risho, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. The hell was that? Kiba asked before he shook his head. Never mind, it doesn't matter. You may have blocked that, but I know as hell you won't be able to block this. Kiba and Akamaru moved in opposite directions. Both dropped smoke balls, covering the arena once again in smoke with Risho at the center of the smoke. The two partners then started to spin and rotate rapidly. Ninja art of beast mimicry, Fong over Fong. Kiba and Akamaru, still spinning, charged into the smoke and drilled through it. They could feel themselves make contact with something, which caused the two to grin. Kiba and Akamaru eventually ended their assault and waited to see the Kurigane on the ground, covered in wounds. Instead, when the smoke cleared, they saw Risho standing perfectly still. His body was covered in a silver-grayish colored armor. Kiba and Akamaru were gaping at the sight. What is that? Kiba asked from the shock. My Kekkei Genkai, the Iron Release. Congrats, your attack made me actually have to use it. Risho answered with a malicious grin. Now you had your chance to finish me off. I believe it's my turn now. Risho charged forwards. He took advantage of Kiba and Akamaru's shock to get in close. He delivered a cut into Akamaru's chest. The white dog was forced out of his clone as it fell down in pain, a large cut running down his chest. Akamaru! Kiba shouted before he turned his attention to the Kurigane. His eyes almost looked red. Oh relax, that cut isn't enough to kill him. No way in hell was it deep enough to do so. Risho responded nonchalantly. Just needed to knock him out for a bit. You on the other hand, we'll see how deep your cut will be. Kiba wasted not another second. He charged at Risho with his claws raised. Risho used his sword's blade to block the claws. He then pushed back with more force again, knocking Kiba backwards. This time, though, Risho then stabbed Kiba in the stomach with his sword. Ah! The Inuzuka hissed in pain. He started to cough up blood. How does it feel, Konoha trash? Risho taunted as he dug his blade further into Kiba. In seconds, he pulled the sword out of Kiba. The Inuzuka coughed up more blood and fell down to the ground. Blood from his wound started to leak onto the ground. Should I? Risho debated aloud as he raised his sword as if he was about to strike again. Immediately, Han and Hatake Kakashi jumped into the arena. Han restrained his student from the back while Hatake Kakashi stood in front of him, a kunai in his hand and aimed directly at the IWA Genin's chest. Hate also interfered, gripping the Kurigane's sword tightly. What the dash? Risho started to say before he was silenced by a glare from the Konoha Jonin in front of him. The match is over. Kiba is in no condition to fight. There is no reason to continue, Kakashi stated sharply. You aren't going to do any more damage. And why not? Risho shouted, not even caring that the man in front of him was a Jonin. I thought your damn Hokage said this was a substitute for war. People die in war. I am not going to let you kill my student, Genin. I will sooner kill you, Kakashi threatened. There will be no meaningless deaths, Hate affirmed. Risho, the match is over. Head back upstairs, Han ordered. Humph. The Jonin eventually released Risho. The Kurigane scoffed as he sheathed his sword and walked away towards the stairs. This was war, why interfere? He asked himself. His eyes were still clouded with anger from his fight. No one bothered to interfere during any of the battles with clansmen, so why get all moral and intervene and now? Hate made a hand gesture, calling for medical assistance. He then finally made the call for the match. Winner, Kurigane Risho. Medics arrived in the arena and picked up Kiba and Akamaru's bodies before they were carried off. Kiba. Sakura watched her teammate and his partner get taken away with a concerned look on her face. The two genin of Team 7 continued to stare at Kiba until he was removed from the room. They said no word until Sasuke finally broke the silence. Kiba deserved better than that, Sasuke concluded, a scowl on his face. Kurigane better hope I don't have to fight him anytime soon. Agreed? Sakura nodded. Her eyes started to water slightly. Kiba can be annoying at times, but he is a nice guy. There was no need to go that far. Sakura couldn't help but glare at Risho as he walked up the stairs. All she could hope for was that the boy would get his ass kicked when the true third exam occurred. Silence had filled the area around Team 3 and the other members of Han's Genin team. Risho had walked up the stairs and headed to a corner away from his team and Team 3. Han then appeared again in the group. At the sight of the IWA Jonin, Roto broke the silence. Was Risho really about to kill that guy? He asked hesitantly. I couldn't tell, but I wasn't going to risk the Inuzuka's life by assuming he wouldn't, Han answered. There was a disappointed edge to his voice. I must say, I've never seen Risho that angry or violent before. That was... The IWA Jonin stopped mid-sentence, looking for the right word to say. Disgusting. Naruto finished Han's sentence with a slight growl. The blonde was clenching his fists tightly. Even if he lost most of his clan, even if Kiba was also being an ass, that is no excuse for that. He looked like he was going to straight up kill him, and Kiba didn't do a damn thing. He wasn't the one who killed anyone in war. The Uzumaki turned his look over to where Risho was in the corner of the room. His eyes narrowed. It's disgusting and pathetic. Hinata put her hand on his shoulder, gripping it tightly. Naruto-kun. Naruto took in a deep breath. After a few seconds, his anger subsided a little bit. He turned to Hinata and sighed. Thanks. I needed that. Silence filled the area again as Hate decided to announce the fourth match. The screen started to flash with different names appearing on the screen. Eventually, the screen stopped on two more names. Rock Lee vs. Tsurugi Misumi. YOSH! Everyone turned their heads to face the direction of the noise. Rock Lee was practically jumping up and down in place, a large smile on his face. I didn't have to wait too long at all, he exclaimed happily and loudly. That's right, Lee. Not long at all. Guy, his sensei, shouted back with equal intensity and volume. It is now your turn to show everyone here the flames of your youth. Go, Lee! Make me and your teammates proud! Yes, sir, Gi-sensei! Lee nearly screamed as he jumped off the railing, not even bothering to take the stairs. Guy looked down at Lee, pride beaming in his eyes. Tenten appeared embarrassed by the actions of her teammate and sensei. Niji acted as if he didn't notice a thing, although his eyes were twitching slightly. Tsurugi Misumi took the stairs down and reacted much more calmly to the news of his fight. He stood across the arena from Lee, who was already in position to fight. Misumi-san, is it? Let us have a wonderful fight, Lee stated to his opponent. Humph, sure. Misumi responded with a scoff as he got into position of his own. Better be ready, freak, because I'm going to take you down hard. Hate raised his hand. Fourth match, begin! Misumi charged, making the first move. He attempted to land a punch on Lee, but the spandex-wearing genin blocked the blow with his arm. Misumi's arm then stretched. It wrapped itself around Lee's arm before he could react. What? Lee gasped as he struggled to pull himself out. His attempts ultimately failed. The elder Konoha genin had wrapped his entire body around him. A part of his stretched-out arm had started to choke Lee's neck. I can dislocate any of the joints in my body and then, using my chakra, can soften my skin and then stretch it. Misumi explained his technique with a smirk. Surrender now, kid. Or else you're going to end up with a broken neck. Wouldn't want that, would you? Due to the way Misumi had tangled himself around him, Lee was unable to move his arms and legs to break free. The spandex-wearing genin, however, knew of another method to break free. He made eye contact with his Jonin sensei. Guy simply nodded his head, giving Lee approval to use it. I'm afraid I have to decline, Misumi-san. Lee responded as he closed his eyes. Gate of opening, open! Lee's body was now able to utilize 100% of its strength. Using this strength, he was able to now finally move his arms and pull Misumi and his stretched limbs off him before the elder genin could react. Misumi was sent backwards, his eyes wide. How did you break free? He questioned. That kid can open the 8 gates? Anko's eyes went wide. Well, damn! 8 gates? Naruto repeated the phrase. I've heard about that before. Hinata closed her eyes, trying to think where she had heard it. She soon realized what they were and her eyes went wide. Wait, aren't those the 8 central points in a person's chakra pathway system? Bingo. It's possible to open those points and, in return, gain access to strength, speed, and power that would normally be impossible for their body to utilize. Anko explained. Her eyes were fixated on the boy. But still, opening even one of the gates puts a great deal of physical stress and damage on the body. They are considered forbidden techniques. And this kid knows how to open at least one of them. How strong is Lee? Naruto asked himself as he turned back to the fight. Upon breaking free from his constraint, Rock Lee undid the bandages on his arms. He then rushed forward to the still shocked Misumi and delivered a strong kick upward into the elder genin's jaw. Misumi was sent flying into the air. Lee then jumped up and his bandages wrapped around him and his stretched out limbs. Once Misumi was wrapped up, the 2 Konoha genin started to fall downwards. Lee soon began to spin himself and the wrapped up Misumi. Primary Lotus. The 2 genin made contact with the arena ground, filling the arena with dust. Once the dust cleared, Lee could be seen standing in the middle of the arena breathing hard. Misumi, however, was laying on his back unconscious. Winner of the 4th match, Rock Lee. Hate called the match as he motioned for medical assistance. Despite his exhausted physical condition, Lee couldn't hide his excitement. YOSH. Excellent work, Lee. Guy shouted down to his student. Gi-sensei. Lee shouted as he rushed back upstairs. Lee. Gi-sensei. Lee. Gi-sensei. You Konoha shinobi are weird. Roto shuddered as he stared at the 2 spandex-wearing shinobi celebrating. Agreed. Kuratsuchi and Han said in unison. I like to think we aren't like that. No, not like that all. Shikamaru said with a shiver. Not even a little bit. Anko nodded with a shiver of her own. Guy is a special case. I think they look kinda cool. Naruto said quietly. Naruto-kun, it really isn't. Hinata said back with a frown. The screen lit up again and started to flash more names before it stopped on another 2. Aburame Shino vs Haruno Sakura. Heh. Calling it right now, Shino wins this easily. Shikamaru said with a chuckle. You never know. Sakura-chan could give him a run for his money. Naruto responded. Sakura-chan? Roto repeated the name. She somebody you close with? Well, yes. Naruto answered hesitantly before he sighed and shook his head. No. Not really. At least on her end. I used to have a crush on her back when we're in the academy days. She would always blow me off when I tried to ask her out though. I don't think she likes me that much at all, honestly. Do you still have a crush on her? Roto asked with a slight hopeful edge to his voice. Hinata was now listening very closely for the blonde's response. Nah. We are on 2 separate teams and I haven't really seen her that much since we became genin. After a couple of months, I guess I just stared to realize that she never liked me and that a crush on her was kinda pointless. Naruto answered. Roto mumbled with a sigh. Hopefully he's not interested in Hinata-chan now though. Hinata also sighed, but her sight was out of relief. Shino and Sakura walked down to the arena. Sakura's eyes were still wet from Kiba's fight, but they were also filled with determination. Shino was strong in the academy, but I know that his taijutsu was not good at all. If I can get up close and fight him like that, I can win this thing, she told herself. She then noticed her eyes wander to where Risho was in the corner of the raised platform. Then I can maybe get a chance at fighting him. Fifth match, begin! Hate stated as he raised his hand, calling the match. Sakura was the one who made the first move. She ran forwards, pulling out shuriken and tossing them at the Aburame. Shino avoided the shuriken and attempted to put more distance between the two. Sakura, however, continued to come after him. The pink-haired kunoichi got up to the Aburame and attempted to punch him in the face. Shino blocked the attack with his arm. Sakura then responded by delivering a sweeping kick. The Aburame jumped to avoid the kick, but in the process left himself open. Sakura delivered a punch straight to his stomach, knocking him down to the ground. Sakura hurried over to the boy and waited for him to get up. To her surprise, though, he remained motionless. There's no way that was enough, she noted suspiciously. What are you up to, Shino? Sakura received her answer as the Shino in front of her soon changed shape into multiple Kikeichu insects. You, a bee-bug clone. Sakura mentally realized before her eyes wandered over the arena. When did he make one? And where is he now? Once again, Sakura received her answer as she felt herself get backhanded. The real Shino had been able to sneak up behind her. The pink-haired kunoichi hit the ground hard on her back. As she slowly pulled herself up, she noticed Shino approaching her slowly. She also noticed that on the other side of her, the Kikeichu insects approaching her at a similar pace. Crap! She realized after she pulled herself up. Once the kunoichi had gotten up, the Kikeichu moved at a faster speed. They latched onto the girl and started consuming her chakra. She screamed in response as she tried to pry the insects off her. Sakura-san, I believe this is the end. You may wish to surrender, Shino suggested. Why, you ask? Because the Kikeichu are slowly consuming your chakra. The longer this goes, the less chakra you will have, and the more likely you will fall unconscious. Sakura shook her head, refusing his suggestion. Soon, though, she realized he was right. She could feel her low chakra reserves starting to fade. The Kikeichu insects were not coming off no matter how hard she tried to get them off. She was getting exhausted. Damn. I still can't do anything, she realized, and tears started to drip down her face. Proctor, I surrender. Hate nodded. Winner, Aburame Shino. Shino nodded his head at the result, and called off his insects. The Kikeichu left Sakura alone and returned back to the Aburame. Sakura immediately then ran off towards the upstairs platform. I couldn't do anything in Wave, I couldn't do anything in the forest without help, I couldn't even land a solid hit on Shino. I really am pathetic, she told herself as she ran to the bathroom. Good work, Shino, Choji told his teammate with a smile. The Aburame nodded in response. It was quick and impressive. I have a feeling you are going to earn your promotion in the real exams quite easily, Asuma added with a chuckle. Ino said nothing as she turned her head towards the direction of the bathroom. A frown soon developed on her face. While she was glad that her teammate, no matter how creepy he is, won his match, she was also upset to see Sakura react so negatively. While she and the pink-haired girl were by no means friends anymore, she remembered a time when they were. Ino? Are you okay? Choji asked his teammate. Oh yeah? Yeah. Congrats, Shino, she answered quickly before she stared to walk off. Hey guys, I've got to do something for a little bit. I'll be back soon. Shouldn't you wait until they announce your match? You wouldn't want to miss it, right? Asuma asked his student. I'm not going to miss it, she dismissed before she walked off. Ino walked back to the bathroom. Inside, she saw Sakura crying in the corner of the room. She didn't notice that she walked into the room. Ino hesitated for a second, but after a deep breath, finally walked forward and put her hand on Sakura's shoulder. The pink-haired girl turned around and finally noticed her. What do you want, Ino? She asked with a sniffle. She rubbed away the tears that were on her cheeks. Yeah, Shino won. I get it. Can you rub it in my face some other time? Ino's frown deepened. She sighed before she started to talk. I'm not here to rub it in your face. Let's talk for a little bit. I've never seen Sakura-chan cry like that before. Naruto noted with a sigh. Hope she's okay. She'll be fine. People cry at times, you know. Just give her some time to let out whatever's bugging her, and she'll be fine later. Anko told her student. That's actually pretty wise. Shikamaru stated. Your beautiful and lovely Jonin-sensei is filled with plenty of ancient wisdom. Ask and you shall receive any answer. She responded with a dramatic bow. The Nara rolled his eyes in response. Maybe I should go check up on her as well. Hinata wondered, looking back at the restroom. Sakura was always nice to her, and she has always had respect for her fellow kunoichi, with an exception made for whenever Naruto was involved. Hinata was about to walk over and see how she was when the screen started to flash. I'll just see who the match is really quick. The screen eventually stopped on 2 names. Hinata's eyes immediately widened. Well, guess I'm not checking on her yet. Hyuga Hinata vs Yawamushi Roto. Shit! Roto cursed. Of all the people here, it just had to be Hinata. That's another bad matchup. Are we just going to end up fighting friends this entire time? Naruto asked with a scowl on his face. I'd like to see people I like actually get a chance to become Chunin. You're telling me, Shikamaru said with a scoff. He was still a little sore about the fact that he had to fight Choji. It's just bad luck, Anko answered with a sigh. It is what it is. Roto eventually walked over to the stairs with Hinata walking by his side. Well, good luck, Hinata-chan. May the best shinobi win, Roto stated. Same to you, Roto-kun. Hinata responded with a smile Roto returned. Roto-kun? Naruto repeated the name in the back of his head. He didn't like it. Is it bad that I'm hoping Hinata-chan kicks his ass? The Uzumaki wondered to himself. The 2 genin stood facing each other in the arena. Hate raised his hand. 6th match, begin, he declared. Byakugan! Hinata shouted, activating her Kekkei Genkai. She then got into the gentle fist stance. Roto got into position. He started digging into his pockets, his mind working out a strategy. The Byakugan pretty much makes it useless to try being stealthy, and she'd be a nightmare to fight against taijutsu-wise. My best bet is to keep as much distance as possible and try and knock her out with some poison. Hinata made the first move, charging the IWA genin. Roto quickly moved backwards and tossed a poison smoke bomb onto the ground. Hinata stopped rushing forward and moved away from the smoke. The smoke quickly disappeared, but Roto was able to use it to make a significant amount of distance between him and the Hyuga. He then made a hand sign. Earth style, Earth clone jutsu. 4 clones of Roto appeared from the ground of the arena and pulled themselves up. They all stared at Hinata. Keep her away from for a while, will ya? Roto asked his clones. They nodded in response. 2 of the clones charged forward toward the Hyuga. Hinata proceeded to dodge the clones' attacks. She was then able to land palms onto the clones. After a few successful hits, she was able to destroy the clones, causing them to turn to mud and sink back into the ground. Ninja art, poison darts jutsu. Roto spat out multiple shots of poison that were shaped like darts. Hinata managed to dodge the poison. She responded by quickly pulling out her bow and launching arrows towards the IWA genin. One of the 2 remaining clones, however, took the arrow shots head-on, blocking them all before he turned into mud and sank back to the ground. Roto proceeded to toss multiple poison smoke bombs at Hinata. She was able to avoid the smoke clouds and ran forward at the IWA genin. He proceeded to spit out more poison darts, but she was able to avoid the poison. Hinata finally got up close enough to deliver a palm directly to Roto's chest. The IWA genin's eyes widened before he turned to mud and sunk into the ground. This caused Hinata's eyes to widen. But that was the real one. I know it was. Then what? Hinata's mind realized what was happening. He used substitution with his last remaining clone. Roto had released another barrage of poison darts at the Hyuga while she was shocked. The girl attempted to dodge them, but was hit by a few of the darts. The girl winced in pain. Suddenly, the world in her eyes started to spin. What? She mumbled as she tried to remain steady. The poison utilized messes with your perception. The world's probably spinning right now, isn't it? Roto asked with a smile. Why, yeah. Hinata answered. The Hyuga took a deep breath and made a much more conscious effort to remain steady. Slowly, she was becoming used to the changes to her perception. Guess I didn't hit you with enough poison to truly knock you out. Roto's smile turned to a frown. Fine. Let's end this, Hinata. Right. She agreed. I still feel dizzy. I can move, but everything is still spinning. I can't let him hit me again, or else the fight will be impossible. I have to end it now, before he lands another hit on me. Hinata charged forward again, slower than previously. Roto, once again, threw out another poison smoke ball, hoping to create distance again. Hinata, however, decided to make hand signs instead of backing off. Water style, gunshot! Hinata released a giant ball of water from her mouth that went through the smoke. The water ball pushed the smoke away and smacked into the IWA genin, soaking him and knocking him backwards. Hinata was then able to reach him and deliver another palm to his chest. He immediately choked, spitting out some blood. She then made a sweeping kick, sending the IWA genin down to the ground. Hinata then held him down against the ground. Damn it! He cursed as he tried to struggle and pull himself up. Roto-kun, it's over, she told him. I don't quit, Roto declared as he continued in his efforts to pull himself up. I can still win this. Hinata frowned to herself. I didn't want to really hurt him, but if he isn't giving up, Hinata made a chop to his neck. Roto's eyes widened in pain before he eventually succumbed to the pain and fell unconscious. The Hyuga got up. There. That shouldn't have hurt too much, Hinata told herself. Sorry again, Roto-kun. You put up a great fight. Winner of the 6th match, Hyuga Hinata. Hate called the match as Medical came to give Roto assistance. Humph. Of course he loses. Risho rolled his eyes as he watched Roto get taken away. A civilian-born idiot like him brings shame to any true IWA shinobi. Hinata had just made it up the stairs when Naruto ran over to her and gave her a hug. You did great, Hinata-chan, he told her as he proceeded to spin her around. Hinata's face was turning a mixture of red from the hug and blue from sickness. Her face was slowly becoming purple. And Naruto-kun, I am still feeling dizzy. Please put me down before I faint, Hinata begged. She didn't really know if she was going to faint from the dizziness or from the hug. Oh! Naruto immediately dropped her and rubbed his head in embarrassment. Sorry about that. Just wanted to tell you good job and stuff. No, it's fine. Thank you, she said with a smile. The two genin walked back to their group. That's 2 for 2. Am I a great sensei or what? Anko exclaimed, a large grin on her face. Her grin soon turned into a normal smile though as she faced Hinata. You did good out there. Yep. Shikamaru nodded in agreement with his own smile. Thanks. Hinata giggled in response. She was happy to hear the praise given to her from her team. Roto really needs to get his physical condition better. All it took was for her to get in close to him, and he was done. Kuratsuchi commented, a frown on her face. He never listened to our suggestions on his fighting style before. Perhaps he will take this loss as a sign to improve his taijutsu and his strength. Han responded. He was good though. His poison is really effective. I'm still dizzy actually, Hinata told them, defending her opponent. Oh, I know, his poisons are great. Honestly, he will probably end up surpassing most poison users once he gets more experience. He just needs to improve his other skills, Han clarified. Good job out there yourself, by the way, Kuratsuchi told her. Oh, and the poison will fade off in about 5 minutes. Roto wouldn't use any of his long-lasting or lethal stuff on a friend of his. Hinata smiled and was about to respond when the screen lit up again. All eyes focused on that as everyone awaited the next match. Chapter 19, Preliminary Conclusion. Seconds passed before the screen finally stopped on 2 names. Everyone read the names intently to see who was fighting in the 7th match. Temari versus Kuratsuchi. My turn, huh? Kuratsuchi asked. A grin appeared on her face as she cracked her knuckles. About time. I was starting to get bored of standing around and doing nothing. And what's wrong with doing nothing? Shikamaru questioned. I hate doing nothing. I need to be something, she responded sharply. The IWA genin walked away from the group and headed towards the stairs, ready for her match. Kuratsuchi! Shikamaru called out. The kunoichi stopped walking and turned around. The Nara gave her a wave. Good luck out there. Kuratsuchi responded by giving him a wave back and a smile. She then returned on her way to the stairs. She probably appreciated the sentiment, but I doubt my student needed the good luck. Han spoke up as he watched his student head down. I believe she will walk away the victor. Team 3 turned to face the IWA Jonin. You sure about that, Han? Kuratsuchi's good, I know that, but we don't anything about the girl she's going to fight. Anko noted. Heh. The armor-wearing Jinchuriki chuckled lightly before speaking. To be frank, Anko-san, I'd be surprised if Kuratsuchi would lose a fight to anyone in this room. Temari and Kuratsuchi stood across from each other. The two kunoichi were studying the other intently. A few seconds passed by before Temari smirked as she reached for her fan. I remember the information said about you at the first exam. You actually seem like a true shinobi, not one of those pathetic excuses that ruin the image of kunoichi, Temari stated. She pulled the fan off her back and gripped it tightly in her hands. I'm not going to hold anything back, and I hope you don't either. Let's show everyone here what two kunoichi can really do. Kuratsuchi returned Temari's smirk with one of her own as she dropped into a fighting position. Fine with me. Come on, show me what you got. Hade took this time to raise his hand. 7th match, begin. Temari and Kuratsuchi immediately jumped back, placing distance between each other. The two kunoichi moved around the arena as they tried to judge and study the other shinobi, waiting for one of them to make the first move. Kuratsuchi decided to attack first. She pulled out 3 shuriken and threw them at Temari. The Suna kunoichi only smirked as she waved her fan in front of her. The shuriken were blown away. So she's a wind-style specialist, huh? That means using weapons like shuriken from long range will be a waste. Kuratsuchi realized. I'll have to take this fight to close range. The IWA kunoichi charged forward. Temari raised her fan again and waved it. Ninja art, wind scythe jutsu. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. A giant gale of wind was released from Temari's fan. The wind moved forward and headed towards Kuratsuchi in a circular, tornado-like shape. The IWA genin, however, sunk straight into the ground of the arena and avoided the wind blast. Good reaction time, Temari noted as her eyes focused on the ground. Alright, so where are you? Temari's jutsu ended and the gale disappeared. Seconds after, the ground under Temari started to crack. The Suna kunoichi jumped immediately into the air. She barely avoided Kuratsuchi, who had just jumped out of the ground and attempted to punch the blonde in the jaw. Get back down there! Temari shouted as she waved her fan at Kuratsuchi. Another blast of wind was released from the fan. The wind struck Kuratsuchi and caused the girl to hit the ground hard. She cursed from the pain as she pulled herself up from the ground. Temari landed on the ground, ran over to Kuratsuchi and raised her fan. She was about to slam it into the girl's back and send her back to the ground when the IWA kunoichi made hand signs. Lava style, quicklime jutsu. Kuratsuchi breathed out her corrosive quicklime gas at Temari. The Suna kunoichi's eyes widened as she jumped backwards to avoid the attack. The gas continued to float her way and seemed to be following her. Temari then waved her fan and blew the gas away from her. The gas evaporated almost immediately after. Almost had me there, Temari noted. I know, Kuratsuchi responded. The two proceeded to move throughout the arena, trying to figure out their next plan of attack. Yeah, this is the kind of match I like to see, Anko exclaimed as she eyed the two kunoichi fight. Those two remind me of Kurenai and me sparring in the training fields. What's so special about this match? Naruto asked with curiosity. I mean, it's good and all, but so are the other ones? Don't even lie, this is the most exciting one yet, his sensei stated sharply. Besides, it's good to see two strong kunoichi actually fight and behave like actual shinobi. You have no idea how much I hate the modern kunoichi of your generation. The only two in your generation I trust to ever be a successful shinobi is Hinata and maybe the girl on Guy's team. But I've seen so many damn fangirl kunoichi that it's a breath of fresh air to see true, legit kunoichi fight. Anko's face then turned sour. Shame though that both of them aren't Konoha shinobi. They are really impressive, Hinata stated as she watched in awe as her fellow kunoichi fought. IWA is very proud of Kuratsuchi. Give her a few years and I expect she will have made a good reputation for herself, Han noted nonchalantly. Although I will give the same compliment to the Sand kunoichi. She is indeed talented as well. After waiting for an opening, Kuratsuchi charged forward at Temari. To her surprise, Temari didn't try to put distance again. Instead, she charged as well. The two kunoichi proceeded to get into a fight as they tried to land a hit on the other. Temari swung her fan like a sword, but Kuratsuchi avoided it and tried to land a punch on the girl. The Suna kunoichi used her fan as a shield to block the attack. She then used a sweeping kick, but Kuratsuchi jumped in time and avoided the attack. The IWA genin attempted to land a kick at Temari, but the blonde blocked the kick with the fan again and then pushed forward. Kuratsuchi was sent backwards. Temari then waved her fan again. Ninja art! Wind scythe jutsu! Shit! Kuratsuchi cursed as she quickly made hand signs. Please work in time. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Kuratsuchi had sunk into the earth just in time before Temari's gale tornado appeared. The Suna kunoichi frowned. Again? She groaned as she kept an eye on the ground. Once the wind faded away, Kuratsuchi had jumped out of the ground behind Temari. This time, however, she proceeded to make hand signs. Lava style, quicklime jutsu. Kuratsuchi released the quicklime gas at Temari. The Suna kunoichi's frown turned into a smirk as she waved her fan again, about to blow the gas away. Kuratsuchi, however, had other plans as she started to make more hand signs. Water style, water trumpet. A jet of water was released from Kuratsuchi's mouth. The water combined with the quicklime gas and caused it to harden into a cement-like substance. Temari's wind was not able to blow away the quicklime water combination. It went straight through the wind and hit Temari's stomach. The Suna kunoichi was knocked down to the ground with a loud thump. The cement had covered nearly her entire body. It then proceeded to harden and dry almost immediately after. What the? Temari tried to pull herself up, but she couldn't. The cement-like substance covering her prevented her from moving. What did you do? The combination of the quicklime gas and water creates a substance that hardens and dries extremely fast. And considering the location where it hit, you cannot apply the needed force to break it. Kuratsuchi declared. I can break this. The Suna kunoichi declared stubbornly as she continued to struggle. Kuratsuchi sighed before turning to Hate. Seriously, she won't be able to get up. Just call the match and I'll get her out. Hate gave Temari a few more seconds to see if she could break the substance. When it became evident she could not and that she could no longer fight, he called the match. Winner Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi smirked in response as she walked over to Temari. She cancelled the jutsu, removing the substance. She then helped the Suna kunoichi up and held out her hand. Nice fight, she told her, a smile on her face. Temari scowled. She was visibly irritated that she lost in the manner that she did. However, she still had to respect her opponent for beating her. She shook her hand. Good job. Great fight, Kuratsuchi, Naruto told the IWA kunoichi as she came back upstairs. You did great out there. Hinata nodded in agreement. The Hyuga was very impressed with the fight she watched and felt more determination to strengthen her skill as a kunoichi. Like a true kunoichi, Enko stated simply with a nod. Heh, thanks guys. Kuratsuchi responded sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. She then turned to face Han. How do you think I do, sensei? As expected, he replied simply, although his tone of voice sounded proud. You did good, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi smiled at her sensei. Hey! Shikamaru spoke up, causing the IWA kunoichi turn her head to face him. I can see why they say you are a good tactician. That was some quick thinking with the combination of your jutsus. Did you come up with that? Kuratsuchi nodded her head. Uh-huh. I was experimenting with jutsu once and that was the result. You should continue doing the experiments then. That was pretty cool. The Nara noted with a smirk. Maybe I will. Maybe you can come with and help me out a little, she suggested with a playful smile. Your input could help make some interesting combinations. Maybe. Sometime after the preliminaries, sure. He nodded. I'm going to hold you to that lazy ass, she stated. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. He was about to respond when he was cut off by the screen. Conversation ended and all eyes focused on the screen. The silence was broken soon though by Naruto. Come on, come on, come on, he mumbled to himself. It's been 7 matches already. Let this one be my turn. The screen stopped on a pair of names almost immediately after he finished mumbling. Uchiha Sasuke vs Tsuchikin. Come on! Naruto shouted, drawing attention to him. The blonde's right eye was twitching after reading the name of the fighters. It still isn't my turn and the team gets to fight before me? Enko's response to her student's shout was to smack him across the head. He yelped in pain. Calm down, Whiskers. You can wait for your damn turn. It's not like you're going to have to wait too much longer. She scolded him. Naruto rubbed his head to ease the pain. After a few seconds, he was able to ignore the pain. A single thought entered his head as he saw the match was about to start. Sasuke, I wonder how much stronger you got since the academy? I got that curse mark on Sasuke's neck sealed off, so he'll be able to use his chakra just fine without being corrupted. I'm glad he was able to get out of the forest yesterday. Imagine if I had to wait till the last second, he probably wouldn't have been able to use his chakra in the preliminary. Still, I can't help but wonder if he'll be okay in his fight. Kakashi wondered, concerned about his student. Kakashi-sensei, sorry about that. Kakashi's thoughts ended as he turned and saw Sakura approaching him. She and Ino had just came back from the bathroom. The pink-haired girl's eyes were still red from crying, but she seemed a lot calmer. Don't be sorry, Sakura. I'm not upset or anything. It was a bad matchup for you. I felt you did a good job. Kakashi told her with an eye smile. Are you okay? I'm fine, just needed to let out a couple of things, the girl sighed. She then looked around. How many matches did I miss? Did Sasuke-kun already fight? You came just in time for it. The masked jonin stated, pointing to the arena. Sakura stood at the edge of the raised platform and looked down. She stared at her teammate and Crush. Sasuke-kun, be careful. Uchiha Sasuke and the Oto Genin, Tsuchi-kin, exchanged no words as they faced each other in the arena. Kin glared at Sasuke while Sasuke was studying her, trying to analyze her fighting style. Match 8, begin. Kin began the match by throwing two Senbon with bells attached to them at Sasuke. The Uchiha dodged them easily and tossed a kunai back in response. The Oto Kunoichi avoided the kunai and threw two more Senbon, one with a bell and one without a bell. Sasuke was able to avoid the Senbon with a bell easily, but the second Senbon had managed to hit him in the knee. The Uchiha winced in pain. How did? Sasuke finally noticed that the second that hit him had no bell. She threw two with bells at first so that way I would use my hearing to avoid the Senbon and therefore would get hit by the silent one. Not bad. The Uchiha proceeded to pull out the Senbon and grab another kunai. But now that I know your trick, this'll be easy. Kin proceeded to toss more Senbon, one with a bell and one without a bell each time. Sasuke, now aware of her strategy, was able to avoid each Senbon she tossed. After a few seconds of dodging, Sasuke tossed a shuriken at the kunoichi. The weapon hit her in the side. Her eyes widened and she hissed in pain. Blood dripped out of her side as she took out the shuriken and tossed it away. The Oto Genin made a hand gesture with some wire, causing a bell to sound from behind Sasuke. What? Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked back, trying to avoid an attack from behind. Immediately upon looking, though, he realized that there was no Senbon. Wait, shit! Kin took advantage of him, while his back was turned and threw more Senbon. Sasuke was hit hard and fell to the ground. After pulling himself up, his head started to spin. A loud ringing pain then entered his ear and seemed to affect his brain. What the? Sasuke fell to his knees and gripped his head tightly. All of a sudden, there were multiple versions of Kin standing in front of him. All of them looked identical from each and all were holding Senbon. You're hallucinating right now. My bells produced a specific sound wave that is affecting your brain. You probably see multiple versions of me and your motor control is failing. Kin taunted. This match is over. You're dead. Sasuke shook his head in defiance. This is just a genjutsu. Come on, Sasuke. The Uchiha looked over at all the Kins. He soon noticed something. One of the versions of Kin was standing near a small blood puddle. That must have dripped onto the ground after I hit her with my shuriken, he realized. Sasuke proceeded to make a few hand signs. Save your breath, brat. Even if you have the motor control to use a jutsu, you won't hit me. You don't know which version of me to hit. Kin scoffed as she prepared to toss her Senbon. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke released a fireball from his mouth in the direction of the Kin standing by the blood puddle. Kin, due to her cockiness about Sasuke not being able to hit her, wasted too much time. By the time she realized the fireball was aiming for the real her, it was too late. The fire jutsu hit her hard head-on. The Oto Kunoichi screamed in pain from the burning before falling to the ground unconscious. Hate didn't waste a second to call for medical. As Kin was being taken away, he raised his hand towards Sasuke. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. With Kin gone, her genjutsu was over. Sasuke was able to get up and walk normally. A proud smirk developed on his face as he walked away. A couple of mistakes on my part, but overall, not too bad. And I'll only get stronger. Now it's just me left. Kinyuta Dosu, the final Oto Genin, told himself with a sigh. The bandaged Genin turned to face his sensei, a disguised Orochimaru. The man was staring at the Uchiha as he walked up the stairs. He was staring at him with excitement. He was pleased with the fight and impressed with the Uchiha. Dosu deduced this quite easily from his master's facial expression. He noticed another thing in the process, though. He doesn't care about us. Dosu noted. He had no reaction when Zaku was defeated. He didn't care that Kin just took a fireball head-on. He's not even remotely concerned. He's celebrating the guy who defeated her. The Oto Genin stood there in silence as he wished his teammate good health as she was carried off. Someone needs to, after all. His mind was constantly replaying one thought in his head: we really don't mean anything to him. We are Orochimaru-sama's pawns. So that's the great Uchiha I've heard so many things about. Kuratsuchi noted. He doesn't seem that bad. He's okay, but any of us could take him. Naruto scoffed in annoyance. I didn't say we couldn't. I could take that guy with my hands tied behind my back. The Iwa Kunoichi commented. Same. Hell, I could do it blindfolded too. Naruto added. And on one leg. Hell, who needs legs against him? I could take him on with just my body and teeth. I never realized how like those two were. Han noted in amusement. Both are troublesome. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. He was just as amused as the armored Jonin was. The screen came back on and flashed through the remaining names. Eventually it stopped on another pair. Uzumaki Naruto vs Tenten. Hell yeah! Naruto cheered loudly with a grin on his face. Finally! It's my turn to get in on the action. So you can quit your bitching about waiting now? Enko and Shikamaru asked almost the exact same sentence. You two are mean to me. Naruto's grin faded as he hung his head. They're just teasing Naruto-kun, Hinata noted with a giggle. She placed her shoulder on Naruto's shoulder. Good luck out there, Naruto-kun. You'll definitely do great. Heh. Naruto lifted his head and grinned back. He lifted his hand to her hand and gave it a tight squeeze, which caused the Hyuga to blush. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Fight well, Naruto. We will be watching. Han told the boy. Yup. Kick ass out there. Kuratsuchi added. Naruto nodded to everyone and then ran off towards the stairs. Otsuto, you don't need the luck. You'll do just fine. Show everyone here your strength. Han said mentally as he watched his fellow Jinchuriki head to the arena. Naruto and Tenten stood across from each other in the arena. The two were in position to start fighting whenever the match was called. You know, my teammates have been talking about you ever since we got here. Tenten told him, a playful smirk on her face. Naruto blinked in confusion. What do you mean? What have they been saying? Your attitude really impressed Lee. He thinks you two have a similar ideology on being a shinobi, and therefore, he thinks you are a great ninja. The Kunoichi explained. Naruto smiled in response. Niji, on the other hand, thinks you really aren't worth much because of your scores in the academy. Naruto scowled in response. He's a jackass, you know that, right? Heh. I know. She laughed in response. But yeah, both of my teammates have some extreme opinions about you, Naruto. Personally, I don't have an opinion one way or the other. So how about we get this fight started? You'll give me an opinion about you and our fight will probably shut up my two teammates. Naruto's scowl turned into a smirk. Alright, fine with me. Bring it. Hate, realizing they were ready, raised his hand. 9th match, begin. Tenten jumped backwards, placing distance between her and Naruto. The blonde made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 Naruto clones appeared in a poof of smoke. The clones proceeded to charge at Tenten while the original Naruto waited in the back. Tenten responded by pulling out multiple kunai knives. She tossed them almost simultaneously. All 10 kunai hit the clones before they got in close to her, causing them to disappear. Once she eliminated the clones, Tenten tossed another set of kunai at Naruto. The blonde quickly avoided one of the knives, but was struck in the elbow by another. Ah! He hissed in pain. He quickly pulled out the knife and tossed it back at Tenten. He then pulled out kunai of his own and tossed them at her. The kunoichi developed a grin as she pulled out another kunai. Using it, she was able to deflect all of Naruto's incoming kunai. Once she was done, she pulled out a scroll and, using a hand seal, released multiple different kunai knives from within the seal. The knives shot out of the seal and flew towards the Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened as he attempted to dodge them. He was unable to avoid all of the kunai, however, and he received multiple kunai to the back. Shit. He mentally cursed. How does she keep hitting me? I have way better reaction time than that. Had enough, Naruto? I want to have a little bit more fun, so try to fight for a little bit longer, please. Tenten requested, her grin still on her face. She pulled out another kunai knife. Damn. Naruto's fighting someone with good aim. Anko noted with a whistle. What do you mean by that? Hinata questioned worriedly. She was feeling nervous watching Naruto take so many hits from the kunoichi. All of her kunai knives are thrown at precise angles for a purpose. She was able to wipe out an entire set of his clones in seconds. She then was able to toss her knives in a way that he couldn't avoid getting hit. One is tossed so that he avoids it, only to be in the range of fire of a different knife. She's setting up her shots so that way every time she lands a hit on him. The sensei explained. She's really good with those weapons, makes you worried about what else she can do. Okay, think Naruto. You need a way to block those kunai. No matter how many times you try and dodge them, you keep getting hit. There has to be another way. Naruto told himself. As the Uzumaki rattled his brain, he remembered something from one of the previous matches in the preliminaries. He saw how Kuratsuchi tried to attack with shuriken at the beginning of her fight, and he saw how Temari blocked the kunai with her wind. That's it. Tenten raised her hands, which were filled with kunai knives. She threw them at the Uzumaki. He responded, instead of trying to avoid them again, by making hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto released a large gust of wind that intercepted the approaching kunai and stopped their movement. They fell to the ground with a loud clang against the ground. Oh. You use wind ninjutsu. Great. Tenten groaned. Now that I know how to counter your weapons, I can finally go on the offensive. Naruto declared as he charged forward at the girl. Don't even think about it. The kunoichi responded as she pulled out another scroll. So you have some wind that can block some of my weapons. Let's see just how many you can block. Tenten jumped into the air and unrolled her scroll. She started to spin in a circle, holding her scroll with her right hand. Using her left hand, she unsealed a variety of different sharp, metal weapons from the scroll ranging from kunai to shuriken to rods to maces. As each weapon was released, she proceeded to toss them down towards Naruto. Shit! He cursed, quickly making a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created another set of 10 shadow clones. He and his clones then quickly made another set of hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto and his clones released 11 different gusts of wind into the air. The gusts were able to block most of the lighter weapons Tenten threw, but a couple of the heavier weapons had managed to break through. The maces and other large metal weapons hit 5 of Naruto's clones, causing them to disappear immediately on contact. I'm going to need to make more clones for her next attack, Naruto noted with a deep breath. So with his clones using the same jutsu, he will be able to block most of my weapons. Tenten noted as she pulled out another scroll. Maybe I'll switch tactics for a little bit. Tenten made a seal and released the contents of her next scroll, 2 sharp, iron swords. She held one in each hand and charged forward at Naruto. So I guess it's time for some good old-fashioned close-range combat. Naruto grinned as he and his remaining clones pulled out a kunai each. Tenten had reached Naruto and his clones quickly. She stabbed one of his clones immediately, causing it to disappear. Naruto then took the time to get in and try and stab her with his kunai. She blocked it with one of her swords and then tried to stab him with the other. The blonde quickly substituted with his clones, who disappeared upon getting stabbed. Naruto proceeded to try again and stab the girl, this time from behind. He landed a cut on her shoulder, which caused her to wince in pain before she turned around and delivered a kick to his face. The blonde was sent flying backwards to the ground, where he rolled for a few feet. With Naruto on the ground, Tenten took the time to attack his remaining clones. She swung her swords at two separate clones, causing them to disappear immediately. She then turned to the last clone. It tried to land a hit on her with its knife, but the kunoichi moved too quickly and was able to slice it in half, destroying it. Once she was finished with his clones, Tenten her head toward the direction she kicked Naruto in. When she looked over, though, he wasn't there. The boy had disappeared. Huh! She blinked in confusion before looking frantically around the arena. Dang it! I should have kept a better eye on him. But he can't just disappear, so where did he go? After a few seconds of searching, Tenten received her answer when she felt a hand come out of the ground and grab her by the leg. What the dash? The kunoichi couldn't finish her sentence as she felt herself sinking into the ground. The weapons expert sunk into the ground of the arena floor. Her whole body was underground with her face being the only thing above it. In front of her face was the blonde she had been searching for. Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. Naruto stated the name of his technique, a proud smirk on his face. So he did learn the jutsu. Han noted. I forgot you were the one who gave him the scroll for that jutsu. Enko stated with a laugh. Yup. He's had that jutsu down for about or two now. He actually likes it a lot. I can imagine. The IWA Jonin stated with a chuckle. Naruto, well done. Damn it. This match isn't over, Tenten declared as she struggled to pull herself out of the ground. Naruto shook his head. I'm pretty sure the match is over. Unless you know a jutsu or something that can pull you out, you're screwed. Tenten continued to struggle for a few seconds before she realized that Naruto was right. She couldn't pull herself out with her body trapped in the earth. She didn't know any jutsu that could help her out right now. The kunoichi let out a deep sigh. Damn it. Hade noticed the kunoichi situation and, realizing she couldn't find, decided to end the match. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto! Databeo! Naruto cheered loudly. The Uzumaki, after getting his excitement out of his system, helped pull out Tenten from the ground. The kunoichi seemed miffed about losing in the manner she did, but she was also impressed. She couldn't deny that the fight was fun and challenging. I guess I got an opinion of you now, Naruto. You're pretty good, Tenten told him, a small playful smile appearing on her face. She held out her hand to him. I would like to challenge you again sometime though. I know I can and will kick your ass next time. Naruto smirked back as he shook her head. You're good yourself. And I'll take you on whenever you want, Databeo. Upon getting back to his team, Naruto was greeted by Hinata giving him a hug. The Hyuga had a large smile on her face. You did great out there, Naruto-kun, she told him, tightening the hug. Naruto blushed a little before returning the hug. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Break it up, you two. Refrain from your public displays of affection, Shikamaru stated as he walked over to them. Almost immediately after he finished his words, Hinata realized what she was doing and pulled away with a large blush on her face. Naruto's face was similarly red. Shikamaru laughed at his two teammates. Shut up, Shikamaru. The blonde shouted with a scowl. Just messing with you. Take it easy, Naruto. The Nara claimed. He raised his hand towards the blonde. Good job out there. Naruto gave Shikamaru a high five. Thanks. All of my students passed the preliminaries. Am I the best Jonin sensei or what? Anko spoke up with a laugh. Don't let it get to your head, Anko-san. Han rolled his eyes slightly before facing Naruto with a smile. You did great out there, Naruto. Uh-huh. Kuratsuchi nodded in agreement. Yeah, you really did good job, Whiskers. Anko finally gave her student her praise. Thanks. The blonde rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Conversation ended soon as the screen started to light up. It went through the remaining names. So who is left? Naruto asked. Ino, one of Kabuto's teammates, the mummy guy from Oto, and the two guys from Suna. Shikamaru answered. Naruto involuntarily shivered as he thought of Gaara and how he murdered that team in the forest. I wish anyone who fights him good luck. The screen eventually stopped on the next two names. Yamanaka Ino versus Kinyuta Dosu. Ino's up now, huh? Shikamaru noted. Friend of yours? Kuratsuchi asked out of curiosity. Nope. Acquaintance is probably the best word for her. The Nara answered with a shrug. They aren't that close, so you don't have to worry about Shikamaru being interested in her. He's all yours, Kuratsuchi. Naruto commented slyly. Naruto, what do you mean by that? Kuratsuchi asked ominously. Yeah, please elaborate. Shikamaru agreed with a similar ominous tone of voice. Unconsciously, the two genin released a decent amount of killing intent. Naruto gulped in fear at their reaction. He then turned his head to the arena and pointed. Oh, look at that! The match is about to start! Heh heh! He noted with an uneasy laugh. Ino and Dosu shared no words once they were in the arena. Ino studied Dosu intently, preparing for his first move. He's one of the guys that attacked Sasuke-kun and Sakura while they were in the forest. Ino noted, thinking back to a memory from the second exam. He was the most cautious one. Everything he does is going to be calculated. I don't think I saw what he was able to do when my team interfered, so I have no idea what he can do. I'll have to be careful, and I'm going to have to attack him before he gets too many plans set up. Dosu, unlike the blonde, was not thinking about their fight. Instead, he was busy staring at his sensei. Orochimaru-sama, you think of me as a pawn? He repeated the idea in his head. His visible eye narrowed. I'll show you I'm more than that. Hate raised his hand. 10th match, begin! Dosu pulled on his sleeve, revealing a metal device that covered his arm. He then charged forward at Ino, his fist extended. The Yamanaka blocked his fist with her arm, which collided against the metal device on her arm. Ino was about to counterattack with a punch of her own, but she couldn't. A loud, piercing sound entered her head. Immediately, Ino fell to the ground, clutching her ears. Ah! She screamed, tightening her grip on her ears. Blood was starting to drip from them. Ino tried to pull herself up, but she realized she couldn't. The girl's head was spinning and she was starting to feel nauseous. Her ears were still ringing and dripping blood. Dosu took this moment to land a chop to her neck with his other hand. The ringing in Ino's head stopped almost immediately as she fell unconscious. Hate quickly signaled for medical before calling the match. Winner Kimyu to Dosu! Dosu nodded in acknowledgement. He looked upward in the direction of his sensei when he noticed that he left. Despite the fight's rather short length, he had managed to leave in that time. Dosu sighed deeply as he walked upstairs before standing in an area by himself. Damn, that was fast! Kuratsuchi noted with wide eyes. How did he get it done that fast? Naruto asked, his eyes equally wide. Ino wasn't bad at the academy. There's no way someone should have taken her out that quickly. I believe her opponent was using some form of sound ninjutsu. Han spoke up. What do you mean? Sound? Naruto repeated. I was paying attention to that device on his arms when he revealed it. When he attacked and the kunoichi blocked, the device started to vibrate considerably. I would assume it amplifies sounds and can turn it into a weapon. The IWA Jonin stated his thought. So he had all of that sound attack her ears? Kuratsuchi asked. It probably did what that other Oto ninja did to Sasuke, only his version probably hurt worse. Shikamaru noted. That guy will be tough to fight in the exams. Kuratsuchi noted with a smirk. I'd love to try and take him on. Shikamaru sighed. Usually when someone appears to be strong, you would be a little afraid to fight them. But with her, God, she's almost worse than Naruto in this regard. The screen lit up once more and went through the final 3 names. After a few seconds, it stopped on the penultimate match, Akato Yoroi vs Kankuro. So that means the final match will be between one of the previous winners and Gaara. Naruto noted with a grimace. Naruto-kun. Hinata frowned. She remembered what Naruto told her and Shikamaru about what he saw Gaara do. She also noticed how Naruto seemed almost scared of Gaara. That would be a pain in the ass. Hopefully none of us have to take him on. Shikamaru sighed. Yoroi and Kankuro faced each other in the arena, both with cocky grins on their faces. Yoroi had already gotten into a fighting stance and looked as if he was going to charge any second. Kankuro had taken off the bandaged object on his back and was gripping it tightly with his left hand. Just do yourself a favor and quit now. It'll save you a trip to the hospital. Kankuro taunted. Funny, I was going to say something similar. Yoroi responded with the same taunting tone of voice. This match is mine, Suna punk. Hate, noticing that the genin were ready to fight, raised his hand. 11th match, begin. Yoroi immediately charged at Kankuro. As he ran, his hand started to glow blue. He tried to punch Kankuro, but the Suna genin blocked his fist. Yoroi grinned as he grabbed Kankuro's arm with his glowing hand. The grin faded after a second when he realized something. What the hell? Do you not have any chakra? The Konoha Genin shouted. Of course I do, Kankuro shouted back. My technique lets me drain chakra. So what the hell are you doing that's stopping me? Yoroi demanded. It's probably not working because you aren't really attacking me, the Suna Genin answered. After answering the question, Kankuro opened his mouth wide. A poison smoke ball shot out of his mouth and hit Yoroi directly in the face. He fell backwards to the ground. He then started to cough as he pulled himself up. Kankuro's face and body started to fall apart, revealing a human-sized puppet in its place. The wrapped object unwrapped itself, revealing the real Kankuro. The Suna Genin had blue chakra strings connected to the puppet. And that's game, Kankuro said with a smirk. After all that poison that Karasa hit you with, you will be knocked out in about 30 seconds at most. You! Yoroi growled as he finally pulled himself up. The Konoha Genin charged again at the real Kankuro, his hands still glowing blue. Kankuro yawned in boredom as he pulled on his strings. The puppet, Karasu, intervened and tackled Yoroi back to the ground. It then held him down. Yoroi struggled against the puppet's restraint until he succumbed to the poison in his body and fell unconscious. That was too easy, Kankuro said with a frown as he made a gesture with his right hand. Karasu proceeded to wrap itself up in the bandages. As Kankuro wrapped Karasu up, Hate called the match. Winner Kankuro. So that was one of Suna's puppeteers, Kuratsuchi noted. I was wondering if one of the Suna teams here had a puppeteer. It is a unique form of combat. A skilled puppeteer is rather dangerous, Han noted. You're telling me. I had to fight one of those bastards during my Chunin exams. Not that fun, Enko commented with a shiver at the memory. Conversation ended there. Everyone was curious and, in some cases, nervous about who was going to have to fight Gaara. The screen lit up for the final time as it went through names. Seconds passed before it finally stopped on the final set of names. Sabaka no Gaara vs. Kinyuta Dosu. Okay, it's not one of us. Shikamaru sighed in relief, releasing a breath he didn't even realize he was holding. So the Odo guy is going to be fighting him. Naruto stared back and forth between Gaara and Dosu. I know that guy supposedly hasn't gotten hurt on any of his missions, but he can't be that bad. What's freaking you out so much, Naruto? Kuratsuchi finally asked. You going to answer Naruto? Enko asked. She was concerned that another genin here had Naruto unnerved, especially after he already saw and faced 2 high-ranked missing ninjas in their first C-rank mission. Hopefully you won't have to find out, the blonde answered. He didn't want to imagine watching Gaara kill another person. Han stared at Gaara intently. Something was off to him. A second passed before realization hit him. I knew I sensed another Biju here. It appears as if this Gaara is the Ichibi Jinchuriki. The group immediately focused on Han. Enko and the genin were all staring at him with wide eyes and open mouths. What? Shikamaru finally spoke up, echoing everyone else's thoughts. I've felt another Biju's chakra ever since this preliminary exam has started. After studying the Suna genin and sensing his chakra, I can tell it's him. Suna only has the Ichibi, so that's what must be sealed in him. The Iwa Jonin answered. So that's what he meant when he said we were alike? Naruto mumbled to himself. So he's a Jinchuriki? The boy that's almost radiating bloodlust and killing intent? Enko asked as she turned her head back to study Gaara. Yes. The Iwa Jonin answered. Although the amount of killing intent feels rather uncomfortable even for a Jinchuriki. I wonder just how sane he is. Naruto frowned as he studied Gaara, both nervous and anxious to see him fight. So that's Gaara. The container of Shikaku and one of the key components in Orochimaru-sama's plans. Dosa noted. The 2 genin were standing across each other in the arena. Gaara seemed both bored and impatient as he waited for the match to be called. Dosa was analyzing the boy. If I wish to prove myself to Orochimaru-sama, then this is the best way. I will show him my strength by taking down the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Dosa told himself. I need to play this smart, and be careful. Hate raised his hand. 12th and final match, begin! Dosa quickly put distance between him and Gaara. He then tossed 2 shuriken at him. The shuriken were immediately blocked as sand rushed out of the gourd on Gaara's back and defended him. The sand then immediately flung towards Dosu. The Odo genin rolled out of the way, avoiding the strike. So that's the defense I've heard about. Dosa studied the sand surrounding Gaara intently. It'll block any shuriken or kunai I tried to throw at it. But Dosa pulled up his sleeve, revealing the device on his arm. Let's see if your sand can defend you from my sound. Dosa ran forward at Gaara. He attempted to punch Gaara in the face, but the sand blocked the fist. The device on Dosa's arm proceeded to release the sound waves and amplify them. Dosa then focused the sound directly at Gaara's ears. Gaara's eyes widened immediately as he started to scream in pain. The sound entered his ears and created a painful ringing noise. He clutched his ears tightly. What the? Kankuro's eyes were as wide as Gaara's. How is he doing that? Gaara's being hurt. Temari realized in panic. Orochimaru, why is one of your brats trying to defeat Gaara? He should know that Gaara is needed in the finals. Baki, the Suna Jonin, questioned with narrowed eyes. Well, I guess that the sand can't block the sound. Anko noted. Wow. Hinata mumbled in disbelief. That's the first time he's been hurt? It isn't over yet though. Han commented, his eyes focused on Gaara. He's taking damage, yes, but that does not mean he's over. Especially if he has the Ichibi in him. The noise. Make it stop. Now. A voice shouted in Gaara's head. Yes, mother. Gaara responded to the voice. Gaara, still clutching his head with his right hand, moved his left hand towards Dosu. Sand shot forward at a rapid speed, shoving the Oto Genin back. With Dosu distanced and his concentration broken, the ringing noise ended. Gaara let go of his head. Very interesting attack there. He spoke with a tone that was mixed with anger and excitement. I certainly hope you have something else to entertain me with. Gaara slammed his palms together. The sand changed shape to form a wave before chasing Dosu. The Oto Genin quickly backed away from the sand. The sand then continued to chase him. The bandage-wearing genin pulled out a kunai and proceeded to cut through some of the sand that was getting too close to him. His efforts to keep himself away failed, though, as the sand managed to catch his leg. Dosu was flung downwards hard against the ground. Fuck. He internally cursed. He used his kunai to cut the sand off his leg and then pulled himself up. Is that all? Gaara questioned. Not yet. Dosu answered as he made hand signs. He's not going to let me get up close to him after my last attack. I can get in close though if I disrupt that sand of his, though. After finishing his hand signs, Dosu slammed his fist downward, clashing the device on his arm against the ground. Crushing sound wave! The device released massive sound waves into the ground. The arena ground started to shake and started to crack. Gaara's sand, which was on the ground, started to sink further into the ground. He could feel the ground underneath him shaking. What? The Suna Genin looked at the ground in shock. Dosu took the opportunity to charge at Gaara. The Jinchuriki, realizing that Dosu was getting close enough to use that sound attack again, made a pushing gesture with his hands. More sand flied out of his gourd and, instead of blocking Dosu's fist, pushed the Oto Genin backwards away from Gaara. The sand then surrounded Dosu entirely, forming a giant ball of sand. Sand coffin. Gaara said the name of his jutsu with a smirk as he raised his right palm. The ball of sand raised into the sky. Sand B dash. Gaara's jutsu was interrupted as the ball of sand exploded from the outside. The sand fell hard against the ground. Dosu landed atop the sand on his feet. What? How? Gaara's eyes widened again. I sent sound waves throughout the sand. It collapsed almost instantly. Dosu answered matter-of-factly. You're starting to really interest me. Gaara smirked. Dosu smirked back underneath in his bandages. It would be wise to not underestimate me again. It may be the death of you. That guy just got out of Gaara's sand coffin. I didn't even know that was possible. Kankuro was stunned as he watched the match. I can't believe it. Temari was openly gaping at the fight. Gaara's sand chased after Dosu again. The Oto Genin moved out of the way again of the first blast of sand, but a second wave of sand smacked him, sending him backwards towards the wall. Dosu pulled him up to notice another wave of sand hovering him, about to crush him further into the wall. The bandaged genin jumped out of the way just in time. Dosu was getting bruised up. He was getting tired, and he knew it. The match can't last much longer at this rate. I need to end it now. If I can get in close one more time. Dosu planned his next plan of action. Let's just go straight for it. I will force my weight to him. He decided. Dosu ran forward at Gaara, pulling out another kunai. Gaara moved his hands, creating multiple bars and waves of sand to intercept the Odo Genin. Dosu used his kunai to cut through the smaller chunks of sand while avoiding the larger waves of sand. He continued to move in closer to Gaara. The Suna Genin, after realizing that Dosu was able to avoid him, made another gesture with his hand. More sand was released from his gourd and was swung forward against Dosu with a great speed. The Odo Genin couldn't dodge this blast and was slammed against the ground. The sand managed to cover his entire chest and stomach and was slowly starting to cover his arms and legs. "Heh, is this it?" Gaara questioned with a grin, preparing to finish off the Odo Genin. "No, I refuse. I refuse to die unrecognized." Dosu screamed internally. Dosu lifted the arm with the device on it and slammed it hard against the ground. The sound waves produced from the strike echoed into the ground and into the sand. The sand collapsed, freeing the Odo Genin. Dosu then quickly moved in to attack Gaara. He landed a fist against the sand surrounding Gaara. Now that he was close enough, he released another sound wave from his device. The sound was amplified and directed at Gaara's ears. H! The red-headed started to scream again, clutching his hands against his ears once more. "See me now, Orochimaru-sama? This is one of the main tools in your plan and I have him at my mercy." Dosu's eyes were filled with passion. "I am no mere pawn. I am Kinuta Dosu. And this noise. Kill him!" The voice in Gaara's head screamed. "Yes, yes, mother," Gaara responded. The Suna Genin let go of his ears and clenched his hands into fists. The sand rocketed forward against Dosu, knocking the Odo Genin backwards again and into the ground hard. The ringing sensation stopped. Gaara immediately raised his hand, which caused the sand to come together. He then lowered his hand, causing all of the sand to lower down against Dosu's body as he was trying to get up. The sheer force of the pain caused Dosu's visible eye to widen as he coughed up blood. "Ugh!" he groaned from the pain. Gaara raised his hand again before dropping it almost immediately. The sand slammed itself again in Dosu's back again as he tried to pull himself up, causing him to cough up more blood. With each hit, Dosu was fading in consciousness. After 4 hits, Dosu finally succumbed to the pain. Damn it, I'm a failure," the Odo Genin realized as he fell unconscious. Gaara noticed that Dosu was no longer trying to get up. The Suna Genin's face developed a maniacal grin. "If that is all you can do, then you'll die right here," he nearly shouted as he made a hand sign. Sand formed again into a hand that slowly started to creep towards Dosu's unconscious body. No! Naruto's eyes widened as he noticed what Gaara was about to do. "And Naruto-kun." Hinata mumbled her crush's name after hearing his voice. Images from his shadow clone's memory in the forest of death appeared in Naruto's mind. He watched Gaara murder the Kusa-genin. The blonde noticed that Dosu was not going to get up and he knew what would happen. I can't do it. I can't watch him kill another person in front of me again." With that, Naruto jumped onto the railing of the raised platform and jumped downward. "Naruto!" Shikamaru, Hinata, and Anko nearly screamed the name of their teammate in unison. "Wind style, great breakthrough!" Naruto's wind collided against Gaara's sand, blocking it from reaching Dosu. He then hurried over to the collapsed Odo Genin and picked him up. "What are you doing here? Do you wish to die too?" Gaara hissed as he made another hand sign. "I'm not going to let you kill him. You already won your fight," Naruto shouted in response. "He lost. He deserves to die." Gaara screamed manically as the sand started to come towards Naruto and Dosu. The sand disappeared as 3 Jonin jumped into the battlefield. Hade had pulled out a sword and managed to cut through the incoming sand that was approaching Naruto. Anko and Han were positioned against Gaara, holding him back from unleashing more sound. "That's enough. Uzumaki Naruto is correct. The fight is over," Hade declared affirmatively. "It's not over until I see his corpse on the ground covered in blood," Gaara hissed. "You have won the final match, Gaara. Continue fighting and you will be disqualified and imprisoned," the exam proctor stated, glaring at the redhead. "Gaara!" Baki shouted from the raised platform. Gaara glared at the Jonin in the area, at his sensei, and at Naruto, who was still holding on to the unconscious body of Dosu. After glaring for a few seconds, Gaara called back the sand to his gourd and started to walk off. "Make no mistakes, I will him later, and anyone who tries to interfere will die as well," he declared. With the match over and Gaara gone from the arena, Hate signaled for medical. The medic ninjas took Dosu away from Naruto before taking him away to the infirmary. That was very brave of you, Naruto-san. Hate told the genin. He gave the genin a smile. I was going to interfere soon, but you jumped in first. You are a very caring person. Naruto nodded, accepting the compliment. Still, though, he was angry. Angry at Gaara. Hate's right. You did a good thing, Naruto. You have the right mentality to be a true shinobi. Anko told him with a similar smile. Thanks. Naruto returned the smile, although the smile was fake. Up to this point, Naruto had let fear guide his opinions of Gaara. Now, though, he was angry at a boy who would kill anyone simply for losing. Angry at a boy who constantly attacked someone who was down. Angry at somebody who gave people the perception that people like him were demons. Gaara, you better be ready. Naruto told himself as he gave the redhead a glare. I would like to congratulate the 11 of you, for advancing to the next round. Hate told the genin in front of him. The 11 winners, Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru, Kurigane Risho, Rock Lee, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, Kuratsuchi, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Kankuro, and Gaara, stood next to each other. All of the genin were staring at the proctor. The third exam will be held exactly 1 month from today and will be held like a tournament. Each of you will participate in single battles, fighting one-on-one until the tournament ends. Hate explained. So it's a tournament? Does that mean only one of us becomes Chunin? Shikamaru asked. No. Hate shook his head. Winning matches doesn't determine who will become a Chunin. A group of judges, including the present Kage, will be observing the matches and making insight on who deserves to be promoted based on the fights. Winning is not a requirement for promotion. However, The proctor proceeded to cough loudly before continuing. Winning the matches let you fight in more matches. The more times you fight, the more chances you have to impress the judges and earn your promotion. So what are we supposed to do a month? Just sit around? Risho asked in annoyance. What you do that month is up to you. I would suggest training. Hate advised. He then pulled out a bag from his pocket. In this bag, I have 11 different numbers. One at a time, I'd like you all to come forward and draw numbers. Once all numbers, have been drawn, we will know who is going to fight who. One by one, the genin walked forward and picked out a number from the bag. They then read off the names. I have 5. Hinata stated. 8. Kankuro stated. 7. Gaara read. Kankuro, immediately after, felt himself get nervous. I am number 4. Lee declared. 2. Shikamaru read. 11. Naruto said. 1. Shino stated. 6. Niji read as he gave a glare to Hinata. 3. Sasuke said. 9. Kuratsuchi read. Hate nodded after receiving numbers and taking note of it on paper. He then presented the paper. Then I present you all the matchups for the third exam of the Chunin exams. He said. Match 1, Kurigane Risho vs Uzumaki Naruto. Match 2, Aburame Shino vs Naro Shikamaru. Match 3, Uchiha Sasuke vs Rock Lee. Match 4, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Niji. Match 5, Sabaka no Gaara vs Kankuro. Match 6, Kuratsuchi vs winner of Match 1. Match 7, winner of Match 2 vs winner of Match 3. Match 8, winner of Match 5 vs winner of Match 6. Match 9, winner of Match 7 vs winner of Match 4. Match 10, winner of Match 8 vs winner of Match 9. Those are the matches for the third exam. Hate repeated. I would, advise that you train well this month. You are now all dismissed. Chapter 20. Let the training begin. Following the preliminary exam, Anko decided to take her students out to dinner to celebrate her treat. The 4 members of Team 3 headed off to Ichiraku's. Congrats you 3 on making it into the third exam, Tucci said proudly as he placed their orders on the table. Consider this a reward for all your hard work. Thank you very much. Hinata and Shikamaru thanked him as they took their bowls. Yeah, thanks old man. Naruto gave his thanks and immediately started to eat his ramen. Oh yeah, thanks for taking us out to eat, Anko-sensei. Naruto managed to spit out some of his food when he thanked his sensei, causing Shikamaru to sigh. Naruto, don't talk with your mouth full. The Nara informed him. He has worse habits. Don't get onto him for that. Anko chuckled. But don't thank me. You all earned it. You all are the only full team to make it to the third exam. That says a lot about you guys. Hinata's eyes glowed with pride. Thank you, Anko-sensei. Did you make it past the preliminaries when you took the exam? Naruto asked in between bites. My year we didn't have a preliminary exam. Anko answered with a shrug. I just went into the third exam and kicked ass as usual. Naturally, I got promoted right after. On your first try? Shikamaru asked. Yup. So, you three have a lot to live up to. The snake summoner grinned at them. We'll do our best, Naruto declared as he finished his first bowl of ramen. He then pushed it to the side. I'm pretty pumped up for the exam. I can't wait to kick Risho's ass. Yeah, you have fun with that, Shikamaru said with a sigh. I'd like to put off this exam as long as possible. Shino's going to be a giant pain in the ass to fight. Hinata didn't say anything as she started to think about who she was going to fight. A frown crept onto her face as she imagined her fight with Niji. Anko cleared her throat before speaking. Well, since you all are so eager about the third exam, I might as well let you all know what our plans are for training. The three genin turned their attention to their sensei and stared at her intently. Yeah, how is this going to work out? Are we just going to train for the exams the same we always train? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, not really. Actually, I'm not going to be really training you guys, Anko said with a sigh. Her genin's eyes all widened. You see, all three of you made it to the exam. And that's great and all, but there's a chance that you may fight each other at some point in the exam. I don't want to risk favoritism in any way, so I'm not going to be directly training you guys during the month, she answered. Besides, it would be unfair to divide your training time amongst the three of you. You all need to focus on your own training, not each other's. So then what are we going to do? Hinata asked quietly. Well, I have a few things in mind. For starters, you and Shikamaru should get most of your training done with your clan. Let them know about the matches coming up. I'll fill your parents in about what I've been working with you guys, and then they can work on what they feel you all need for the exams. Her sensei responded. Shikamaru nodded in understanding and agreement. Hinata nodded as well, although hers was more hesitant. Naruto frowned. I wish I had clan that could help out with my training. Does this mean I have no one to help me out? Anko, as if reading Naruto's mind, turned her attention towards the blonde. Hey, Whiskers, don't get all sad and shit. I made some personal arrangements for you. I've got two of my real good friends to supervise your training. And believe me when I say this, they will get you training hard. Naruto's frown turned into an excited grin. Who are they? What kind of ninja are they? You'll find out tomorrow. And believe me, they kick ass. Anko explained simply with a smirk. So Naruto trains with your friends and we train with our clan. Is that all the plans you have made? Shikamaru asked. Well, not exactly. I'm still your sensei, so I'm going to pop in once a week or so on each of you. And when I come in, I'd like to give my own advice and maybe a scroll or two that could be helpful. Maybe a jutsu or some general strategy that can help you all. Anko answered as she rubbed the back of her head. So yeah, you all are kind of doing your own thing with your trainers, but I'd still like to help out a little. Just not too much, because this is your own training and I feel it isn't in my place to get involved that much. Sorry again about that. We understand, Hinata told her. Yeah? No big deal, sensei, Naruto told her with a smirk. Anko smiled in response. Conversation ended as the group continued to eat their ramen as Naruto started to receive another bowl. Around 30 minutes passed before the group finished eating. Alright, so you all should enjoy the night. Shikamaru, Hinata, break the news to your family. I'll come by tomorrow and let them in on what I've trained you guys on. Naruto, I'll be over at your apartment tomorrow at 6 a.m. and I'll take you over to your trainers. Gotcha! Naruto exclaimed. See you tomorrow, Anko-sensei. Bye! Hinata and Shikamaru shouted. The three genin hurried off in their own direction. Anko smiled as she watched her students walk off. They're good kids, Tochi commented from the ramen stand. Damn right they are. Anko nodded in agreement. Great shinobi too. Those three are going places in the future. I bet they are. The ramen chef chuckled as he pulled out a piece of paper. Anyway, here's the bill for tonight, Anko-san. Anko took the bill and looked at the price. Her eyes widened and she dropped the piece of paper. What the hell? She gasped, her eyes focused on the price. This is the first you've treated Naruto to ramen, isn't it? Iruka-san and Hokage-sama reacted similarly their first time. Tucci chuckled. This is… Enko's hands instinctively went to her head as she started to groan loudly. Naruto, what the fuck? How do you eat this much ramen? Enko's mind was cursing her blonde student and crying for the money she was about to lose. By the time Team 3 finished their meal and discussion, the sun had long already set. It was late in the evening. Hinata arrived at the Hyuga compound and walked in as quietly as possible to not disturb anyone. Not too many members of her clan would be walking around in the night, so she was surprised to see her father was out by the entrance to the compound. Hayashi was sitting right by the entrance in a chair, drinking a cup of tea. Hinata, it looks like you are finally back. Hayashi noted to her as he took a sip of his tea. Father. Hinata mumbled in embarrassment, looking down to the ground. What are you doing up this late? You usually are in bed by now. I was waiting for you. I figured we should talk. He answered, placing his teacup to the side on a nearby desk. Niji informed us about the Chunin exams. Hinata frowned, still looking down. Why yes. The Hyuga heiress blushed in embarrassment at the return of her stutter. We are scheduled to fight each other, that is what he said. Hayashi nodded his head. Did he say anything else? She asked. A slight trace of a frown appeared on Hayashi's face, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared as he started to speak. Nothing of worth. Anyway, I felt like the two US should discuss your training for the Chunin exams. Enko-sensei instructed me to spend the month training with our clan. She informed him. I figured. Hayashi nodded in understanding. Tomorrow, we will begin your training early in the morning when you wake up. You haven't gotten the chance to train in your gentle fist much recently, so it's about time we rectify that. I will personally be overseeing your training. That comment caused Hinata's head to look upwards towards her father in surprise. In the past few years, before becoming a genin, Hinata had been instructed to train with other members of the main branch while Hayashi spent most of his time training her sister Hanabi. It had been years since he personally oversaw her training. We will continue where you left off. We have plenty of work to catch up on with you. You are going to be representing the Hyuga main branch in a month, and I'm going to do my part to make sure you represent us well. Hayashi stated firmly. Hinata's embarrassment disappeared. A smile slowly developed on her face. Maybe I can get his approval finally. Maybe he won't see me as a failure anymore. Understood. She informed him. Head to my personal training room after you've woken up and are prepared. We have a busy day tomorrow, so we should both go and get some sleep. Hayashi stated. Right. Hinata said as she started to walk off. Hayashi watched his daughter bow to him before walking down the hallways of the compound towards her room. A few seconds passed before he spoke up again. Hinata? He said her name. Hinata stopped immediately. It is an honor to make it the third exam so early in your career. You've done a good job. Hinata continued to walk down the corridors of her compound. A wide smile had covered her face. You made it to the final exams? Yoshino nearly shouted. Shikamaru didn't really know what he was expecting when he went home to tell his parents he made it the third exam in the Chunin exams. What he was not expecting, however, was his mother screaming. Geez, Mom, you're louder than when you're upset with me. The genin said as he rubbed his ears. Of course I'm loud. Do you know how big of a deal this is? The Nara matriarch exclaimed, clapping her hands together. Most people don't make it to the third exam on their first time, not even your father and I. Really? Shikamaru's eyebrow rose in curiosity. His eyes turned from his mother to his father. Neither of you? Humph. Shikaku grumbled as he fiddled around with an empty sake bottle in his hands. In my defense, Enoichi got pretty injured during our second exam and we couldn't go further. Don't try and save face. I also remember you needed medical attention after that exam as well. Yoshino rolled her eyes at her husband's comments before continuing to speak. No, but it is amazing, Shikamaru. I am so proud of you. I knew you could do great things when you finally got around to doing them. Thanks. Shikamaru rubbed his head sheepishly. He was not used to receiving so much praise from his mother, so he didn't really know how to react. Your mom is right, Shikamaru. It is a big deal. Therefore, as much of a pain in the ass as it will be, we're going to be taking your training much more seriously. Shikaku informed him, placing his empty bottle down. What did your sensei tell you to do during the training month? She wanted me to focus on training with the clan. His son answered. Figured. The Jonin commander responded. That means your mom and I are going to oversee your training again. And we can finally actually teach you some of the more intricate techniques of the Nara clan. Yoshino smirked. Oh, this month is going to be fun. Yoshino giggled in a maniacal tone, which caused Shikamaru to gulp in fear. So, how do you want to do this? He asked his parents. Bright and early in the morning. Every morning. Yoshino smirked. And then we will train you into the dirt that it hurts to move. Shikamaru blinked in response. No son of mine is going to be a lazy chunin. You should have known what you're getting yourself into when you signed up to take the exam. Yoshino stated sharply before pointing toward a corridor. I'd advise you get as much as sleep as you can right now, because tomorrow, you're going to need it. Troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled his trademark expression as he bid farewell to his parents and walked towards his bedroom. I should have just stayed out of the exams. Been a genin forever. The two Nara parents waited for Shikamaru to leave the room before they turned to each other. We already discussed some of our training plans. You know it's not going to be that bad. Shikaka told her. Oh, I know. But I just wanted to mess with him a little. Easy opportunities like this don't come often. Yoshino giggled to herself. Scary woman. Shikaka chuckled as he stood up, taking his sake bottle to the trash. Oh, shut up. You know you love me. Yoshino giggled as she lightly punched Shikaka on the arm. The next morning came quickly for the members of Team 7. At 6 a.m., as the sun was rising, a loud knock was heard throughout Naruto's apartment. The blonde Jinchuriki was woken up immediately. He got dressed as quickly as he could before rushing over to the door, revealing his Jonin sensei. Morning, Anko sensei. Naruto mumbled with a yawn to her. Anko glared at her student. Let's get going, brat. Naruto nodded and the two were on their way. Anko was leading the way while her blonde student followed closely behind. Neither of the two were talking. Anko sensei, what are your friends like? Like personality-wise? Naruto asked after getting a little disturbed by the lack of conversation. That's a stupid question. You'll see in a little bit. She grumbled. Are you mad at me? The Uzumaki asked in confusion. You seem more annoyed than usual. What do you think? She rolled her eyes. Of course, dipshit. Why? What did I do? He asked frantically. Do you really have to ask? She shouted back. I decided to be a nice sensei and take my brats out to dinner for once in celebration of their good work, and what do? You bought so much damn food that I lost a week's worth of pay. Naruto's eyes blinked in surprise. Really? And I've been trying to save my money too. Damn it, Whiskers, that was a lot of money. Of course I'm pissed about losing all of it. But I was actually trying to not eat as much as I usually do to save you some money. The blonde mumbled in confusion. Anko immediately choked in response. Her anger had turned to surprise and fear. Not eat as much? But how much does he normally eat? How much does he normally pay? Anko-sensei, are you okay? Naruto asked, blinking again. Fine. I'm fine. Anko shook her head, removing her thoughts about the potential money lost. Anyway, we're almost there. Let's pick up the pace. Anko started to hurry her pace to Konoha, causing Naruto to sweat drop in response. She's pissed off 1 second, and then not right after. Naruto shook his head as he hurried behind his sensei. Anko-sensei has way too many mood swings. At their hastened pace, Naruto and Anko reached their destination soon after. They arrived at Training Ground 29. The training ground was located close to the gates of Konoha and was filled with training posts and stumps for shinobi to practice their jutsus and weapon throwing on. There were absolutely no trees in the area. It was simply an open field where shinobi could practice. Standing in the middle of this training ground were two shinobi Naruto recognized. They were the proctors of the first and second Chunin exams, Marino Ibiki and Yuhi Kurinai. Anko, punctual as always. Ibiki noted when Anko and Naruto arrived. I expected you'd be late considering you had to get your student. I'm almost never late. Anko informed him with a smirk. Never. Except when you were late for that meeting to discuss the Chunin exams. Kurinai pointed out with a smirk of her own. In my defense, no one told me about it. Besides, I technically wasn't even supposed to be there, 'cause someone had to go and replace me as the second exam proctor. Enko rolled her eyes in response, which only caused Kurenai to chuckle. Naruto mumbled, his eyes wide as he stared at the two proctors. He hadn't expected them to be his sensei's friends. Oh yeah, introductions and shit. Enko realized as she pointed to the two proctors. Whiskers, I know you met them in the exam, but let me properly introduce you. This is Marino Ibiki and Yuhi Kurenai. They are two of my friends and they have agreed to oversee your training during the month. Friend's a loose word, Enko. Ibiki pointed out quickly. Oh, be quiet you. You know you love me, don't you, Biki-kun? The purple-haired Kunoichi replied with an innocent tone of voice. Ibiki responded with a glare, which caused both Enko and Kurenai to burst into laughter. Naruto blinked in confusion as he watched the three. After a few seconds, he finally interrupted the laughter and spoke up. Not that I'm complaining or anything about them, but are they even allowed to train me? I mean, they are the proctors of the previous exams. Couldn't that be considered unfair? Naruto asked. Reasonable question. Ibiki responded with a nod. Some people could consider it unfair, but they would be people with no knowledge about how these exams are organized. Kurenai-san nor I have no say in the decision-making process of the third exam. We don't get to decide who will get promoted in the third exam, nor do we have any say in how it is run. Therefore, we are allowed to train anyone we want to for the third and final exam. Kurenai stated. And it just so happens that we are going to help with your training. Works for me. Naruto exclaimed. His confusion about seeing the two proctors had now seemingly disappeared and was now replaced with his trademark excitement. So what are we going to focus on? What are we going to train in today? We haven't fully decided yet. We would kinda like to see what you are capable of before we design something specific for you. Kurenai stated. We saw what you can do to an extent during the exams and we know what Enko has told us, but we would like to see exactly what you can really do. Works for me. Naruto shrugged. And with that, I'm out. Enko shrugged before she started to walk off. I've got a couple more arrangements to take care of with Shikamaru and Hinata and a few other things. You all have fun. Check in on you sometime later this week, Whiskers. The Tokubetsu Jonin disappeared in a poof of smoke, using the shunshin. A scowl developed on Naruto's face as he pointed to where his sensei had previously been. Okay, that. She does that all the time and it's really annoying. Can you guys teach me that? He asked. Ibiki rubbed his hand against his head. You act just like Enko, in all the wrong ways. Naruto looked down in embarrassment. Sorry about that. I kinda just get excited a lot, you know? I'll try and keep it down. No need to keep your attitude in check, Naruto-kun. We work with Enko all the time. Trust me, it's not a bad thing to act like her at all. It keeps things interesting. Kurenai said with a chuckle before her face turned serious. But yeah, let's get straight to business. Can you give us a demonstration of your techniques and discuss them with us? Naruto lifted his head and nodded before making a hand sign. Of course I can, Databeo. Let's get started. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16. Hinata's voice started to fade as she focused more on landing her palms. Hayashi sighed as he watched his eldest daughter attack a training dummy he set up. The two of them had been practicing for around 2 hours now, and he had been watching his daughter very carefully. He had noticed her stamina and strength had, indeed, improved since her time at the academy, and began immediately in trying to immerse her in the forms and jutsu of the Hyuga main branch. Hinata, however, was having difficulty executing them. Hinata finished her attempt at the 8 trigrams, 32 palms when she turned to her father, breathing hard and sweating. How was that? The Hyuga clan head shook his head. Your palms hit the targets, but they do not have the necessary force. Oh. Hinata sighed in frustration. Also, your stance is still not satisfactory. It's too loose, Hayashi added. Hinata frowned in response. Her father, as well as the rest of her clan, has always had an issue with her stance. She was always too loose and not stern enough. She has always tried to rectify this complaint, but her attempts never work. She is always still too loose. Why is that, Hinata? Your skill with the gentle fist would improve greatly if we get your stance more firm, Hayashi told her. I don't know, his daughter replied quietly. It just never comes naturally to me. The stance just feels unnatural. Your natural element affinity is water, correct? I believe that's what your sensei told me when we talked. Hayashi asked. Hinata nodded in response. That would explain it. Water is considered more flexible and free. The gentle fist style is better suited towards somebody who is grounded and firm. That is why most Hyuga clan members have earth as their element. So it's impossible for someone with my affinity to properly use the gentle fist? Hinata asked quietly, downtrodden. Hayashi shook his head. No, it's still possible. There are a few Hyuga, including your mother, who are born with a fire affinity. They struggle learning the gentle fist, but they pick it up over time. It's very possible. We just have to focus on working on the aspects of your stance that your affinity holds you back in. Hinata frowned in response. Hold back? She had always thought that the water affinity was a strong, unique element in Konoha that would be able to help her. Up to this point, it has supplied her with ninjutsu and has added more variety to her offensive capabilities. The idea that the water affinity was a hindrance to her seemed off and uncomfortable to her. If anything, in Hinata's opinion, the gentle fist taijutsu style was being the hindrance to her, and it should be the one redesigned. Wait a second. The Hyuga heiress's eyes widened at the train of thought. Redesign, the gentle fist? Father? Hinata spoke up. Hayashi mentally sighed at hearing his daughter stutter. He knew whatever she was going to say was uncomfortable to her, meaning it would probably frustrate him. Yes? Would it be possible to redesign the gentle fist, to suit my affinity? Hinata asked quietly. Hayashi's eyes widened at the idea. Redesign? The gentle fist had been passed down generations through generations in the Hyuga clan with little to no changes. Most Hyuga had been born with the proper affinity to practice the taijutsu style properly, and the ones who had not were forced to accommodate their physical limits in order to learn it. No Hyuga has ever tried to actually change the style to fit their own physical capabilities. The idea sounded foreign to Hayashi. Almost on instinct, the Hyuga clan head dismissed the idea. Before he spoke his dismissal to Hinata, he started to think more about it. Hinata's natural flexibility is going to make it hard to stiffen her stance. Water is free. The gentle fist needs to be grounded and constricted. She may one day be able to get the gentle fist down satisfactorily speaking, but she will never be a master in the style. He realized. So if that is the case, maybe she can become a master in her own variant of the style. Something like this has never been done before. Hayashi started after a long period of silent thought. Hinata's head dropped in response. However, I will look into this. Perhaps the two of us can design a flexible gentle fist variant that is more suited to you. Really? Hinata's head rose again and she looked at her father with wide eyes. Yes. However, this is going to take a lot of time and effort on both of our parts to get this created. Do your part, and I will try my best to help create this new gentle fist. Of course. Hinata exclaimed happily. Hayashi let a smile grace his lips for a second before it disappeared behind his usual, stoic demeanor. Now show me a stance that feels natural to you. Shikamaru and his parents stood facing each other in his clan's garden. The genin was looking at the older, experienced shinobi intently. So, what's the plan? How's this training going to work? He asked with a yawn. Yoshino frowned. Are you honestly still tired? I even let you sleep in an extra 2 hours than I intended. I'm always tired. Shikamaru responded. Immediately, his mother tossed a kunai knife at him. His eyes widened as he dodged just in time before it hit him. What the dash? Well, now that you are more awake, how about we get started as Shikaku? The Nara matriarch chuckled to herself as she elbowed her husband. Shikaku sighed and mumbled something about bothersome wives before he pulled out a scroll from his jacket's pocket. He then tossed it over to Shikamaru, who looked over it immediately. Shadow Neck Binding Jutsu? Shikamaru repeated the name of the jutsu. His father nodded. It's a jutsu derived from the shadow paralysis. A more combat-oriented variation of it. Yoshino, would you like to demonstrate it? Yoshino opened her mouth to respond, but Shikaku then shook his head and started to speak again. Never mind, that was a stupid question. Of course you do. I'll be your target. Damn right you will. She exclaimed cheerfully as she made a hand sign. Shikamaru paid close attention as Yoshino's shadow came into contact with Shikaku's. After it made contact, the shadow went further up Shikaku's body. The younger Nara's eyes widened as he watched his father's body tense up. The shadow moved all the way up to Shikaka's neck and looked as if it was about to surround it before Yoshino released the jutsu, removing her shadow and freeing her husband. So you're able to utilize the shadow possession jutsu and then use the connected shadow to strangle the caught shinobi? Shikamaru asked. Pretty much. Although the jutsu can be used in a variety of different ways. It's just that strangulation is the most common and effective. Shikaka shrugged. I see. Shikamaru nodded as he studied the jutsu. It requires more chakra, concentration, and overall strength to pull the shadow onto someone caught in it. That's why the clan doesn't teach it to anyone until they are at least a decent genin, Yoshino explained. Still, it's probably the most basic variant of our shadow ninjutsu. Therefore, you need to learn this first before we can start getting into the fun stuff. Shikamaru nodded again. He continued to study the scroll in detail. A few minutes passed before he finally put the scroll away and spoke up. Alright, I think I can try this, he said. You can use me as the target for the jutsu, Shikaka answered. We'll keep practicing it until you get exhausted from the practice. Realistically speaking, you shouldn't get it one day. The Nara clan head shrugged. You ready? Shikamaru nodded as he made the hand sign and began to practice the jutsu. So what do you two think? Naruto asked after showing off his jutsus. Ibiki and Kurenai did not immediately respond. The two exam proctors had watched as Naruto showed them the jutsus he could use and to the extent he could use them. They also listened to him as he gave a verbal explanation of his skills and abilities. After absorbing the information, the two stared at each other, as they both tried to think of a training regime. After a minute of silent thought, they both nodded. Ibiki was the one who spoke up. Naruto, are you aware of the memory transfer involved in your shadow clones? Ibiki asked. The blonde nodded. Yeah, I realized about it in the second exam actually. Good. The Tokubetsu Jonin responded. Then I assume you know that anything your clones learn, you learn as well. Naruto's eyes widened for a few seconds before a wide smirk developed on his face. Heh, that makes sense now that I think about. So are my shadow clones basically the ultimate way to train? Ibiki nodded in affirmation. They are a great tool for training, and we will be taking advantage of that. During all of our training sessions, you will create a clone. You will train under one of us while the clone will train under the other so we can optimize the time effectively. He then turned to face his partner. Kurenai-san, if memory recalls, you are rather close to a wind-style user in Konoha. Perhaps you can teach Naruto something you've learned from your acquaintance. Kurenai's eyes narrowed at Ibiki. Are you implying something, Ibiki-san? I was just noting that you may know a wind jutsu to teach Naruto. Nothing more. The scarred shinobi responded, seemingly indifferent to Kurenai's glare. The Jonin dropped her glare and turned to face Naruto. Ibiki-san's right. I do know a wind jutsu or two I could teach you. Maybe for the first week or so, I can work on improving your jutsu inventory. She noted. Awesome! Naruto shouted in excitement as he made a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu! A shadow clone appeared in a poof of smoke right next to Naruto. You're eager to learn, Naruto-kun. I like that. Kurenai grinned as she walked off. Your clone can work with me today. Let's get to work. The clone jumped up in excitement before it hurried behind Kurenai as she walked off to a place more secluded to practice jutsu. The original Naruto was left alone now with Ibiki. Okay, so while my clone is with Kurenai-sensei, what am I going to learn from you, Ibiki-sensei? Any cool jutsu from you? Naruto asked excitedly. Ibiki's eyebrow rose at the sensei honorific, but he paid it no mind. Perhaps I'll teach you some jutsu down the road. For now, though, we'll be working on developing your strategic mind. Huh! Naruto's excitement started to fade. You are a talented kid, there's no point in denying that. You have a strong arsenal of jutsu, and you even have some control of the kyubi. You're talented, but you're weak without a developed mind, Ibiki said bluntly. Naruto resisted the urge to glare at the exam proctor as he waited for him to continue. If you understand proper strategy, you can plan your attacks better and execute them at the right moments. You have potential, Naruto, and I'm going to make sure you develop it. Understood. Naruto responded. So, how are going to develop strategy then? I have a few books you can read in your spare time. Shogi and other similar games can also help. But for now, I'm just going to present you with scenarios and see how you handle them. Ibiki explained. Scenarios? The blonde blinked, repeating the phrase. I'll give you a verbal situation, and you are going to tell me how you would respond. I'll let you know the result of your decisions. After a few of them, I'll make things a little more intricate. The exam proctor explained. Okay. Let's start this, Naruto declared. How bad can these be? Bad. Very bad. Very, very bad. Naruto mumbled to himself as he left the training ground. The Uzumaki had a massive headache. Ibiki scenarios were always battles between two shinobi with a different environment, different available jutsus, different amount of weapons, and other variables. Naruto's responses often resulted in one phrase from Ibiki. With that response, in this scenario, you would be dead. Naruto had to learn exactly how his responses were incorrect. Ibiki spent a long time explaining the importance of monitoring the environment and exploiting it, paying attention to his opponent and understanding their psychology, and always planning ahead for anything. The head of the torture and investigation department spent most of his time teaching Naruto important strategic lessons. Once training had ended, Naruto had left with more knowledge, but also with a massive headache. Kurenai-sensei also didn't help with her training. Ugh. Naruto rubbed his head in pain. Kurenai had started to teach Naruto the wind style, wind-release stream jutsu. The jutsu had many practical uses, releasing a stream of wind from a person's mouth that can be used as an attack, blow up a dust cloud to conceal the user's movements, as well as help the user change directions and move faster while in the air. Naruto agreed with its practical use and his clone was excited to learn the jutsu, but the strain it put on his lungs during the practice session caused him a lot of pain. Furthermore, he had not managed to perform the jutsu correctly, meaning he would need more practice on the jutsu and, therefore, would be creating the same straining feeling on his lungs. Naruto was not one to whine. He was, however, not the kind of person to not acknowledge that he is exhausted and pain. I just want to sleep. Naruto groaned as he walked back to his apartment. As Naruto neared his apartment, he noticed that he had company. A shinobi medic from the hospital was standing outside of his door. Naruto's eyebrows lifted in curiosity as he walked towards his apartment door. Are you looking for me? Can I help you? He asked the medic, ignoring the pain from his headache and his lungs. The medic turned around and faced Naruto. He sighed. I was wondering where you were. Guess you were out. The medic commented. You really should have left a note on your door that you weren't going to be home. Sorry. I just don't get a lot of company often, Naruto said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. What can I do for you though? One of our patients asked for us to fetch you. He wanted to talk to you. The medic responded. Naruto gave the medic a confused look. A patient of yours? Wants to talk to me? Yes. The medic responded before he started to walk off. Just follow me to the hospital. He seemed adamant about wanting to talk to you as soon as possible. Naruto followed the medic. His pain from earlier was still there and the blonde was still exhausted, but these feelings were overpowered by his curiosity. Who actually wants to talk to me? He wondered as he followed the medic to the hospital. Dosa-san, here is Uzumaki Naruto. The medic informed the patient as he left the hospital room. Naruto walked into the hospital room nervously. Sitting in the bed was the Oto Genin, Kinyuta Dosu. The bandaged-wearing boy was covered in even more bandages, if that was even possible. His forehead protector, as well as the sound device on his arm, was placed to the side on a counter by the bed. The Oto Genin was staring directly at Naruto the second he walked in. Naruto-san, thank you for coming by, Dosa said. No problem. None at all. Naruto responded with an uneasy laugh. How are you doing? You know, after the fight with Gaara. Dosa closes his visible eye as he spoke up. Sabaka no Gaara did considerable damage to the bones in my body and according to the medics, it is going to take me a minimum of 2 weeks recovery before I am able to leave the hospital. However, physically speaking, I am mostly okay. Naruto nodded in understanding before giving a smile. At least you're okay. I honestly thought Gaara was going to try and kill you. As far as I was aware, he did try. The Oto Genin replied dryly. Naruto's smile dropped, and he frowned in response. When I was knocked unconscious, I honestly thought I was going to die. To my complete surprise, I woke up in this hospital. I had questioned one of the medics who brought me here immediately when I woke up about what happened. Dosa spoke with a quiet. His eye then shot open as he stared intently at Naruto. I was told that you intervened and saved my life. Me? Naruto blinked before shaking his head. I didn't save your life. Enko-sensei and Han and I did. They were the ones who were able to actually restrain Gaara. That may be true, but I was told you intervened first, and the attack you prevented could have very well seriously injured me. Or worse. Dosu's voice trailed off as he began to imagine what could have happened. Naruto mumbled in response. An awkward silence passed between the two genin. Naruto said nothing as Dosu thought to himself about the situation. After 5 minutes, Dosu finally spoke up. Why? He asked. Huh? Why what? Naruto asked back. I am not a Konoha shinobi. Furthermore, I thought that my team angered you prior to the exams when we attacked the boy from your village with the cards. So, why did you intervene in the fight and save me? He clarified. Naruto's eyes narrowed a little as he spoke up. Just because you aren't from my village doesn't mean I shouldn't help you. And even if you and your teammates were being jackasses, it doesn't mean you should die because of it. But you're not answering my question. Why save me? Dosu shouted the question, desperate. Naruto blinked in surprise at Dosu's tone of voice, but then he shook his head to get over the surprise. Because no one deserves to die like that. I hate seeing people suffer and I don't want to watch anyone die when I can prevent it. I didn't want you to die. Naruto responded, a smile appearing on his face. Dosu did not respond for a few seconds. He was contemplating Naruto's answer. He then shook his head in disagreement. This would be so much easier if you would simply be honest, Naruto-san. Dosu said quietly. You want some form of payment for saving my life, correct? Naruto's mouth dropped in response to Dosu's accusation. His eyes then narrowed as the Oto genin continued. I don't have too much money, so we'll have to make arrangements of another form of pay. A jutsu perhaps. Or maybe keep your money and your jutsus. Whatever. I don't want anything, damn it. Naruto shouted, interrupting the Oto genin. God, can you not believe that or something? I just didn't want to see you die. I find that hard to believe, Naruto-san. Dosu shook his head again. Naruto sighed in frustration. Does this guy have no faith in people or something? How many times am I going to have to say this, damn it? An idea soon entered Naruto's head. He immediately spoke up. Fine, you want to pay me back, Dosu? The Oto genin nodded. I don't like owing debts. What do you want in return? Then be my friend, the Uzumaki said with a smile. Excuse me? Dosu blinked in confusion. I am being honest, I saved your life because I didn't want you to die. I don't think anyone's life should go to waste like that. So if you really want to pay me back, then fine, you can. And I choose that you have to be my friend. Naruto answered, his smile growing bigger. Dosu was quiet as he closed his eyes and thought. He didn't say anything for a few minutes before he let out a light, small chuckle. You are interesting. I don't believe Oto has any shinobi like you. Dosu commented nonchalantly. Damn right they don't. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm an original Databayo. Naruto proclaimed with a laugh. At that moment, Naruto let out a loud yawn. His exhaustion was returning to him again. Yeah, just saying, I'm kind of really tired. Long day training and stuff. I'm going to go back home and probably sleep. Naruto told the bandaged genin. But you understand what I was saying, right? There was no ulterior reason to save your life. I just didn't want to see you die. I understand. Dosu nodded. Heh, good. Naruto responded as he started to walk out of the room. Naruto-san? Dosu repeated the blonde's name, causing him to stop. If you really wish me to be your friend, does that imply that you will be visiting again sometime? Naruto's smile grew even larger at that comment. I'll come by sometime in the week. You take care, Dosu. With that, Naruto left the room. Kinuta Dosu was left alone to his thoughts. He's different from Orochimaru-sama. Dosu internally noted as he laid down on the hospital bed. His mind was rampant with differing thoughts. The next day, Naruto was awoken by another knock on the door. The blonde sleepily dragged himself to the door and opened it. At the door, he saw Enko standing outside. Enko-sensei, why are you waking me up now? Do you know what time it is, Databayo? I'm not supposed to be at training for at least another 2 hours. Naruto mumbled in his tiredness. The Uzumaki rubbed his eyes before looking at his sensei again. Immediately his mind started to wake up as he noticed the condition of his sensei. She was dressed in all black, Her purple hair was straight down and not in its usual ponytail, and she had a somber look on his face. "Sorry about bothering you, Naruto, but—" Anko took a deep breath before she spoke up. "A friend of mine has just passed away and I know you know him. The funeral is in an hour and a half. I just felt that maybe you and your teammates would want to go." Naruto looked downward after hearing the news. "I'm going to have to let Hinata and Shikamaru know about this. If you want to go, it's going to be held at the Memorial Stone," Anko said. She then bowed and walked off away from his apartment. Once his sensei left, Naruto returned upstairs and pulled out a pair of black clothes he had. As he prepared himself for the day and the funeral, only one thought remained in his head. Who died? Gekko Hate, Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru were all dressed in black as they stared at Hayate's picture in front of the memorial stone. They were the only genin amongst a sea of shinobi that attended the funeral. Naruto recognized a few of the shinobi: Anko, Kurenai, Ibiki, Iruka, the senseis of Team 7 and Team 10, and a few other people he had seen throughout the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood to the side of Hayate's picture and discussed the deceased shinobi's life. He talked about how prone Hate was to getting sick, how skilled he was with the sword, but more than anything, how Hate was a textbook example of the will of fire. "We literally just saw him at the preliminary exams. It hasn't even been a week since. And now he's dead." Shikamaru shook his head as he listened to the sandame. Hinata's eyes focused on a particular shinobi, a woman with purple hair similar to Anko. The woman had been crying since the beginning of the funeral. "Hayate-san, it was not your time. He had just complimented me during the preliminaries. And now..." Naruto felt himself near tears. "I never even got to thank him for what he told me. And now I never will." The ceremony was around an hour and a half in length. Once the ceremony was over, the visitors left a flower on the memorial stone in honor of their deceased comrade. While most of the shinobi left after leaving a flower to honor Hate, a few people remained by the grave. Among them was Anko. The genin members of Team 3 walked over to her. "So you guys did come?" Anko noted quietly. "Hokage-sama never said what happened to Hate?" Shikamaru asked. "We don't know exactly. All we know is that he was murdered. He had plenty of cuts throughout his body. By the shape of them, it's hypothesized that he was killed with a wind jutsu. We just don't know what bastard did this." Anko's voice was slowly becoming angrier. She spat out the word bastard as if it was venom. "How did you know, Hayate-san?" Hinata questioned. Anko's anger disappeared as she took a deep sigh in. "Well, Hate and I met in our own Chunin exams. I actually fought his genin team during the second part of our exam, and they actually kicked my ass. But we still managed to make it to the third part of the exam, and we fought again. I got to go one-on-one with him, and we actually managed a draw. We were both promoted, and because of that, we ended up celebrating together." Anko looked towards the memorial stone, tears threatening to leak from her eyes as she continued. "Hate, he became one of my best friends. We would always go out drinking. He was Ibiki's genin teammate. You see that purple-haired woman over there?" Anko pointed towards the girl Hinata was watching during the funeral. "That's Yugao. That was his fiancée." Anko stopped speaking as she rubbed her tears away with her shirt. When they were gone, she continued. "Hate, he was a great guy and a great shinobi. And a lot of people are going to miss him." The three genin did not respond as they looked downward. None of had nothing to say. They didn't know what could they say. "One reason I wanted you guys to come to this is to understand something. The shinobi lifestyle is very real. People do die. And when you do, you leave behind friends and family to mourn," Anko said. "I've watched enough of my friends get buried already to last a lifetime. I want you guys to understand what a shinobi's death brings to the village. And you all will be careful in your future missions. I hope to never experience the day where I have to watch one of you three get buried here." With those words, Anko finally decided to leave. She said farewell to her students and wandered off. Her students were left there at the memorial stone. All three were pondering the full meaning of her words,